In this video, I'm going to teach you everything that I've done to grow this channel to over 1 million subscribers. Crazy, last Friday, while I was sleeping, the channel flipped from 999 to 1 million. And instead of doing just a celebratory video talking about my journey here to get to 1 million, I wanted to put together a collection of videos and everything that I've done to grow this channel to where it is so that you can learn how you could do this on your channel. And so this video is a massive collection of all of my strategies and everything that I've learned throughout my years of creating content here on the platform. And I know that subscribers are a vanity metric. However, it does feel really good to cross over that 1 million threshold, especially because I started my YouTube channel in 2016. So I've been working on this channel for over 7 years. And I've really put a ton of time and a ton of effort into making content. And I've put close to 800 videos on this channel. I've also started a few other channels as well. And so I want to say a special thank you to those of you who have been around since the beginning. I definitely see all of you in the comments, especially those of you who have been commenting for a long time. I appreciate your support on this channel, and this is a huge moment for me and this channel. And so to celebrate, I actually drove out to Utah, saw the eclipse, just hung out with some buddies off-roading with my Jeep, and then I came back home and a few friends showed up with a cake. And even though YouTube can feel very isolating, just being here in my office alone, talking to a camera, the community that has been built just through this connection, through talking through this lens, is huge. And the coolest thing is being able to show up at different events or just randomly out in the trails or on the street and be able to chat with other creators and followers who watch the content here on this channel. So I just want to say thank you for your continued support and continuing to click on my videos when they pop up in your feed. Now, before we dive into all of the training that I've put together in this video, I just want to dig into my backstory a little bit and why I got into YouTube. Because my approach to YouTube is different than other creators that I see on the platform. I'm not interested in building a massive team and making this giant business around my content. I still do everything solo. And I think that's one of the coolest things about YouTube is that if you want to work on this solo, you can. You don't have to have this massive business around you. But also, if you do want to build a business, you can easily do that around YouTube as well. And so ultimately, my story starts back way before even college. Back in elementary school, I loved to play with my camera and shoot these little fun films with my friends. We would go out into the woods behind my house and just shoot these fun little videos. And then when I got into high school, I did a little bit in the film program, and ultimately I decided I wanted to go to film school. Now, there was a few different options for film schools in LA that I wanted to attend. However, I was a swimmer and also wanted to be in the film program. And most of the schools that I was looking at made me make a choice between swimming or the film program. And I didn't want to do that. And so ultimately I went to a small school called Occidental. And the school allowed me to do both swimming and the film program at the same time. And the reason that these other schools didn't is because both of them take so much of your time. I was swimming in the morning at 5 a.m., going to classes all day, also swimming in the evening. And then on top of that, I was trying to make films in my off time. And one of the things I discovered in film school was a passion for just cinematography and working with a camera. Now, one of the big things that I did right out of college though was take an internship. I was working at Weed Roads Productions, which is a production company that was on the Warner Brothers lot. It was a big director's company, and I was one of those guys sitting at a desk, kind of similar to this, and I would have to run over to the Starbucks, get someone's coffee, make sure it was the proper temperature, make sure it had 2 sugar packets, make sure the sugar packets are put right next to the coffee and that there's a stir stick over here. Basically, all of the horror stories that you hear about internships in the film industry, that's what this was. And I didn't get paid. I worked completely free for 9 months, and they dangled this carrot on the end of a stick saying at the end of 9 months, we'll help you find a job, you'll be able to talk to the big directors and producers here, and you'll be able to find a direction in the industry. Well, when my internship was up, they basically kicked me out the door with nothing to show for it. So essentially, I paid for 9 months to get someone's coffee and go on food runs, and it basically showed me really bad part of the film industry, and something that I didn't want to do. It really kind of changed my perspective on where I wanted to go with making content and making videos. So I started freelancing. I ended up applying to multiple jobs, and I got a call about 2 different jobs on the same day. One of them was working at a rental house in Hollywood where I'd be working with cameras and being able to meet a bunch of people. However, I lived an hour away with traffic. So every day I would be driving an hour in, an hour out, and my whole life would basically be working at this rental house. The second job that I got was the front desk of a gym that was 5 minutes from my house. And so ultimately, I decided to take the gym job instead of the rental house job because it just opened up a lot more free time and flexibility for what I wanted to do. So I continued to freelance. I was making music videos, I was working on small productions, and at the gym, I actually met some different producers and started working on some documentary content. And those connections led to some reality TV work. And one of the big things as I was getting started in my film career was that I kept gravitating towards these different opportunities that gave me a lot more flexibility and a lot more freedom. Instead of working through the traditional film route where I'd be working under people and just doing long days on work that I didn't really enjoy, just to eventually get to a point where I could take on a cinematography role maybe down the road. Through this gym, I actually met my business partner and my wife, and we started a production company together. And so we shoot fitness videos, and we've been doing this for 12 plus years. So we started a small production company, really niched down into the fitness industry, and that's what we've been doing ever since. Now, after a few years of just grinding it out and shooting, editing, producing, basically doing everything to make these videos, I was starting to get that creative itch where I just wanted to do something for me. And so in 2016, I started a YouTube channel. And my big inspiration at the time was Casey Neistat. I loved his style of vlogging, I was watching his content, so I started vlogging just like Casey. The first year of making content, I think I made something like 200 videos, and I made $48 on my channel. So I really had no idea what I was doing, but it was scratching that creative itch of just like making content for myself. But after that first year, I started to figure out how YouTube worked. I started to reposition my channel into what it is today. And I really developed the whole strategy for how I've been able to grow this channel to now over 1 million subscribers. And now I've also started multiple channels that are the different verticals of content that I enjoy creating, because I love creating how-tos, tutorials, gear stuff, and that's what this channel is. It's all about how to be a creator, how to use the cameras and tools to be able to make good-looking videos, and ultimately how to grow your following. However, I still enjoy making adventure films, and YouTube has really given me that flexibility to make the kind of content that I want to make without having to have a bunch of different hands in the production and take years to make a documentary. I can go out and shoot an adventure film about some cool sand dunes and just tell an interesting story. And I can post it on my second channel and I can get views and I can actually make money off of that. And when I take a step back and look at my whole trajectory of going from film school to freelancing to making a production company and ultimately starting these channels, then the big thing for me has been finding the way to do this on my own terms and make the videos that I want to make and work in the style that I want to work. And that's why YouTube has just opened so many opportunities and is such a powerful platform that we can actually build our film career off of just making fun videos here. And so ultimately my goal, especially with this channel, is being able to share my experience and my knowledge with those of you who want to do this for yourselves. If you're someone who wants to be a solo creator and just make fun videos and end up turning that into a career that you can support your family off of, well, that's what this channel is all about. And that's ultimately why I make the content here. Now for the rest of this video, we're gonna talk about YouTube strategy and what it took for me to get to 1 million subscribers and everything that I've learned. So you're gonna see a mix of videos. And basically what I've done is I've collected everything that I've posted about YouTube strategy. I've been going through these videos, cutting out sections that I don't think are relevant anymore. And a lot of this strategy comes from working with other creators, talking to other creators, because I've been doing this for over 7 years. And in that time, I've made a lot of connections in the creator space. And there's a lot of things that you can learn from different creators' experiences. And you can pull from these different threads that's gonna help you ultimately grow your channel. Every channel is unique. However, there are things that you can test and try, and you're gonna find your own path that works for you and the style of content that you wanna make. And so let's just really dig into this. I think the first section that we should go into is the mistakes that YouTubers make when they first start out. And so you're gonna hear from me and you're gonna hear from a ton of creators around all of these different mistakes that we made when we first started making content on this platform. So I'm super excited about this video. I've got a really awesome group of creators and all of us have come up with some of the biggest mistakes that we made starting out on YouTube. This is huge, and this is one of those videos that I've been wanting to create for a while, because when I was first starting out on YouTube, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I was doing something right or something wrong, and I wish that I could go back and tell myself to do everything that I did and do it completely opposite. Now I asked each of the creators that you're gonna see in this video for 2 of the biggest mistakes that they made when they first started on YouTube. And one thing before we get into the tips and the mistakes, I just want to let you know that making mistakes is an important part about YouTube in general. You need to make mistakes and you need to learn from your mistakes to be able to become a better creator. So don't be afraid of making mistakes. It's not like you're going to have the perfect video every video that you put out there. What you produce and how you produce it is going to be constantly evolving. However, by making this video, we're hoping that we could use our experience and help you guys so you don't make the same mistakes that we made when we started. All right, so let's get into some of the biggest mistakes that we made as creators. And the first one is from Gerald Undone.
Hey Jeven, so the two biggest mistakes I made when starting my YouTube channel was one, thinking that variety content would work. When I started out, I was making videos about photography, gaming, vlogs, parodies, sketches, movie reviews, and pop culture rants, and that made it impossible to build an audience who knew what they were subscribed for. To subscribe to a channel like that, you'd have to really enjoy the YouTuber's personality, and some people did, but the growth was very, very slow. There are over 300 hours of video uploaded to YouTube every minute, and nobody knows who you are, so it's incredibly arrogant to think you can just be a YouTube personality. So instead, be useful. Now, you don't need to occupy only the tiniest niches, but you do need to have a general focus that you can explain in just a few words. If it takes you multiple sentences to describe what you do on YouTube, your potential audience is going to have a hard time finding you. So stick to a subject or theme, and the algorithm will reward you for having subscribers that consistently watch your content, and it'll be much easier for you to appear in search. The second mistake I made was feeling entitled. Once you have a few subscribers and a successful video or two, you might start to feel like you're owed something. Like your next video should get even more views because you worked even harder on it. Or you see another channel that does something similar to you but not as well in your opinion, and they have a lot of subs, you deserve those subs. It's easy to get bogged down by the numbers and this weird sense of competition that YouTube sometimes evokes, but don't think like that. YouTube is hard, and it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's important to remember that as you grow, you still have to earn every view and subscriber you get. You aren't entitled to them just because you hit the upload button. Don't be obsessed with the numbers, appreciate the viewership you do have, and keep working on improving your channel. Not because you'll be entitled to more growth if you do, but hopefully because it makes you feel good to work hard on your content.
Now, I just want to piggyback on Gerald's first tip when he was talking about doing a variety channel. So one of the biggest mistakes that I made when I first started YouTube was not being realistic about the niche that I was going to start creating in. So when I first started, I started my YouTube channel with my wife, and we were doing the whole adventure, travel, couple thing on YouTube. So what we wanted to do was create a travel vlog and travel around the world and create content around our travels. Now, when you're coming up with the niche and what you want to do, you need to be realistic with yourself. For us, we weren't going to quit our jobs and go travel the world. Like, that's not something that we were planning on doing. So putting ourselves in this niche wasn't necessarily the best thing to do. We should have done a little bit more research on what it's actually going to take to A, start a YouTube channel, but B, make a travel vlog YouTube channel. We travel here and there, we like creating content around those travels, but when it comes to what you're realistically gonna create and what you can create time and time again throughout however long you're gonna be doing YouTube, you need to understand like what it's gonna take. So having a travel channel, you really have to be invested in travel and you have to be traveling. I mean, that's one of the big things about it. For me, I run a production company here in Los Angeles and I wasn't gonna be traveling all the time. There's definitely gonna be moments where we're gonna go out and travel here and there, but it's not something realistic that we can do for an extended period of time. So my big tip for you would be realistic with yourself on what it is that you're actually going to create. If you go down the path of a specific niche, is this something that you actually want to do? Is this something that you're gonna wanna do 5 years from now? And I want you to really think about this because when you set yourself up in a niche and get going, you're gonna start getting some momentum and you're gonna get followers in that particular niche. And if you have to rebrand yourself or completely change your channel down the road, it's gonna be harder and it's gonna stunt your growth. And this is exactly what happened to me. I had to change from my travel brand to basically my personal brand, which is what it is now. And I had to make a massive switch and it was a tough thing to do. So do a little research into the niche that you wanna start creating for and see if this is something that you really wanna go after. All right, so let's hear some of the biggest mistakes from Dunna Did It.
What is up? My name is Dunna from the channel Dunna Did It, and I definitely made my fair share of mistakes when I first started out with YouTube. Kind of going with one that's a little bit more of a mental thing and one that's a little bit more technical. The first one is that I put way too much stress on myself about trying to get views and promoting my videos instead of focusing more on actually making better videos. It's easy to look at some of these bigger channels and see that they're getting thousands, tens of thousands, millions of views and be like, well, my video is as good as that. How come it's not getting those views? But that's not really how it works. You have to put out lots of videos. You have to put out really good content, you really have to be out there for a while before that'll happen. It's very few and far between that just get that viral video and skyrocket to that level. So instead of spending all of that extra energy on trying to go on Facebook and promote it and Twitter and Reddit and wherever it is, I really wish that I would have spent more time making more videos and getting better at making good videos, getting more out there, because every time you put a video out, that's another chance for someone to find you. And the second mistake that I made that I wish I could, go back and teach my former self to not make this mistake is to focus more on thumbnails. It seems so simple to me now that the first thing that we see and the reason that we click on something is the thumbnail. We're very visual. If you go into a grocery store and you have a whole aisle full of sugar, you're naturally going to be drawn to the one that looks the best to you. Whatever has the nicest style or whatever you're into, that's the one you're going to be drawn to, and videos are no exception to that. And all of the YouTube gurus tell you this, but it's something that I kind of had to figure out as time went on. And so now I try and be a little bit more aesthetic with my thumbnails so that they're more clickable, but still my style. So those are my beginner mistakes that I made and kind of how you can fix them.
Donna brought up an awesome point. So your thumbnails are super important, and so is your title and your descriptions and all of that. So I highly suggest you put some effort into that element of creating content for your channel, because if someone doesn't click your video, then they're not gonna watch your video. So you need to actually grab people by creating engaging thumbnails. All right, so now let's check out Sydney's biggest mistakes that he's made on YouTube and some of the tips that he has for you.
Okay, here we go. So one of the first mistakes I made when I started my YouTube channel back in 2012 was that I was afraid. I was so afraid that my first video would be so bad that it actually took me 5 years to actually start creating consistent content. I gave in to the fear, I was procrastinating, I made up so many excuses that it prevented me from doing what I love doing most. And if I would have told myself when I first started YouTube just to embrace it, embrace the fear, and just make that first video regardless of how it comes out, man, it would have been a different story. So that was my first mistake, was that I was so afraid that it prevented me from actually doing what I love doing, and that's creating content. Another mistake that I made when I started my YouTube channel was that I was copying Casey Neistat. I mean, I saw his success, I didn't know how to vlog, and so I just pretty much imitated him, even to his editing style, his pacing, his choice of music, and deep down in my gut, I just knew it wasn't right for me. I mean, it worked for him, obviously, but it just wasn't right for me because it wasn't my voice. That was just such a big mistake, because when I made videos imitating Casey, I got no views. I mean, I worked so hard making these videos that I was so frustrated and angry and upset that no one would actually see it. And so one day I finally came to terms with it, and I started making videos that resonated with me. And funny enough, it wasn't until those videos that it resonated with other people, and I started getting traction and views and subscribers, and that's when I finally took off. And so big lesson learned, you have to be yourself, because if you try to be like another Casey Neistat, you're gonna be another Casey Neistat. And if you wanna stand out on YouTube, you have to be yourself. And so that was a big mistake on my part, is that I didn't embrace who I was, and I just embraced somebody else's persona. Being on YouTube, you have to be yourself.
So I've got a quick tip for you to just add on to everything else that we're talking about here, and that is, don't get stressed about the analytics. Don't always be looking at social blades, seeing your subscriber counter go up. Don't always be looking at how many views you're getting. You can get really lost in the analytics, and it's one of those things that can really take your attention away from the important part, which is creating awesome content. All right, so the next we've got Dave from Kinotika. He's got a few tips for you that's gonna help you with your channel.
Hey guys, I'm Dave Mays, host of a channel called Kinotika. We have over 50,000 subscribers, and we review camera gear and equipment and try to make it really entertaining. I'm also the host of a podcast, as you can see behind me. This is actually the Polar Pro set. The podcast is called Golden Hour, and we interview creatives and influencers. It just launched today, actually, so we're really excited to share that. So check out Golden Hour on Polar Pro's YouTube channel. To answer Jeven's question, which 2 mistakes did you make as a YouTuber? Well, the first mistake that I actually made is not staying focused. I started doing YouTube when I was also doing freelance work, and I think that's a very important thing to do starting out, because you can actually pay your bills. But I actually found myself just diving into not having enough time to actually do YouTube. I want to be a good husband and a good father to my son, but I also want to do this YouTube thing. So I actually started saying no to a lot of freelance work that was maybe not paying at the rate that I wanted. And I was able to figure out my budget to live off of a lower income to build my YouTube channel. At this point, it's kind of balanced out the other way to where I'm actually making enough money now to be a full-time YouTuber and not have to worry about freelance. So if you want to be a YouTuber, then consider cutting back some of your freelance work, maybe some of the things that you don't have to take, that you kind of feel obligated to take because you've worked with them in the past and you're giving them a discounted rate because they're a friend. Start cutting those things out of your life so that you have more time to focus on the things that you actually want to do, like being a YouTuber. And the second big mistake that I made as a YouTuber was doing this alone. I think one of the most important things as a YouTuber is finding other people who do the same type of content as you on YouTube and becoming their friends. And I'm not talking about reaching out to Casey Neistat or Peter McKinnon cold. I mean, you can do that and maybe they'll respond, but really people who are kind of at the same level as you that you can just kind of partner with and grow together with. I think it's really important because as a YouTuber, you sometimes find yourself in a really lonely place. You're shooting videos by yourself, you're editing them by yourself, and oftentimes it's really lonely. So I found it to be really valuable to reach out to fellow YouTubers who are similar to me, like Jeven, who asked me to be in this video. And it really helps you as a creator because you're able to lean on them when you're struggling. You can ask them questions about the algorithm or which thumbnail you think is better. It's just a really great way to grow as a YouTuber, reach out to other people similar to you, and they don't have to live in your city. You can do this over the internet. You can do this over Twitter, over Instagram DMs. It's not something that you have to do in a physical location, although moving to Los Angeles helps a lot.
All right, so I've got another quick tip for you, and that is you need to just enjoy the process of creating content. You need to stop worrying about the analytics so much. I kind of talked about this earlier, but you need to just enjoy the fact that you're creating content and this is something that you enjoy doing. If you get wrapped up too much in the analytics and all the stuff that goes into, getting your videos higher in the ranking system, you kind of forget about the fact that we're here just creating awesome content. So never walk away from your creativity and always be focused on creating awesome content rather than always thinking about analytics and data and all that stuff. All right, so I've got a couple more tips from you from Josh from Make Art Now and some of his biggest mistakes that he made when he started his YouTube.
Yo, Josh, yo. Okay, 2 mistakes when I first started out. Oh boy, how much time you got? All right, so it took me a full year to shoot and edit my very first episode, and then I scrapped it. I ended up reshooting and re-editing and releasing that one. I wasted so much time. I was so crippled by the fear of judgment and rejection that I lost sight of my work ethic, which is experience makes you better. I could have started a whole year earlier if I just released that first one. I don't know, maybe I'll release it sometime. It'd be a good story. If you guys want a really inspiring message, go watch Ira Glass, The Creative Process. Watch that about 10 times and let that sink in. All right, second big mistake. Trying to predict what subscribers want. I've wasted so much time in the very beginning, and the truth is, trends come and go. So what works for some YouTubers yesterday won't work for you today. And that's just the truth of any industry that we're in. Trends evolve. So in the end, you just have to do stuff that you want to do, right? This is long game stuff. You don't want to get burned out doing product videos. You want to do stuff that artistically turns you on, that fills the bucket, that just gives you juice, and you will attract your kind of subscribers. I would much rather have 100,000 of my hardcore subscribers than 1 million of take it or leave it subscribers, just kind of pick them up from here or there. You want people that are in your corner because they will follow you anywhere. Whatever career you go in, they will follow you. And the only way to do that is by doing the things that you love and making that the light of your channel. Anyway, go make some art.
Josh, thanks for those awesome tips. Guys, I got one more major tip for you, and that is not worry so much about always sticking to your schedule and having the pressure of always having to upload. Things happen in your life, and if you miss an upload, it's not the biggest deal in the world. When I first started creating content on this platform, I always felt like I needed to upload more and upload more and upload more, and if I didn't get something out every few days, I felt like I was gonna miss out and lose all my momentum on YouTube. Well, that's not the case. Yes, it's important to give yourself a schedule, schedule, but don't let it take over your life. If you have things come up or you're just not feeling very creative, then don't worry about missing a video here and there. It's not gonna be that big a deal in the world. And one of the tips I have for you is just communicate with your audience. So whether that's through Twitter, Instagram, your community tab, just tell your viewers what's going on. You could even just create a quick update video where you're talking to your audience. Communication is key. And so you need to actively engage with your audience. You need to comment to them, you need to talk to them, you need to tell them what's going on, and you just need to be a person. Take the pressure off to always be creating content and always be forced to get something out. Your content is gonna suffer because if you force yourself to just put stuff out, it's not gonna be very good. And then I got one more bonus tip for you. It's actually something that Dave was talking about. And one of the biggest mistakes that I made when I first started out was not collaborating with other YouTubers. Now there's a few reasons why you wanna collaborate. Number one is that it's gonna grow your channel and you're gonna reach new audiences. But number two, and more important than growing your channel, is that you're gonna meet really awesome creators doing some really cool stuff on this platform. The key is just wanting to work with other creators because you're gonna learn from each other, you're gonna have awesome experiences, and it's just gonna be a ton of fun. So that's one thing I wish I could tell myself going back years ago when I first started my YouTube channel, is start reaching out to other creators, start joining in the conversation, and start being a part of the community because it is such an awesome group of people. I've made so many mistakes on my YouTube channel, but I've never let those stop me from creating. And if you've made mistakes on your channel, you should never let those get you down. Because from mistakes, you're gonna learn what actually works to grow your channel. So I teamed up with a group of YouTubers and we're going through some of our biggest mistakes that we made starting out on the platform so that you can learn from our mistakes and hopefully you can avoid making some of these yourself. All right, I'm gonna start this video off with going through one of my biggest mistakes starting out as a vlog channel. Yes, if you guys don't know my story at all, I actually started as a travel vlog channel. And my biggest mistake that I made when I first started that channel was just winging it. I thought that, I could press that record button and things would just come out naturally. And in the process of filming like my day, whatever it is that I was doing, that would become an interesting vlog. I made so many videos in this way where I just flipped on the camera, hit record, and tried to see what I could come up with. And let me tell you, it just doesn't work. So I made 200 videos that first year and I had like no growth whatsoever because I had no focus, I had no structure. There wasn't a whole lot to my process beyond just like hitting record and trying to capture the moments throughout the day. Now, there's a lot of benefits in shooting in that style. I learned a ton about just creating YouTube videos, and I really got a chance just to experiment and play without a huge audience, giving me all this negative feedback about me doing things wrong. So you're gonna hear this throughout this video. We have a few other creators that are gonna talk about different ideas when it comes to, having some more focus on your channel because that's super important. And also storytelling, because that's a theme that you're just gonna continually hear throughout this video and also just throughout your journey here on the platform. All right, I'm gonna pass it off to Benji next because he has a mistake that I really think you guys need to hear.
Hi, my name is Benji Travis and I'm from the channel Video Influencers. The biggest mistake I made when starting out on YouTube was having multiple channels. I got really excited, had different ideas, so I started different places to upload those different ideas to different channels. And the result was not a lot of consistency. I couldn't keep the momentum up. I wasn't able to respond to all the comments and the engagement. And so if you have one channel, you can put all of your efforts, all that momentum is going to be in one place. So that sole focus is so important to give you the best chance of success. I know a lot of you think, I'm going to start this channel about this specific niche topic, but then I want to have a vlog channel for more organic, casual type of videos to connect with my audience. When you're first starting out, in fact, most creators, when they're first starting out, they have one channel that they're completely prioritizing and they're super focused on, and it helps them build that momentum so they get traction to have success on YouTube.
And look at some of the big creators you see on the platform. Most of them have one channel and they might have a team surrounding them. So take this into consideration. If you have multiple channels or you're trying to start multiple channels, take a step back and look at, what you actually want to do. And instead of, splitting your time, maybe focus in on one endeavor
and really see if you can make that take off. And then down the road, if you really want to do multiple channels, maybe you can set up a team so that you're not spending so much time trying to create content for all of these different things, and you'll be able to make multiple channels work. But especially people who are starting out, one channel. All right, I'm going to pass it off to Leela next because she has another mistake that I know you guys need to hear.
Hey, my name is Leela, and the biggest mistake that I made when I just started YouTube was that I was over-consuming content, hoping to become a better creator. And spoiler alert, it doesn't work. When I just started YouTube and I saw the initial growth, I was beyond excited, but I was also nervous. This meant that there were more eyeballs on me, it meant that there were more expectations of me, or so I thought. So I felt like I had to be better. My production quality had to increase, my overall quality had to increase, the quality of me had to increase. So what I started to do is I started to watch videos and more videos, and I started to watch more videos because I was hoping to be inspired, to get new ideas, and to learn things to become a better creator. But this consumption, or actually overconsumption, kept me from creating my own stuff. It kept me from going outside and having fun and learning these new camera angles by myself because I was inside. I was watching all of these videos that were supposed to help me become a better creator. And yes, I was still making my own videos, but I started overanalyzing and overthinking everything that I was doing, because not only was I getting inspired by these people and learning new things from these people, I also started comparing myself to these people. And these people are people with bigger channels, bigger productions, they have more experience, and it was just unnecessary. So I started to consume way more than I was creating. And yes, you can learn new stuff from watching all of these videos. And I certainly have learned a lot from watching other people's videos. But what actually really helps you become a better creator? Creating.
So this really resonates with me. There's a trend that happens here on the platform. We'll log into YouTube, the homepage will pop up, and there'll be a bunch of videos, and you'll be like, oh, I want to watch that, and I want to watch that, and I want to watch that. And then you'll start going down this rabbit hole where you're watching video after video after video. Happens to me all the time where I'll get sucked into this wormhole of videos. Now that's exactly what YouTube is trying to do, and that's what you want people to do when they come and consume your content. But as creators, you don't want to get wrapped into this world of just consuming and not creating. So one massive tip when it comes to just consuming, because we do need to consume so that we can do research and just so we can keep ourselves entertained, because this is a community. You want to be part of the community. But one thing that I found that's worked really well is set up times for viewing. So for me, I might set up a Monday where I do 4 to 5 hours of just all the videos that I wanted to consume within that week. So if I see something pop up, I'll put it in my watch later playlist. Then when that day and that time comes up where I've set aside to watch videos, that's when I'll go through and consume, rather than just watching a video here, watching a video there, because all of those individual videos that you watch in between everything that you're doing, it adds up. And then that ends up taking a ton of time away from the whole process of creating. And like I said at the beginning of this video, if you're splitting your time and say you're consuming all this different content in between, like a little bit of writing, a little bit of shooting, a little bit of editing, you're never going to get anything done. And you might see an entire week go by and you got like one video done where you could have actually made multiple videos if you just scheduled your time properly and didn't over-consume. So create more, consume less. All right, so next up is Lee, and he has got another mistake that you need to hear.
Yo, what's up? My name is Lee Zavitz. I'm a photographer, DP, YouTuber here in Toronto, Canada. And one mistake I kind of regret now, looking back when I first started uploading videos to my channel, was that I didn't take this whole YouTube thing all that serious. And I have a feeling this probably resonates with a lot of us starting out, because most of us went into this with no intention of things ever taking off. And when I say serious, I just mean that I didn't consistently upload. I just did it when I felt like it, and I wasn't staying consistent, and the growth of my channel was really slow. And I get it. If you were to watch a video and enjoy that content, you're usually going to check out what else the creator's done. And if it's been months since the last upload, there's a good chance you probably won't subscribe. But if you saw that they had like 1 or 2 uploads a week, you're like, okay, awesome. I'm guaranteed fresh new content all the time. Boom, subscribed. So back to my own channel, after about 1.5 years in, I made a deal with myself that I would put out 1 video a week no matter how busy I was. And because of that consistency, I started to see a lot of growth on my channel within the first couple months. And I noticed that I got better on camera, I noticed that my editing was better, and basically just everything overall got better because I was doing it so often. All that said, my mistake was not being more consistent from the beginning. And looking back now, I know for sure that if I had done that, I would have seen faster growth early on. Now, I'm sure a lot of you might look at one video a week as a huge mountain to climb, and I'll be honest, it's not that easy. But believe me when I say this, that the benefits will outweigh the hard work. And, it's awesome to have resources like this video from tips on people who have overcome those obstacles to share with you guys so you don't have to go through the same things.
Lee is spot on with this tip. Consistency is key. One thing you might not know about my journey is that I've had multiple channels over the years, and I started like 9-10 years ago. I've had like these smaller channels that I've kind of played around with. I dabbled in the YouTube space, like I'd create some videos and then go months without creating anything. And I would just hope that something would happen and that my channel would take off. Like, it's always been in the back of my head. I came to LA to get into the Hollywood scene, and I found out pretty fast that the Hollywood scene is not where I want to be. But it wasn't until like years later that I actually started this channel and really got into the world of YouTube. I should have started my channel right then and just started really getting consistent and putting video after video after video every week. But I just dabbled in it for the next few years and kept trying to, get into this Hollywood system. And look, if you want to do YouTube, if you want to be a creator on this platform, there is endless amounts of opportunities now. And the cool thing is we can all thrive together because this is a community. This isn't like this person's big and you have to work your way up to get, no, we're all in this together. So if you really want to make this happen, really take Lee's advice and get consistent. Shoot a video a week, even if it's tough, just put out a video. And if you don't have the time to go shoot like crazy B-roll and this big story and all that, well, that's fine. Create a video like this. Put your camera down and just talk to the camera. Consistency and action are the keys to success on the platform. Just turn on your camera and create and have some intention and structure to what it is that you're creating. So I'm going to pass it off to Mark here because he's got a mistake that you really need to hear that's going to build on what we were just talking about.
Hey Jeven, it's Mark here from Editor's Keys in the UK. And for your viewers who may not know who I am, I'm the founder of Editor's Keys and we make these color-coded shortcut keyboards, and I also run the Editor's Keys YouTube channel. Now, when we started to take our YouTube channel seriously a few years back, I was really unsure about what we should film. We can't just do videos about keyboards all day, that would be pretty dull. So we ended up doing videos about absolutely everything, and this was our huge mistake. We had videos about iPhones, about tablets, about recording gear, about our travel, about our office life, all of that kind of stuff. And there was just no consistency there at all. And it was when I met you at the NAB show, you gave me some super great advice.
My big video that took me off was around the DJI Mavic Pro. So I started just doing some reviews, talking about the features, and then I realized it was a popular topic. That's when it clicked for me that search is so important. And then I started doing more tutorial around drone content. So like how to, 10 tips to fly a drone or 10 things to do with your drone and, get better looking footage, like different ways to control the camera. That whole series that I did around the DJI Mavic Pro made my channel explode.
So the advice you gave me was to really narrow down our niche and have a really focused channel. So that's exactly what we did. We stopped doing videos about anything and everything, and then we started to do videos that are much more about the creation process, the editing process, or the filmmaking process. And that's really, really helped our growth. We went from pretty much flatlining to seeing our subscriber base grow by about 400%. So when we saw you, we had about 2,000 subscribers, and now we have well over 13,000 subscribers in less than 10 months. And that's all thanks to your advice. So thanks very much.
You are going to hear this mistake time and time again. Variety channels do not work. And there's a lot of creators out there that come up to me and they say, well, so-and-so did a variety channel and so-and-so did. Well, yes, there's always going to be exceptions to the rule. Like there might be a creator who's just very good on camera and people want to watch anything that he creates. Someone like Casey Neistat, he can put out a video about anything and people are most likely going to watch it. But most of us aren't going to be able to do that. So you're going to want to niche down and you're going to want to have one topic and one audience that you're focused around. So let me give you a massive tip when it comes to your channel. Let's say that you're in the filmmaking space. Well, that's a great topic and niche to go after, but you really need to narrow down even more. And what I mean by that is, say you're in filmmaking, there are so many different topics that you could cover in the filmmaking space. You could be talking about editing in Final Cut, in Premiere, in After Effects. You could be talking about Sony cameras, Panasonic cameras. You could be doing tutorials on lighting. You could be doing tutorials on camera. You could be doing tutorials on lenses, on audio. There are so many topics that you can cover, so you really need to narrow down your focus even more. Now, yes, you can cover a variety of topics in your niche, and on my channel, I've covered a ton of different stuff, and I've realized that it's actually hurt me in the long run. So one thing that you can do to really start structuring the way that you build out your channel within a niche is come up with series. So when you build out a series, think of it like a playlist. If somebody is going to jump in this playlist, it's going to be the same type of content throughout all the videos, and somebody would be interested in all of those videos because say someone's interested in audio. Well, you could create a whole batch of videos that's all about audio. So someone goes from video 1 to video 2 to video 3. Now you don't have to set it up where it's a sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, but think of it in terms of like all of these fit together. Now, when you start thinking in this way and you have, say, 4 or 5 series on your channel, you're going to be more focused and people are going to have more of an idea of what you are doing as a creator. So if I was to just throw up a Premiere tutorial on this channel, it just doesn't make sense because I've never done a Premiere tutorial. I've done a lot of Final Cut, but even that is a little bit of a deviation from what I typically do. So this has been evolving for me, and this is something that I have been working on. It's a mistake that I made, was too much variety within my niche. So I'm narrowing down even more into certain verticals. And so try to come up with a list of series that makes sense for your audience and test it. Everything on YouTube is a test. You got to try something. If it resonates with your audience, keep doing it. If it doesn't work, well, go on to something else. So I've come up with like 4 or 5 series that I'm going to work on, and I'm going to do a video a month for each of these series. And that's going to take me through month after month. And what happens is after a few months, I'll be able to say this series is working, this series is not. I'm going to look at how my audience is responding to the videos, and I'm also going to look at the data that I'm getting the YouTube's back end, because YouTube provides a ton of data on watch time, views, audience retention, subscribers, everything. So use that data and take those series that are working and keep making videos within those verticals. And if something's not working, pivot a little bit. See if you could do something different within that vertical, or maybe pick a new topic. Get experimental, try something new. But don't just throw everything on your channel under this umbrella of filmmaking and expect that your channel is going to take off. You really have to have focus, and you really have to make data-driven decisions. So the biggest takeaway that I want you to get from this video is that all of our channels are unique. What works for one channel might not work for another channel, so we're inevitably all going to be making mistakes at some point. But don't let those get you down. If you make a mistake and something doesn't work, take your data and take your audience and see what you can change to actually turn that mistake into something that will help you grow your channel. So I was walking through this beautiful forest and I just ran into Sarah.
Wow, it's so convenient to find you out here. Do you have a question for me?
Maybe what your biggest mistake is on YouTube?
Yes, okay, I have a good one. So, in the big days of vlogging, everyone said you have to daily vlog. It's about quantity. You gotta get out as much content as possible. And it honestly stopped all momentum of my channel because I wasn't worried about making quality stuff or things I actually enjoyed. I was only worrying about quantity. Now, it's great to look back and say, hey, I can do that. I can produce 5 videos a week for like 8 months. That's a great thing to be able to do. You test your work ethic, and I got a few cool videos. It's good to look back on life and remember certain things. However, it almost killed me. It left me so uninspired because I wasn't making the projects I actually wanted to make. So I think we're in a beautiful time where the algorithm can actually work in your favor. It's not just the enemy. You can go away for 3-4 weeks, work on a pop-in video, and if you got a good thumbnail title, you deliver with good content, a good video, you're back. You don't have to upload every single day in order to be a relevant content creator anymore. So, boom.
So focus on quality, not quantity.
Boom.
Thanks, Sarah.
Of course.
Hey. Oh, hey, what's up?
What's up, man?
I just found Sydney, and he's got something for you. What's your biggest mistake?
Oh man, so many. But for me, I wish I would have focus more on my audience retention, because that little graph where you see the drop off where your audience just stops watching, it's not a bad thing because it kind of tells you what you should do differently with your next videos. And so maybe don't do such a long intro, maybe just get straight to the point, or just say real quickly in one sentence, hey guys, this is what this video is going to be about. Watch to the end because I got a giveaway happening. So when I change up my content based on that little graph, like my audience retention just grew. And so my average watch time is like 6 minutes compared to like a minute and a half. Pay attention to your analytics. They tell you everything you need to know. Don't feel bad about yourself when you see the decline in the graphs. Like look at it and learn from it, and then you're only gonna get better.
I'm gonna add on to that. So with your audience retention, what you're looking for is dips. So what he's talking about is that graph you could see from beginning to end how long people are watching your video. And what you're looking for is when they drop off. If they drop off at the beginning, that means you have a low audience retention. He's getting about 6 minutes, which that means that he's getting a very solid audience retention, and 6 minutes means YouTube's gonna keep recommending your content more and more. So pay attention to your audience retention. If you are not getting a high audience retention, you're getting like a minute, but you have 10-minute long videos, then look and see what's happening within your video and why people are clicking off. Boom. Everywhere you turn, there's more creators at this thing.
What's up, Jeven's audience? We're Becky and Chris. I'm Chris, she's Becky.
I thought you were Becky. We make videos about
things that we're interested in.
Yeah, mostly photography and video, but helicopter stuff, travel, home decor,
just
everything.
Yeah. His question to us was, what's your biggest regret?
Biggest mistake.
This mistake. Okay.
What's your biggest regret?
I have so many regrets, but no mistakes.
20 minutes later, he's like, I have no card space left. Shut the fuck up. Okay, we're gonna go right
I'm cut from this. I'm gonna go return this lens.
You're fired.
Because I have no regrets.
Okay. The biggest mistake we made when we were starting out was titling our videos too specific to the content of the video that didn't make any sense for the audience. And what I mean by that is, if the video was about, say it was like a vlog and we were teaching about landscape photography and something funny happened, we'd name the vlog something about the thing that was funny. Like, you'd never believe what he did. And nobody cares. When you have 500 followers or whatever, nobody knows who he is, and that's not gonna show up in the search engine. So we should have called it how to do landscape photography or how to shoot whatever we were shooting, and then titled it for the algorithm, titled it for SEO. We didn't do that. So it took us a long time to grow our channel, I think, because we didn't really care. And looking back, I think we should have cared more about titles.
Okay, I have some other creators here and they want to tell you their biggest mistakes. So what's your biggest mistake?
Hey friends, this is Brandon here from This Is Tech Today, and one of the biggest mistakes I made when I started making YouTube videos was making content without any intentionality. You have to know who you're targeting and why you're making the video.
All right, I just ran into my friends from The Endless Adventure, and they're gonna tell you what their biggest mistake was.
I feel like our biggest mistake when we started our channel was that we were just kind of throwing content out there and just filming our day. And then once we tried to really find a niche, we tried to find specific videos that resonated with our audience. So we would do tours of cities, city guides, we would do food tours and stuff like that, staying in weird, quirky places. And ultimately, the food videos hit really well. Now we've done enough of those weird, strange places that those videos do really well.
Yeah, when we first started, we would just go out not really with a point to the day. And I feel like for us, it didn't work. Our content suffered because of it, because we thought that we were entertaining enough, and we personally weren't. Maybe you are, but I think it works just a lot better for us to have a goal for the day and something that we're wanting to accomplish, and then a niche, which is food, which is great.
I really think that once we made that change, that's when our channel started to really pick up.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Being intentional.
All right, I just ran into Henry, and he's gonna give you one of his biggest mistakes.
All right, so when I first started out on YouTube, I was actually pretty young at the time, and one of the biggest tips I can give to beginners who are actually just getting into it is definitely be true to yourself. Kind of be genuine. Don't go chasing after the views, because I feel like I was kind of view hungry at the very beginning. That was the only thing I was kind of focused on, and that kind of led to my content not reflecting who I really was. But now I've actually been able to kind of align myself with what I truly like and create content that I truly care about, regardless of the views and stuff like that. So I think that's one of my biggest tips for you guys. Be genuine, and I think that's when the best will come out of you.
Okay, so I just ran into Aldrin, and he's got another tip for you guys.
Hey, my name is Aldrin Estacio. My channel is flightpath.com, and I really started my channel around drones. I started flying drones a long time ago, and just wanted to start sharing everything that I did and learned when I started flying drones. Started putting it online and ended up kind of building an audience around that. I think the biggest thing I learned at the time was not to overthink equipment and kind of hold yourself back from thinking that, oh, I need the best stuff, I need the best stuff. Most of my channel when I started was literally done with my phone and a point and shoot camera, and I still like using my phone and point and shoot camera because it's such an easy thing to do and use. So first thing I would say is definitely don't overthink that you need the best gear. Start with what you have. Watch people's channels, understand what you need to do to up your level every single time. And I think definitely do that as you start to progress, but don't limit yourself in thinking that you need the high-end gear.
Hey guys, my name is Swoop. My channel is Swoop. I am a filmmaker and I also do a mix of scripted meets reality, just kind of crazy life content and cinema vlogs. Probably my biggest mistake when I was getting started on YouTube was fighting the system. There's always going to be a certain level of having to work with the system, with the algorithm, with what the platform wants. And because I was always approaching it as a filmmaker and I always want to make different content all the time, that can wind up hurting you because YouTube doesn't know where to classify you and how to fit you, and it really needs that data in order to push you out to the right audiences. So if you can experiment and play around and actually create some type of episodic content or some kind of consistent format where YouTube knows when you upload, they know exactly what audiences to push it, that's really going to help your growth in the long term and also build much more audience engagement, and they're going to know what to expect from you, and you can still incorporate elements of creativity and like generally like gradually transitioning them into different styles, because of course you don't want to do the same thing all the time, but you got to know that there is some level where you need to work with the platform so it knows how to identify you.
What's going on, guys? My name is Ryan Cow, and here on YouTube I create content sharing my journey and developing as a content creator, my journey and experiences as becoming a full-time freelancer, and some of the things I encounter, and giving help to you guys and advice to you creators and pursuing that yourselves. So one of the biggest mistakes I first made when starting out YouTube was comparing myself too much to other people. You know, I had a lot of favorite creators that I would watch all the time, and I would be like, my videos are so cool, but those are so much better, and like, it doesn't look as good, and so I get caught up in this sort of perfectionist mindset. The other thing that I really struggled with was watching the numbers too much, paying attention too much to my analytics, watching my subscribers come in 1, maybe 2 a day when I was first getting started, watching the views too much. That's not stuff you should be concerned about when you're first getting into it. You should really be concerned about finding what inspires you, getting out and creating and enjoying it. Caring about it for the numbers or for the money or, you know, comparing yourself to other creators can be a very toxic mindset.
All right, it's not the biggest mistake, but it's one I regret. So when you get the opportunity to meet other content creators and you're excited, it's either at like a brand deal or one of these sponsored events, and you meet these other YouTubers and then you immediately try to do a collab with them. I would say pump the brakes a little bit. Get to know these people first. They may know your work. It's kind of cool to build a real friendship first and then worry about the collab stuff later. If you guys have chemistry, you'll know and it'll just click. And I think trying to force something like that is a mistake. That's it.
I just ran into a couple of guys here. I got Max and Taylor, and they're going to tell you their biggest mistakes.
What's going on, y'all? My name's Taylor Moore. My channel's Taylor Moore 4K, and I focus on tech reviews, tutorials. I would say from day one, the thing I didn't know but I learned from guys like Josh Yo and other good friends is your camera. I mean, most cell phones and other cameras out there, they're really capable, and what we don't think about is audio and lighting. If you really nail your audio, it'll cover a lot of mistakes even on the video front, and people will still stay engaged a little bit more effectively. And then lighting, even your iPhone is really a capable camera, and if you learn to nail lighting from really early on, your video quality is gonna go up so much faster.
I think for me, it was trying to do too many different things. So targeting different audiences, trying to do well at this thing, that thing, and something else too, instead of really choosing 1 or 2 things and really focusing on doing the best job I can and on creating videos for people that want to watch those things.
All right, so Gerald's over here and he's got a mistake for you guys.
Hey everybody, I'm Gerald Undone. I make a YouTube channel where I focus primarily on like really nerdy details on cameras and lenses and that kind of thing. My advice, I guess, to be based on something that I wish that I did when I first started out, I'm gonna butcher an expression, but there's this expression I remember where it's like, the best time to plant a giant tree is 100 years ago, and the second best time is today. And that's kind of how I feel about YouTube, is I think that there was a long period of me kind of, you know, humming and hawing about it, and I kind of wish that in the beginning that I would have just went for it sooner and harder, because when I see where I am now, I can't help but think, what if I would have done this sooner? So my best advice is you can't go back in time, so start hard now, right now, if you can.
All right, I just found Dunna, and he has a mistake for you guys.
What's up, guys? I'm Dunna from Dunna Did It, and my mistake is that for the first about year of my channel, I focused really heavily on vlogging, and I didn't even really necessarily know it was a mistake at the time, but like, I really wanted to grow a channel. And if you want to grow a channel, trying to find content that is more searchable than something like vlogs, like if nobody knows you, they're not going to search for what's going on in your life. So that was kind of the mistake that I made to start with. Later on, I found out that I liked talking about camera gear, so I started to use that to my advantage. And now my channel can kind of be a little bit about the camera gear, and I can slip in some vlogs here and there because now that I've grown the channel, there are more people that care about what's going on in my life.
I'm gonna add on to that as well. Like, I started my channel as a vlog channel as well. I started out as a travel vlogger, over 200 travel vlogs in the first year. And I started realizing that, yes, search-based traffic is how you grow a channel. So my first kind of dabble with that was finding topics around travel that people are searching for. So things to do in Thailand, or places to go, or a specific location, or a beach, or something like that. But honestly, when it comes down to it, you have to do what you're passionate about. And that was one of my biggest mistakes, is not going after what I was passionate about right from the get-go. I started with travel thinking that that's what I wanted to do. But in reality, I really care about filmmaking, I really care about telling stories, and I really care about doing kind of documentary stuff. So doing a channel that's based around filmmaking, photography, and also just, you know, helping you guys as creators tell your stories is where I found my passion. And now I'm able to start doing more of the documentary work that I've always wanted to do. And I've got some pretty interesting things on the horizon for this channel, some cool stuff. One of the biggest things to remember just overall is that we all make mistakes, and you need to just learn from your mistakes. So don't worry about making mistakes. Don't worry about mistakes that you've made on your channel, or that if you're currently doing anything right now that might seem like a big mistake. The key is just learn from the things that you're doing, because that's the way that you're gonna be able to keep improving. And all of us have made mistakes on our channel. All of us have learned from the things that we do. So my biggest tip when it comes to growing your channel, building your YouTube brand, whatever it is that you wanna do on the platform, is that you just have to keep moving forward. Consistency and action are going to eventually pay off for you. And if you're making mistakes, just pay attention and learn from those mistakes, and learn from your community. And one of the coolest things about the YouTube community is that all of us work together. All of us are here at Camera Camp, and we've just been talking YouTube, we've just been talking cameras. So find those people that are creating content similar to yours and reach out, have conversations with them. And don't worry if they're bigger than you, smaller than you. We're all human, and we're all just trying to make our impact in this space. And we can all do it together, and that is one of the coolest things about YouTube.
I'm here at Sony Kando, and I'm surrounded by a ton of awesome creators. And not just YouTubers, it's everything. Photographers, filmmakers, YouTubers, Instagrammers, TikTokers. And so I thought this would be a great opportunity to go around and ask everyone what their biggest piece of advice would be for those of you who are interested in pursuing a career as a creative. So let's go ask.
My name is Sarah D. Rhymes with Peachy. I make videos about tech and creativity. And I think the one tip I would give if you want to get into this is maybe help someone first. So if you have a person in your local community that is a YouTuber, they could even be small, but you can tell they have experience, they make good stuff. If you can go and help them out, it is going to just, it's gonna be the easiest way to learn and also the fastest way to learn. But remember, you gotta be able to provide value to them first, and then you're just gonna learn so much.
What's up everyone, my name is Kyle Nutt. I am a videographer and photographer, and I make YouTube videos, TikToks, and Instagram Reels. If I was just starting out right now, I would just strictly hustle as much as I could, produce as many videos as I could possibly make, and just test out as many different things as I possibly could do. I feel like in the beginning it's really easy to get discouraged because like you make something you're super passionate about, you put so much work and time into it, and then it flops and it gets like 13 views and you're like, what's the point of this? But like everyone that has ever made content like has all went through the same exact thing in the beginning. They make so much content that all flops and eventually stuff just starts hitting. So you have to just be prepared to go through a few months of just figuring out what your voice is and what kind of content you're gonna make. Because that's just what everyone has to do.
Hi, my name is Faruk and I'm a content creator. I have a YouTube channel named iPhone. I review technology. My tip for the new beginners, if you're getting into content creation, when you first enter this world, you're gonna get judged a lot. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anything, just go with it, just roll with it, just maybe even have fun with it. When I first started, of course, as you can imagine from my accent, I heard a lot of Borat, I heard a lot of Gru from Despicable Me, and I was laughing actually, I agreed to them. So whenever they find something to attack you like that, don't take it personal, just go with it, and then in time, you will raise above it, that's what matters, yeah. And just do your stuff.
Hey, I'm Lee Zavitz, and I do portrait photography, and I'm on YouTube. One point of advice that I've learned just through what I do is to niche down what you do, and it's going to help you grow further on YouTube because you're going to find that exact audience is looking for that, and that's my advice.
Hi, my name is Jessica Kobesi. I'm a portrait photographer, and my piece of advice would be to be assertive during a photo shoot, because I've had many instances where other people take over the photo shoots, whether it's the makeup artist, stylist, other people, and my vision never came to life. So definitely be more assertive. If you see something that you don't like or you want to switch something, always speak up. And it's hard to do in the beginning, but as you do more photo shoots, you gain confidence, and you just need to practice and speak up when you can, because that's your vision at the end of the day.
Hello, I'm Amber Baird from Mynamics, and I'm a Sony Artisan of Imagery. I've been a filmmaker for 18 years, and my advice to anyone starting out is to get your business ducks in a row. Most businesses fail in the first year, and then at 5 years, more and more businesses fail. So get your business ducks in a row and put a lot of work and investment into that.
What's up, y'all? It's Terry Warfield, and that's my channel name too. If I had to give one piece of advice for people looking to start a YouTube career, whatever you want to call it, is stop trying to be somebody else. The beauty in YouTube, the beauty in social media is individuality. Everybody's different. So I don't care if 1,000 people said the same thing that haven't said it like you said it. So that's my tip for advice. Be you, accept you, embrace you. Everything else will fall into place. Let's get it.
My name's Chris, and I make YouTube videos, Instagram reels around cameras, gear, content, teaching people how to use cameras, that kind of thing. Biggest piece of advice I can give you, start building your channel or creating content around something you're interested in, and not just something that you've liked for the past couple of weeks, like something you think you'll be actually interested in 2 years, 5 years, because if you don't, you will burn out very quickly because it's not as easy as it looks. So do something you're interested in, you love, and you'll enjoy the whole process.
Hey, my name's Philip Lemoyne, and I make cooking videos and I put them on the internet. So my tip would be to figure out why you're creating. One thing you want to figure out in the beginning is what's your goal of being a creator, and around that content you plan on creating. Is it to start a business? Is it to help other people? Is it to just grow a following that you can monetize? Just really take a minute to think about your why before you spend all this time creating content that might not align with that reason.
My name is Miguel Quiles, and my one piece of advice if you're looking to be a creator is actually twofold. Be humble, and don't be afraid to just try stuff and mess up. You're gonna have to do things for many, many years before you find whatever your niche or your style is. So just keep doing things, keep trying, and one day hopefully you'll make it.
What's up, guys? My name is Armando. I have a YouTube channel called Mondo Bites. The advice that I would give to a creator is, honestly, so it's gonna sound cliche, just go out there and do it. Get comfortable with the camera. I would say try to stay away from watching a ton of YouTube videos because sometimes that can be discouraging. Just go and do it. Make videos, practice, you'll have a lot of fun, and yeah, that'll be my advice.
I'm Allison Anderson. I make travel and photography and some outdoorsy lifestyle type YouTube videos, and my tip for somebody starting a channel is to lean into what makes you uniquely you. You can consume a lot of content and try to emulate other people's styles, but the thing that makes you uniquely you is what is going to attract your audience to your channel, and it's what we love about all of our favorite creators. The things that are so just them.
Hey guys, I'm Drew Geraci. I'm a photographer and cinematographer, and if you're looking to start into the business, what I recommend doing is going out and trying something new, trying something you haven't done before. If you fail, but you're learning along the way, and that's how you make success.
Hey guys, my name's Connor, and I do a lot of work for different content creators and YouTubers, and my recommendation would be you don't necessarily always have to start your own YouTube channel or do it on your own or whatever. One thing that I would potentially recommend is see if you can't find someone who's already doing it and shadow them and work for them. And maybe you'll find that you actually like that and enjoy that more than doing a channel yourself, or you'll learn the tricks of the trade to start your own channel, get some insider information. So that would be my recommendation.
Good morning, my name is Piety Lambert, travel adventure photographer, and I have a YouTube channel. If I had one advice for creators starting, and it would simply be stay true to yourself. Honestly, you're gonna go the longest and the furthest if you stay true and do what you love versus what other people want to see from you.
Hey, my name's Donna. I have a channel called Donna Did It on YouTube, and my advice for someone that wanted to start out as a creator is to practice. Something that we don't give enough effort into is actually practicing your craft, getting better on camera, getting better at making videos, and then when you feel comfortable publishing, you can get out there and do it. And just do it. Once you are ready, don't hesitate any longer.
Hey guys, I'm Sidney DeYoungson. I make filmmaking tutorials and camera gear reviews on my YouTube channel, and my one advice for creators just starting out is an editing advice, and that's to edit backwards, because most likely your best take is going to be your last take. So save some time and edit backwards.
Hey, what's going on? It's Den Ice, Sony Alpha Collective member, and one piece of advice I would give you, anyone starting out is do a lot of research. Figure out what it is that you love. Study a picture, study an artist, and see what is it about that individual or their work that you admire. And, try to, one thing I did a lot was mimic some of the, some of my favorite photographers and their work. And in that, I found my niche and what worked for me. So do a little bit of research on, like I said, your favorite photographer, artists, anything of that sort, movies, stuff like that.
All right, so my name is Manny Ortiz, and I am a portrait photographer. Been a YouTuber for about 7 years, full-time, making this my full-time living for about 4 years, all right? And my biggest tip for anyone starting, I would say I'm gonna go from a business perspective. If you wanna make a living doing this, you have to strike while the iron's hot, all right? Because everyone has a peak, and then you kind of taper off, fighting for relevancy and all that. So you wanna make sure that you capitalize on when you're popping, when your numbers are up, so that you can build and sustain being a creator for the long run.
Hey, my name is Sigi. I have a channel called Tech Gear Talk, and my advice to someone who hasn't started yet is you're ready. You don't need to be any more prepared than you are now. Some things you're just not gonna know until you start. Get that first video out. You're gonna get better with every new video that you publish. Just get started.
Hi, my name is Hugh Brownstone. I am a YouTuber, a street photographer, writer, documentary filmmaker, and educator. We teach street photography workshops. If someone were interested in coming into YouTube, for example, because I understand that that's the #1 job that people want these days, I would say don't do it unless you absolutely love it and have enormous stores of energy. If you love what you do, then it's not a job. But if you don't love what you do, being a YouTuber is really, really, really hard.
So my name is Joshua. I'm a filmmaker and content creator, and the one piece of advice I would give those who are starting out, don't overthink it. This is something I deal with a lot, but the less you overthink and just do and enjoy the craft that you're making, it's going to become more authentic and really fun to put out.
Hey guys, I'm Braden. I am a filmmaker and photographer, and a piece of advice, I've been in the business for 7 years, not too long, but not short. And my advice would be enjoy the journey, enjoy the ups and downs. I know a lot of people get stressed out by numbers. It's important to care about it in a business sense, like any other business would with their numbers, but to not let it affect you, to try new things, see what you enjoy doing so you don't burn out. But this is the best job I could ever imagine. And I hope you guys are successful.
Hey, we're Becky and Chris. I'm Chris, she's Becky, and we have a YouTube channel, Becky and Chris.
Yeah. My piece of advice for anyone starting out is to make content that you actually want to make
not content that you think you should be making based on what everybody else is doing. Because it's way more sustainable to grow a YouTube channel when you love what you do than making videos that you don't like, growing an audience, and then you feel kind of trapped in that audience.
Yeah, and I think it kind of dovetails into authenticity. And if you're making content you enjoy making, it's going to come off as authentic, and nobody wants to watch inauthentic content.
I think the biggest takeaway from talking with everyone here at Kando is that you want to have a passion for what you're doing. You want to make sure that the kind of content that you're producing is something that you want to do long term. And so my biggest piece of advice for you is think about this in terms of a career versus just worrying about the numbers and the subscribers. You're not going to just be doing this for 1 year and then give it up. This is something that you want to do for the long haul. So you want to think about this in terms of how do you make this a sustainable career? Whether you are trying to do photography, video, trying to post things here on YouTube or any other social platform, or you want to do like freelance work or build a production company or be a professional photographer, no matter what you want to do, you still need to have this mindset of how can this become sustainable for you long term? You want to start looking at all the things you need to put in place to be able to keep doing this year after year after year. And don't just worry about the subscribers and the views and all of the vanity metrics.
The monolith video, as awesome as it was, I got a ton of views and I grew a ton of subscribers from it. But as soon as interest waned, which wasn't very long after it happened, it just kind of died.
Welcome to my new series on YouTube strategies. So I want to dig into how other creators are actually finding success on the platform, rather than just making videos that say, do this or do that. Everyone's experience is a little bit different, and there's something that we can learn from everyone's journey. So in this first video in the series, I'm talking to my buddy Justin B. McBride. A few weeks ago, we went on an overlanding trip, and at the end of that trip, before we took off to head home, we just did a quick little interview at Lake Tahoe, and I wanted to dig into what his strategy is for his channel, being that he is a channel that has 20,000 subscribers. So let me introduce you to Justin, and he's gonna tell you a little bit about his channel.
Hi, I'm Justin B. McBride. I have a YouTube channel that's dedicated to adventure, primarily off-road adventure, what some might call overland now. Not until recently have I actually started to see any kind of traction with the channel.
Now, something that's interesting about Justin's channel is that the first few years he was on the platform, he wasn't really gaining a ton of momentum. And I had the same kind of experience when I first started YouTube. I did a ton of vlogs and nobody watched them.
I like to call my first years finding my sea legs. I was really trying to find my voice in the way I made videos. A lot of what I was making was just adventure vlogs, and just no traction came from any of that. It was really just like keeping a video diary.
Vlogs are the instant go-to when you first want to start creating on YouTube. I know for me, I started watching Casey Neistat vlogs, and I was like, I can do that. And that's a good exercise, is see something you like and try to make something your own out of the same style of content. That's how you're gonna find what works for you and what you actually like creating. But in that period where you're experimenting and trying something new, you can't just expect your channel to take off and build this ginormous audience.
When I started to implement things that would answer questions, that's when I started to see more traction and more growth. So one of my first videos I did on the Tacoma that did well was how to plasti dip the grill. And that got 40,000 views and blew my mind because I wasn't getting anything like that. And that's when something kind of triggered in my mind. If I can create content that someone is literally searching for, then I can get views off of it.
Helping someone or answering questions is a great way to build a new audience of people who don't know who you are. With those types of videos, you're able to access the whole world of YouTube of the people that need to find X, Y, or Z. Whether that's a product review, a how-to, a tutorial, just there are so many questions being asked every day. And that's, for me, is where I saw my first initial growth as well. So on here, on Jeven Dovey, I do reviews and tutorials, and I've been consistent about doing those because those videos always bring in new people into my channel. And when I first saw growth, it was around the DJI Mavic Pro when that first drone came out, and I did a ton of videos around that drone. So if you can answer questions in your content, that is one really good strategy to build an audience. So one question that's going to come up is, well, how do you find the topics that people are searching for?
Oh, that's a good question. So a lot of what I do is I'll just Google something myself, or I think of what I need to learn learn. So if I do have a part I need to install, I know someone else is going to be searching for that. As far as like anything trip related, because I still want to do adventures. I mean, we're out here, we just finished the Pony Express. How do I know that someone's going to be searching for the Pony Express? It's basically based off of other searches I've done, right? I want to find domestic overland trips. Someone else has to be searching that. So I do a little bit of Google research. I use some tools like TubeBuddy and some of the keyword researchers and hone in on those. Yeah.
Now, to add on to this, if you are thinking through questions that you might have, also think through questions that you had like a year ago or 2 years ago. Like, what did old you think about back then when you were trying to learn X, Y, and Z? Now, one good tool to find these keywords to search for when you're trying to come up with questions is TubeBuddy. And basically what you do is you take this idea, say you want to do a video on how to tell a story in a vlog. Well, then I would type that into TubeBuddy and see what kind of keywords people are actually searching for when it comes to vlogging and storytelling. And so I have another video that digs really into how I use TubeBuddy and how you do these searches to find keywords. I'll link to that down below in the description. But it's a great tool to add on to a search-based strategy, which is what we're talking about, using the power of search to answer questions and build your audience. Now, to go along with a search-based strategy, there's this idea of tentpole trends. And that concept basically means you're looking for something that is newsworthy right now in your specific niche. So is there something coming out, a product, or is there an event happening that you can jump on, make a video around, and that's going to bring a lot of attention to your channel at that moment. Now, I'm sure you've heard about the Utah monolith. It was trending all over social media. It got a ton of press across the internet, and there was different monoliths popping up all around the world. Now, Justin lives in Utah, so he was able to jump on it and make a video about the monolith.
Yeah, the monolith video was, honestly, I found it, and then I learned that everybody on Reddit had found it, and it was out there. So a buddy of mine reached out, and he was like, hey, when are we going? Thinking I was going to say, yeah, next week. And I said, I'm leaving in about an hour. And we literally just jumped in the Jeep, cruised down there as fast as we could, camped right outside of it basically, ran in first thing in the morning, shot it as fast as I could, drove home again, so all in a day, edited, threw it up, and then within hours I had news outlets reaching out to share it. When CNN reached out, I knew I did it right. And the way that I did this is I saw the news outlets' videos were getting millions of views. All of them, and they were 2 days old, 1 day old, and it was 600, 700,000 views. And I knew instantly if I went and made a better video with better than the cell phone footage that they had, people would want to use that footage and share my video. And that's exactly what happened. So I just honed in on, I can do a better job than what's been done, and people are interested in this topic, it will do well. And that's exactly what happened.
This video on Justin's channel has over 400,000 views, and when you look in his library, it's the #1 video. Now, that does a ton for a channel when you're able to bring that kind of attention, especially to a channel that has a smaller subscriber count.
Between that and the Bronco video, I saw, 7,000 or 8,000 new subs.
Tentpole videos are great in the fact that they can bring a ton of new attention to your channel, but just as they showed up and they become this huge wave of momentum, they could also just disappear.
The monolith video, as awesome as it was still a tentpole trend. So it happened really fast, and it got a ton of views, and I grew a ton of subscribers from it. But as soon as interest waned, which wasn't very long after it happened, it just kind of died. And there's been short little spikes throughout, but it's over. I consider that video dead to me, and it's time to move on to the next thing.
Now, the lesson here is that you don't want to just focus on tentpole trend videos unless you think you can knock out one of these every single week. With YouTube, you want to be consistently putting out content, and you want to put out content that is a variety of styles of content. So chasing after the tentpole videos is great, but it's only going to do so much for your channel, and really, you want to build a subscriber base that actually cares about watching all of the content on your channel, not just one video that they saw on some CNN article. So I asked Justin, after this big tentpole event happened, and also the new Ford Bronco came out, those were two videos that did super well for him. What is his strategy moving forward?
Yeah, my YouTube strategy 2021 is continue to chase trends. I think that's probably the smartest thing I can do based off of what I just learned this last few months. And again, the only way I can really do that is see what's happening in the news, see what falls in my niche. right? Because I'm not going to go chase down some political rally. It just wouldn't work for my channel. But if there's something happening that's Utah-based or in, the Mountain West, I'm going to chase it down. And then as far as content that is searchable, anything that comes to new off-road or adventure-related stuff that I know people are having issues with. The pandemic is a great thing for my niche right now because everybody wants to go camping. They're new to camping, they're new to overland, and they need to know what to do next. And if I can hone in on that and answer those questions with my videos, I'll continue to do well.
Now, one key thing in Justin's strategy is going after people who are new to overlanding. That's a bigger audience than the experts, the people who have been doing this forever. And it's also a better audience to be able to build a base of people that care about the other styles of content that he's going to create. Search-based content, these tentpole trends, and then his adventure films, which we just went and filmed a big epic journey. That's still going to be a part of what Justin creates on his channel. And those videos really help with that audience that really cares about your content and wants to see more than just education or more than just reviews.
One thing I have learned is early on in my channel, I was afraid of the responses I would get from people who've been doing this longer than me. And I've slowly come to learn that those aren't the people searching these videos out. The people that are searching these videos out are the people who are new to it. So that really has become my new target audience that I focus on more. Sure, I'll get the people who do this all the time and they'll comment and have their opinions on my side of the story, but I don't care. I'm really there to provide my knowledge to the people who are new to this industry, because that base is going to be a much easier base to captivate with new information, and I don't have to feel like I have to be 100% the expert. I can dumb down the information just a little bit and present it in a way that helps anybody that's new to this get into it. If you're starting a YouTube channel, I'm going to say plan your videos. Don't wing it. When I was winging it, nothing happened. But when I would put a little bit of planning in and understand the tactic behind my video before I even hit record, that really helped. And then even beyond that, if you're doing a product review or something, just write down notes. Put notes in your phone and refer to that. If you're doing a travel video, turn your travel video into an informational video. Like, hey, we're out on the trail today, but I'm going to teach you 3 ways to navigate better, right? And that will help take your adventure video and make it searchable.
Now, one thing that I just want to add on is that you don't want to become so stuck in one niche that's all search-based. And I think there is this push to just really hone down your niche and be very specific, but I really think that you still need to have your personality within your videos, and you still need to create videos that you're excited about. If you're always just creating tutorials and you're not actually super excited about making those tutorials all the time, you're gonna get burned out. Now, I'm just gonna leave you with this. Don't get stuck doing just one thing and doing it all for the audience. Also think through what kind of content do you wanna make? And just a fraction of your content should be more focused on the stuff that gets you very excited. And if that is tutorials, reviews, then that's great. But if you're just doing reviews around like cell phones and you really just aren't super passionate about that, what you really care about is taking photos, well, integrate some of the stuff you care about into the content that you're doing, and don't just chase views. In this video, we're talking about YouTube and some of the hardest things about being a YouTuber. And guys, I teamed up with an awesome group of creators, and we're using our collective knowledge to go through some of the things that make being on the platform so difficult, but why it's also so awesome to be a YouTuber and a creator, and some of the most rewarding things about working in this space. All right, let's get into it. Now I'm here at Sony Camera Camp. I'm actually up in Glacier National Park, just doing some exploring. But this is a great opportunity to hear from some awesome creators that are here at the camp and just get some insight into the things that make being on the platform so difficult, but also some reasons why we all keep doing it and why it is such an awesome place to create content and why this awesome group and community is amazing.
Hi, my name is Faruk. I'm the creator and owner of the channel called iPhondo. I review technology. The most difficult part about YouTube is being a one-man band. You gotta prepare your own script. You gotta prepare, well, I prepare my own music. I don't have to, but I do that as well. And then you shoot by yourself, you edit by yourself, you prepare the thumbnail by yourself, and then you take the hate coming from by yourself. But the most rewarding part is when people get what you do, when they support what you do, when they understand when you're not feeling well, sometimes it, you know, resonates. People can tell from the video, and then the sweetest comment, you get the sweetest comments. They're like, hey, you sound like, you know, you have the cold, are you okay? So we're a big, crazy family on YouTube, and I cannot be more happy.
What's up, guys? My name is Kyler Holland. I mainly do tutorials here on YouTube, and I think the hardest thing on YouTube for me is like coming up with the creative ideas. And now YouTube as a whole is a creative platform. You can share your creative ideas with anyone, and that's the best thing about it, is because it's creative freedom. You can do anything you want, and now you're gonna get some people who like don't really like what you do, but that doesn't matter. Like, haters are gonna hate, but as long as you love what you do, it's amazing. So the thing I always say is like, go out and create because you want to, not because you have to.
Yo, this is Darius Britt. I run the YouTube channel D for Darius. The hardest thing about YouTube, I would say, is mixing it up and continuing to try new things to keep your content fresh, because sometimes you can kind of fall into a rut if you do the same thing over and over and over again. But I'd say the most rewarding thing is just the connectivity you get with your fans, like being able to see the things that you're doing actually affecting someone else's life, and being able to exchange value in a way that kind of touches others, I would say. Yeah.
My name's Nadine, my channel is Hey Nadine, and I do travel videos. I'd say the hardest thing about being a YouTuber is constantly comparing yourself to others when it's so easy to compare. So it's stopping yourself from comparing when all the metrics are available in public. The most rewarding is probably being able to create the life you always wanted. Like, the sky is your limit, you can do whatever you want. The world's your oyster.
My name is Roberto Blake, and I'm a creative entrepreneur on YouTube. I teach a lot of people about how to turn their creativity into a career and how to like market themselves online. What's the hardest thing about being a YouTuber? I think the hardest thing about being a YouTuber is the fact that when you make a piece of content and you really care about it, the thing is you have to accept the fact that nobody else might, or not as many people as you expect, care about that thing. Sometimes you're trying to make something a little bit different than what you normally would, and you have to accept that, well, maybe people didn't sign on for you and whatever you want to do. They signed on for this thing that you've gotten them used to. You set an expectation, and so when you don't deliver on that, you can't expect the same kind of support. And I think it discourages a lot of creators. I know that even on occasion it's gotten to me that I wanted to do something that I felt was meaningful, and there wasn't as much of an audience for that as something that maybe was useful to a larger group of people. But weighed against all of that, the most rewarding thing, at least for me, is the fact that you have almost this unlimited freedom to express yourself, to be able to communicate and find that audience of like-minded people. And if you really are thinking about what makes you different and you're embracing that, you will find the rewards that come with it if you have the courage to put yourself out there, because maybe you're going to inspire somebody else to do exactly the same thing. And if you can do that even one time, then it's all worthwhile.
What's up, guys? My name is Armando Ferreira. I have a channel called Mondo Bites. The most difficult thing about being a YouTuber or a creator is staying motivated. For me, sometimes I just don't want to do anything. I don't want to shoot a video, and that can be a little difficult. So a lot of times what I like to do is just kind of disconnect a little bit, not watch any videos, or even just, you know, from social media, and then eventually just get back into it. The rewarding part of it is when I get to connect with other creators and also you guys, the audience. I like to interact with people, and also, you know, when I come to events like this, it's just amazing being able to collaborate with other creators, and it's just awesome. So there is reward, so just got to get through that hump.
I'm gonna give you one of the things that I've come across that is the hardest thing when it comes to building a YouTube channel. And that is just playing the mental game. And what I mean by that is, you know, you get in your head all the time, like, is my thumbnail good? Is my title good? Is my video good? Are people gonna care about it? Is this doing good? Is this doing bad? Like, why did this video tank? Why did this video skyrocket? And, you know, with everything, no matter what it is when it comes to the content that you're creating, if you really care about something and it's not received like you thought it would be, you're gonna get really down on yourself. And this happens to me again and again and again, and you know, all of us are victims of this. You know, you get in your own head. And so I think one of the hardest things is being able to detach yourself from your videos and from what's happening, because there's so many things that could be happening on YouTube that directly affect your videos, but you can do nothing about it. So whether it's an algorithm thing or it's something to do with just the way videos are being viewed at that time, and something in your title or your thumbnail's not working properly, there are so many things that have to work together to make your videos just take off. And so I don't want you to get in your head and just worry about every little detail. What you need to focus on is more about just making stuff that you want to make, and also doing the proper steps so that you know that you're creating content that's going to get the views and get the subscribers. And you know, I've talked about this in a lot of my different videos about the ways that you can grow your channel, or the things that you can do to basically help get your videos seen. But all of it comes back to you need to make sure that you have the mindset, and you need to make sure that you're not so attached to your content that if one little thing goes wrong, it's gonna basically topple the entire house of cards. So when it comes to it, one of the hardest things about YouTube is just being in your head and just thinking about every little thing. However, one of the most rewarding things about YouTube, and why I continue to do this personally, you know, I get to create the content that I wanna create. I get to hang out with creators, other people that are creating the content that they wanna create. We're all on the same playing field. This is a collaboration. We're all in this together. It's an awesome, massive community, and we can all be a part of it.
What's up, guys? I am John Uray, and what I do is I explore abandoned places around the world that are creepy, exciting, and a little funky weird stuff. So, and one of the hardest things I'd say about being a YouTuber is it depends like where your audience is, and a lot of my audience is based on the creepy, asylum, exploring. Like, they like to be spooked out. So like from other people, some other people could actually have it where it's like they're doing different content where they're inside the houses, but for me it's like I always have to travel and find crazy weird things always on the go. So it's like you always have to step out your comfort, and you always have to stay consistent with it. So YouTube as a platform is super interesting to be on, just because it's like one of those things where you're able to get this creative freedom. I mean, I'm honestly thankful for a lot of things I've done. I've done a 98-day USA road trip around the whole US, 98 days around Asia, and also was able to meet my own dad's twin brother for the first time in my life. So it's just like one of those things where it's like you really get this huge freedom where you could really start challenge yourself to just do what you really want to do, and like what things that inspire you in life. And it's honestly amazing, and it's also great to meet other people who are in this community who are creators, and you can see what things they do and their niches versus like your niches, and like hit thoughts off each other and ideas and all these different things. I feel like it's a great new generation as we're coming upon, and honestly I can't wait to see what's further with YouTube and even generally social media.
Hey, what's up guys? It's Mike from Please Stand By. So on my channel, I started with gaming stuff 8.5 years ago, recently rebranded and making like travel content, videos where I try new things and hopefully inspire my audience to try something new in their life as well, doing some tutorials and stuff. So Jeven here asked me to tell you guys, you know, one thing that is probably the hardest thing about being a YouTuber. And for me, honestly, I think it's just dealing with the ups and the downs. It's going to happen. No matter what, you're gonna have times where you're on top of the world, your numbers are going up, and then you're gonna have times where those are going down. And I honestly think that just that roller coaster effect it's really hard on your mental health sometimes, it's hard on your confidence, and that's really rough. But in the end, one of the reasons I love doing YouTube the most is the fact that at the end of the day, I get to create exactly what I want to create, and I get to do it how I want to do it. And I get to do it on my terms. So for me, that's just like the most fun thing, is that having that creative freedom. I love the process that I've gone through. I love everything that I've learned. And Jeven, thanks for having me on, man.
What's going on, guys? My name is Hembu, and I create filmmaking and photography related content on my channel. And personally, I think one of the most hardest things about doing YouTube is just getting started, getting the ball rolling, and kind of taking that leap of faith and getting over the fear of what people might think of you for your first couple of videos is very important. And I think one of the most rewarding things about doing YouTube is just having that creative freedom. That creative freedom to just kind of do what you want and kind of create what you want. Because at the end of the day, I think that's what we're best at, is creating.
What's going on, y'all? My name is Taylor Moore. My channel is Taylor Moore 4K. I focus on tech reviews and tutorials. That's kind of my thing, so if you're into that, come check it out. Now, if we're talking about YouTube, the things that are great about it, the things that are tough, for me, the hardest thing about being on YouTube is really balancing this narcissism with providing real value to the people who watch my videos. Letting it be about me versus making it a value that I drive to other people, and just balancing that on a day-to-day basis. But at the end of the day, the community, the people you meet through it, the relationships that come out of it, man, that's really where all the magic comes from YouTube.
Hey guys, I'm Ben from Authentic, and I review all sorts of fun tech gadgets and products and stuff like that. And I think one of the hardest things of being a YouTuber is it's very isolating. Often it's not as pretty as what the camera makes it look or seem, right? So we're alone in a room or outside shooting a product or something, and then editing alone. And so like this camp was awesome, just being with other content creators And it's really healthy just getting out and meeting other human beings and stuff. And then it's also the high competition, so you really gotta grind it out, and it takes lots of patience over long periods of time just to see some benefits reaped maybe. But then when you finally get to that point, it's just so satisfying. And then on the flip side, one of the greatest things is from scratch you're able to piece together this creative piece of content, and then you like offer it up to the world and you say like, hey, here it is, like hit publish, and then get that direct feedback from your audience and say like, oh, they love this or tweak this or whatever, and you're like, all right, awesome, thank you, and then you restart it all over again. It's so sweet.
What up, Swoop here. My channel is Swoop. I make films and scripted meets reality content, and I would say one of the hardest things for being a YouTuber is managing your expectations and managing your time, because you are an entrepreneur at this point. You are running your own business, and there will be a lot that comes your way, not just with making your content, maintaining a schedule, but also knowing that that has to stay consistent. And while everyone else is taking the weekends off from their jobs or going on vacations, you're probably going to be working through most of that, especially when you first get started. And you also need to manage your expectations and not expect everything to just blow up instantly and think that you're going to be the biggest thing ever, because it is a long-term game that you got to kind of stick through it even when things go down. But that being said, one of the best things about it is just being able to share your stories and your perspective and put your angle, your style, your spin on things, and reach out to others who are like you and be a voice for them if they need that voice, and hopefully inspire people along the way.
I know when it's starting out, it's super tough to jump on the platform and just expect everything to happen. You see these people blow up with massive channels, and you see people that have been doing it for a long period of time. And you know, here's the thing, it's not an easy road, but it's so rewarding. We have the ability to create videos that can create an impact in the world, and we can touch people directly. And that is one of the coolest things about this platform. In this video, we're going through what the difference is between pro YouTubers and beginner YouTubers. All right, guys, let's get into it. Now, number one, obviously, is have a one wheel. No, but seriously, one wheels are useful, but the number one is actually understanding who your audience is. More importantly than knowing who your audience is, but understanding what your audience wants to watch. So instead of just saying, oh, you have to be in a specific niche, because that's what I keep hearing over and over. It's more about, you know, understanding what your audience wants to see on your channel, what kind of videos they're interested in. Now, I know that's easy to say and harder to do. So a few tips to understanding what your audience wants to see from your channel. You know, one, read comments. Go through your comments, see what people are saying, see what kind of videos that they're asking for, see what they are commenting on the videos that you are creating. Are they liking it? Are they not liking it? Now, something else you want to do is dig into your analytics, and you want to see where your traffic sources are. So where is your audience coming from? If all of your audience is coming from search, then that's a good indication that, yeah, you're doing some videos that are getting good SEO and that they're getting people to click on your videos. However, that's not necessarily satisfying your audience the same way. So you want to look at browse, you want to look at your notifications, you want to see, are your subscribers clicking on your videos, or is it just people clicking in the search algorithm? And so yes, there is a good strategy around using search to bring in new people into your channel, but you also want to take care of the people that are existing in your channel. So if you're not getting a whole lot of views in your browse and, you know, notifications when you post a video, then that's an indication that, you know, you're not necessarily doing things specifically for your audience, but you're doing it for these search terms. So a key thing you want to do is get your audience involved. So ask them questions, look in those comments, use things like your community tab to create polls or questions. You know, one thing that I do is I have a mailing list, and I'll get a lot of feedback from that mailing list. And it's a good way to, you know, have a conversation that's not just in the videos. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but you want to try and get more community engagement. And you see this with a lot of successful YouTubers. They have a ton of community engagement versus just creating videos that are going to get views and clicked and all of that. The next thing is you've got to embrace imperfection. On YouTube, you're creating lots of content. It's not just like one awesome cinematic movie.
like you're creating content consistently. So you want to make sure that you're doing things that aren't wasting your time. And sometimes it's more important to just get a video out, get the content out, than it is to perfect the color grade or perfect every little shot and look over it 100 times. There are times where I'll like just pump out a video and just do it real quick. And those videos sometimes get the most views. Like this video I did around mistakes that new drone pilots make with the DJI Mavic Mini. It's a very quick video. I shot this in my studio, and then I had my buddy collab with me, and we made this in an afternoon. And this video has over 500,000 views. Whereas, I've done these videos where it takes weeks to shoot and it takes a ton of time to edit, and those videos get not very many views at all. So time doesn't necessarily equate views, subscribers, all of that. It's more about the content. So you just have to embrace this idea of imperfection, and sometimes you just need to put the video out. Just get the content done, put the video out, move on to the next one. Because you don't want to get stuck working on the same video over and over and over for weeks, and then you never actually get anything done, and then you missed all these opportunities to keep putting out videos that would help grow your channel. Next is time management. Pro YouTubers understand the value of their time, and they understand that you need to schedule things out, and you need to make sure that you're doing all the things in proper order so that you can get done efficiently, and so that you can work on next videos, work on other projects. And so I hear this again and again, a lot of beginner YouTubers spend way too much time on social media or spend way too much time watching other YouTubers. There's a lot of value in watching other creators and seeing what's out there and getting inspired, but at the same time you need to step away from the computer screen and actually work on your own projects and go out there and go shoot. Also, you need to come up with effective ways to manage your time. So is there things in your day that are taking too much away from being able to run this and make this a business? Because YouTube is a business. Another thing pro YouTubers do is they understand when it's time to build a team. You always don't want to be doing everything on your channel forever. Like, eventually you're going to want to hire out. So you want to look for those opportunities where you can hire someone on to help take some of the workload. And it might come in different forms. It might be someone managing your time in terms of schedule. It might be someone managing you. It might be an editor. It might be a shooter. There are so many different positions that you could hire out to help make your life easier. So figure out where your bottlenecks are, and that's where you can hire out people to help make the process easier. Now, a key thing that pro YouTubers have figured out is understanding when to say no. So understanding that you don't need to go out on every Friday night. You don't need to go out with your friends all the time. There are a bunch of things that you're going to have to sacrifice to make this a full-time thing, because it takes a lot of time to do. It's like non-stop working if you want to be a pro YouTuber. Now, in terms of the YouTube space, there's going to be a lot of opportunities that come your way. Whether that comes in the form of like sponsorships or events or different potential like collaborations. And you need to understand your brand, and you need to understand when to say no, and what things will benefit your community and what things will hurt your community. And I think a key thing is having an ethics code. So having a way that you deal with potential sponsorships, brand deals, basically how you're going to approach a situation, and what things you'll do and what things you won't do. So let me just give you a quick rundown of my ethics code. I have 7 things that I go through if someone reaches out to me and wants to work with me or has a sponsorship or anything like that. Number 1, am I excited to work with a brand or product? If I'm not, I'm gonna say no. Would I do this regardless of money? I think this is key, because if it's something that you're only doing for the money, you should rethink whether it's something you should do for your channel. My third thing is, what would I have to give up to make this happen? Every time you say yes, it takes time. It takes money, time, energy. So what are you gonna have to give up? Thinking through this might actually make you say no. Number 4 is, will this help my audience in some way? You always wanna be thinking audience, and that's why I started this video talking about understanding your audience. Your audience is super important. Number 5, is the sponsor or brand trying to ask me to do something that I don't want to do? If you're doing things that you don't want to do, it's going to come off in the content that you're creating. So you want to make sure that it's in line with what you want to do. Number 6 is, will I enjoy making this piece of content? And this comes from experience. The more that you create, the more you realize that you don't want to be making stuff that you're not going to enjoy doing. And that's one thing that pro YouTubers have figured out. They keep creating the kinds of content that they enjoy creating. Now, the 7th question that I ask myself is, will I regret not doing it? So these are the 7 questions that I run through when an opportunity presents itself. You know, does it matter for you guys? Does it matter for me? Is it something I'm going to enjoy doing, or is it something I'm not going to enjoy doing? All of that comes from experience of creating hundreds of videos on the platform and saying yes to too many things and saying yes to things that end up taking time away from the things that I want to do. So pro YouTubers versus beginner YouTubers have an understanding of self, and they have an understanding of what it is that they want to do on the platform, and they'll actually do the things that are better for their community, things that they enjoy doing, rather than just like saying yes to everything. Now, one of the big things that separates pro YouTubers from beginner YouTubers is the incorporation of story into their videos. Now, there's so much that we could discuss about story, but using proper storytelling techniques and incorporating it into your videos will help make you stand out and keep people more engaged. So I'll put some links down below in the description to some videos that I've done all about how to tell stories, whether it's in vlogs or just storytelling in general, and I highly suggest checking those out. I put together a free 1-hour masterclass, which is here on my channel, that really dives into story and shows you specifically how I craft a story from beginning to end. Now guys, I'd love to hear from you who your favorite YouTubers are down in the comments. And take a look. Do they use storytelling elements in their videos? Yes or no? And maybe that's something we'll break down in another video. And the last thing that pro YouTubers do versus beginners is they measure success versus just guessing for success. So I have a 4-step process that I think that will help you on your journey. Number 1 is you want to come up with a plan. So you want to come up with, what is it that you're trying to do? Are you trying to get subscribers, views? Now, what's something specifically that you can do to try and achieve that goal? Now, you want to execute on that. So once you have your plan, put it into action, and put it into action for a certain period of time. So like test it for 30 days or test it for 60 days. And then you want to analyze. You want to use your data, you want to go into your analytics, and you want to see, did this work? Did this help? Did this not help? And then last, you want to take that, create a new plan, and then go for it again. So the key is small incremental changes, and then over time, that will build up to finding out what works and to figuring out what is going to make you successful on the platform. So I think the key things between a pro and a beginner YouTuber is understanding their audience, knowing when to say yes, and understanding the value of measuring change versus just guessing if something's going to work. The key is to understand what you're creating and know what kind of impact that's going to have with your community. And if you can figure that out, that's going to help you find success on the platform.
For the last 6 years, I've been making videos here on YouTube. This journey started as a creative outlet and eventually morphed into so much more. I launched my channel by making travel vlogs with my wife under the name Wanderworks. We explored some really cool places, but learned that travel vlogging just wasn't something we wanted to do long term. So I started pursuing my passion of adventure filmmaking, and this channel evolved into what it is today. So in this video, I'm going to go through 9 lessons that I've learned on how to be a successful creator and some of the things that have helped me along the way.
First big lesson is that the numbers really don't matter. If you set a goal for yourself to get 10,000 subscribers, 100,000 subscribers, 1 million subscribers, well, once you get there, it's gonna be awesome. It's a reason to celebrate. You hit this goal of a subscriber milestone. But the next day, you're gonna have to set a new goal and you're gonna be moving towards a different objective. And in the end, what does 1 million subscribers really mean? Like, what to you is 1 million subscribers? I think the biggest question that you need to ask yourself is, why do I want 1 million subscribers? Like, what is the purpose of that? Because having something like 1 million subscribers doesn't necessarily mean that you are successful. So you have to think of, what does success mean to you? Does it have to do with your income? Does it have to do with just having a place to have a creative outlet? Like, what is the purpose of making videos? And we set these goals for ourselves, like getting to these different subscriber milestones or these different objectives. But a lot of times we don't take the time to take a step back and actually think of, well, why do we want that? Why do we need this in our life? So one big thing that you can take away from this is don't set your goals based around just getting a bright, shiny plaque. Figure out what it is that you actually want and what goals do you need to set to be able to obtain that. And what happens when you actually get there? Are you done? Are you going to be setting new goals? Like, think through the longevity of what you're doing rather than just thinking short term and trying to get this one number goal. Another big lesson that I've learned is that quality doesn't really matter that much. It does and it doesn't. So the overall quality of videos that we see here on the platform are rising. Creators are getting better at shooting, they're getting better at editing, but overall, if you can tell a good story, then the quality doesn't matter as much. There is a huge range of quality on the platform. And if you're just someone shooting with an iPhone, well, you can make videos that can reach millions of people. I've saw a channel recently that was shot all on an iPhone 11 and all the videos had 4 million views. So the idea of needing all this expensive equipment, cameras, gimbals, drones, everything, it's not necessary. You could use just the tools that you have at your disposal. And you need to think of, well, who is your audience and what are you making videos for? And how can I tell a story that's engaging? And if you're not making entertaining videos, if you're not making videos that necessarily have a story, say you just want to show how to fix a flat tire, well, you still have to know why you're making videos. And you have to know what the purpose is of that video. Is it educational? Is it entertaining? But at the end of the day, the quality doesn't matter as long as you satisfy what the person came to your video for. So if someone came to learn how to fix a flat tire, they're not going to care if you're using A7S Mark III and a drone to capture B-roll. All they care about is getting that content from you. So quality really doesn't matter that much. And it gives you a lot of freedom when you're out filming to just let things not be perfect all the time. If you are someone that wants to shoot on high-end cameras and make the best looking content, that's great, but you also can realize that things don't have to be perfect. And that's definitely a big lesson that I've learned coming from more of a filmmaking background with a production company. It's just, you can just let things slide sometimes. They don't always have to be perfect. How cool is this? Just one tree out here in these hills by itself. Pretty random. So the next lesson that I've learned is only focus on the things that we can control. And what I mean by that is things like what the algorithm does, we don't really have a whole lot of control on. Yes, there's ways that we can position our videos in a way where maybe the algorithm will pick up on it and put it in suggested or put it on the homepage, but at the end of the day, we really don't have control over that. We have control over making videos, and if we've made a video that performs well, we can try to dissect that and make more videos like that. But if we focus too much on these things like the algorithm, well, it just clouds your judgment and it clouds what you're doing, and we should really just be focusing on making better videos. At the end of the day, if we can make a good video that reaches the audience that we're trying to reach, that's all that really matters. And I think one of the big traps that we get stuck in as creators is just looking at our analytics all the time. I know one of the things that I'm gonna do in 2022 is gonna be to not look at my analytics every day, maybe not even every week. I'm gonna try to only look at it once in a while. Probably do a day where I really dig into my analytics, find out what's working, what's not, and then make adjustments to my content moving forward. But when we're constantly just looking at our analytics on our phone every day, looking at how many views we're getting per hour, it's really not helping us as creators. It's actually putting more stress on you. And focusing so much on the numbers is one reason that creators will burn out. I know that I've had periods where I've felt completely wiped. And it was because I'm constantly just checking my analytics and trying to figure out exactly what worked that day versus the day before, or why that hour was getting a big push of traffic and this hour wasn't. Like, you'll make yourself go crazy if you look at this kind of stuff all the time. So focus on the things that we can control. Focus on your videos. I thought it was gonna be awful weather on this hike, but the sun just came out. I'm gonna climb up here to see if I see the ocean. But the next lesson that I've learned is don't respond to trolls. Don't give them the time of day. And I see it all the time in my comments. I see just people talking trash. I see people saying the most hurtful things. And I've seen other creators talking about this as well. See on Twitter, people showing comments of what people have left and then their response, and sometimes it goes back and forth. You know, when it comes to trolls, the way I've learned to deal with them is to just ignore it. It's one thing if someone's giving you constructive feedback or you made a legit error, but there are still a lot of comments of just things that shouldn't be said or people should just keep to themselves. A lot of times it's probably just a reflection of that person being upset or that person being jealous at the end of the day. But the best part about YouTube specifically is there's a tool to deal with trolls. It's called hide user from channel. So what you can do is if someone leaves a nasty comment is you just go through and hit hide user from channel, and basically that user is blocked. They don't realize they're blocked, so they'll try to comment on more future videos, but those comments will never show up. And it is one of the most satisfying things when someone is just talking trash. They write this huge, big, long 5-paragraph thing about how you're wrong and how you're the worst person ever and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I've gotten stuff like that. But you go down and you hit hide user from channel, never see that person again, and that comment is gone. And they don't even realize that they've been blocked. And speaking of trolls, I know there's someone that's gonna say, you're out of breath, why don't you work out more? It's ridiculous. Every time I do a hiking video, someone talks about how I'm out of breath and I need to get in shape. Hide user from channel. This is crazy. All of these hills were super brown like a few days ago, and it's just been pouring rain the last few days. And so they're all starting to turn green. This is like one area I like to come up and film all the time, and it's gonna be amazing in a few days. But the next important lesson that I've learned is that consistency is more important than having a viral hit. If you have a video that gets 10 million views, that's great, but if you don't have a consistent practice to making videos at a certain interval every week, every 2 weeks, every other day, whatever it is, then having a viral video doesn't mean anything. You could have a video that really just takes off and blows up your channel, but if you're not ready for that traffic, if you're not ready to be consistent, then you're not gonna be able to find success on the platform, unless your success is defined by having one viral hit. The important thing with being a creator is just being consistent over a long period of time. I like to tell the story of when I first started my channel. I made over 200 videos. They're all travel vlogs or just vlogs around Santa Monica where I was living at the time. And in that first year, I only made about $40. I got monetized, but it was pennies. And over time, I figured out what works, and I figured out what I like making and what kind of content does perform well. And I've been able to do that again and again and be able to see the numbers actually grow. So one of the biggest things I've learned is just keep moving forward. Don't worry about if something takes off. Don't worry about if something tanks. Just keep the consistency moving forward. So another big lesson that I've learned is don't take on more than you can handle. And there's definitely times where I've taken on way too much. I've said yes to too many things. And then I just feel stuck because I have so many different things that I have to do at one time that I end up getting nothing done at all. So in general, like the saying says, don't bite off more than you can chew. And as a creator, the more that I say no, the easier it is to make videos. I focus on one video at a time now. And if I have ideas pop up, if I have things on my agenda that I need to get done, I make sure to take care of those so that when I come out and film a video like this is the only thing that I'm thinking about. And when I go on a trip, I just went up to Death Valley recently, spent multiple days filming, and that was the only thing I thought about on the entire trip, was working on that video and just being in that really awesome place. Because I found that if I'm thinking about 100 things, I'm working on a course at the same time as trying to make a video while dealing with emails and sponsors and thinking about how I'm gonna tie affiliates in, or, you know, there's so many different components to being a creator. And I've decided just to take a step back, do less, but put all my effort into the things that I am doing. Another lesson that I've learned is stop listening to all of the education that's around us. I know that might sound counterintuitive because there's so many good resources out there, but if you're just binging YouTube educators and you're listening to everything they say and applying it all to your channel, well, that's gonna set you up for failure. There's a lot of things that you have to figure out for yourself and you have to figure out for your channel. And just recently, I've been chatting with one of my buddies who's a creator that has a channel similar size to mine, but completely different niche. And he was told by a YouTube educator to take off the call to action to say subscribe at the beginning of a video. And this is something that was told to me a while back as well. And we started looking at our data and we found that the videos where we had this call to action gained subscribers at a much faster rate than the videos that didn't have this call to action. It's just a minor little switch, but it is something that actually affects, at least on our channels, if people subscribe from watching that video. It's super interesting because I'm constantly hearing of people saying take these kinds of things off of your videos, but then you look at the data over tons of videos and the data is different. And this is what I mean by don't always listen to the education. I think there's a lot of good tips and tricks out there, but it really comes down to testing things. And what I've learned is if I'm gonna make a change, I'm gonna try something new on my channel, I'm gonna test it out thoroughly and I'm going to find data points and see if it actually works or if it doesn't work. Because if you're just doing things blindly based on what someone says in a 10 tips video, then you might actually set yourself up to have a negative impact on your channel. So everyone's journey is a little bit different and everyone's channel is gonna be different. Something that works on my channel isn't necessarily gonna work on your channel. And this is for every channel out there. There are things that some creators do that work super well, but that's for that specific style of content reaching that audience. And there's things that other channels will do that will be completely different and they'll also work. So I guess the biggest lesson that I've learned over the years is don't consume so much. And the biggest thing that's helped me is having other creators that are friends that we can bounce ideas off of, that we can actually look at our data and compare channels side by side. Because when I do that, that's when we end up finding things that actually work versus just listening to a tips video that we found on the platform. Another huge lesson that I've learned is that comparison will ruin your experience here on YouTube. There's a lot of creators, and there's a lot of creators doing exactly what you're doing or something similar. And as soon as you start comparing and start trying to figure out why their videos are performing better than yours, or why they are having a higher subscriber count or anything like that, it's just gonna get into your head and you're not focusing on the things that actually matter, because again, we have no control over any of that. And everyone is coming to YouTube from a different perspective. Some people have more time
to be able to make videos. Some people have a family. Some people have only one day a week to make a video because they have another job. Don't think about other creators, because every creator's at a different stage in life. Every creator has different things going on behind the scenes. And so as soon as you start comparing, you're starting to put yourself in this position where you're just gonna be up in your head. You're gonna be thinking about everything that you could be doing versus actually doing the things that will help you grow your channel, be successful, whatever your goals are. And some of the things that I've noticed over the years is that two channels might do the exact same thing, but for some reason, one channel will perform better than the other. And it might have to do with the way that someone is on screen, it might have to do with the background, it might have to do with the pacing, the editing. Like, there's so many factors. So as soon as you start comparing yourself to other people, you're gonna set yourself up for failure, and it's gonna lead to burnout because you're gonna be over-analyzing, analysis paralysis, however you wanna call it. You're just gonna be overthinking it too much rather than actually just going out and doing it and figuring out what works for you and figuring out what works for the audience that you wanna build. Another huge lesson that I've learned is you don't have to have a plan. You don't have to know exactly where you're going. You could just go for it and just figure it out along the way. And this is something that's plagued me, especially in the last couple of years. I've been over-analyzing everything and trying to figure out what are my goals, or where do I want the direction of my channel to go, or how do I want to position myself. So I did a YouTube mastermind back in early 2020 in the beginning of the pandemic. And that mastermind really didn't help me that much. It actually put me in the wrong direction. It made me overanalyze everything that I was doing. And it just had such a negative impact on the content I was creating. In 2019, I was on a good path. I felt like I was making the videos I wanted to make, and I was trying new styles of content, and I was really just going for it. And then I took this course, I took this mastermind where we met every week, talked about YouTube, talked about goals and objectives and the things that we wanted to do. And I felt like it just, looking back, it put me in the wrong direction. It made me get stuck in analysis paralysis. And over the last couple of years, it's been something that's just dragging on me in the back of my mind. And one of the big things that had a negative impact on me was this whole idea of having to have a set plan, a set goal of objective that you're trying to achieve, and setting all these smart goals to get there. And it's too much at the end of the day. Sometimes you just have to be okay with making the kind of videos that you like making, figuring out your goals and your direction as you make those videos. This channel started as a travel vlog channel with me and my wife, and it's gone a completely different direction. And that's okay. Your channel can evolve over time. And one thing with this lesson that I've learned is that there's no reason just to start over. I feel like a lot of times if we feel like we're going down the wrong path, we have to start over. And I've seen a lot of creators start second YouTube channels. It's almost as a way to start fresh. But in reality, you're splitting your time. And if you start over, if you're just wipe everything and I'm gonna do something completely different, well, you're basically starting at square one again. And unless you absolutely need to switch everything and completely start fresh, it's better just to keep moving forward and just building on what you've already done and just keep figuring it out for yourself along the way. And that's the way I'm gonna approach everything moving forward. Is I'm just gonna keep going. I'm not gonna set these big lofty goals of I need to get X, Y, and Z, and I need to specifically target this one audience, and I need to do these specific types of videos, and I'm gonna do the things that I wanna do, and I'm going to watch my analytics once in a while, see how videos perform, make some educated decisions based on that, and just kind of keep going. I think when you take a step back from the whole thing and you can figure out ultimately what you want in life, then you can find a rhythm and you can be making content and you can enjoy the process rather than stressing about it all the time.
A year ago today, I told myself to have the courage to just go for it and to not put off making the videos that I wanted to make. Now, nothing ever turns out exactly how you picture it, but I found that by putting one foot in front of the other and being open to new experiences opens a world of possibility that you didn't know existed.
The last year has been a pretty wild ride in terms of making content. I was looking back on all the videos that I've made this year, and almost exactly a year to this day, I made a very similar video up in the hills over there. It was a lot less green because we've gotten more rain this year, but I was reflecting back on just some lessons that I've learned throughout my journey as being a YouTuber. And as I watched that video, I realized that this year has made such a different impact because this year is a completely different journey, and there's a lot of things that have changed, and there's a lot of different lessons that I've learned this year versus every other year I've been on the platform. So in this video, I want to go through the 9 different lessons that I've learned being a creator this year, and some things for us to think about moving forward as we make videos on this platform. Now, the first big lesson is that there is no rush. And one of the things that I think happens with a lot of creators, and I know it's happened to me throughout the years, is there's always like this need to do more, to be bigger, to grow faster. The reality is it's all just down to whatever you think is necessary. I know when I was first starting out on this channel, I made a ton of content and I spent all of my time making videos. I was working like 7 days a week, just nonstop, making videos that were getting like no views. And then this year really changed my mindset around how many videos I need to produce and at what frequency I need to produce videos. In the past, I would try to do 30 videos in 30 days in December. Kind of like a Vlogmas, but it was more just tutorials and the types of videos I make on this channel. And I would always get so burned out. Now, every time I did that, it did help my channel. I got a little boost. But the reality is, I didn't have to do that. There is no rush. There's nothing gonna happen if you take a few extra days to get a video done, or if you space them out a little bit further. It might just take you a little bit longer to grow your channel to a bigger channel, but there's no one telling you what to do, and there's no magic number that you have to hit, which is good and bad, because having the freedom lets you work on your own schedule. But also, you have to make sure that you are keeping yourself to a schedule. But as I said at the beginning of this lesson, there is no rush. So you can take some time for yourself. You don't have to spend all of your time making videos. The next lesson is that it's important to have work-life balance. And this really goes with the first lesson, because this year, things have really changed in the way that I approach my channel and just my whole sense of, working as a creator as a career. Because up until this year, I was spending a lot of time, nights and weekends, working on my channel and making videos. Whereas this year, I really set clear boundaries. So 5 o'clock hits, I'm done working. I'm helping with the kids, I'm doing bath time, reading books. And by the time I get back to my computer at like 9 o'clock, I don't really want to work anyways. So I've really cut off working at nights. I'm basically just done at 5. I now work like a 9 to 5 schedule. It fluctuates a little bit, but the reality is during the week, it's 5 o'clock, done. Now weekends, I don't work on weekends anymore. I basically take weekends off completely. I say, no, I'm not working. And I just spend time with the family, go do some other things. And I've really taken time to not be focused on making videos. I think this is important for a lot of reasons. And burnout is a major thing as a creator. You could hustle and work and really just put in as much work as you want to with this career. But the issue is, if you put in too much work and you're just working all the time, eventually you will burn out. You may be able to really hustle for a while, but there will be a time where you'll hit a wall and you'll just not want to make videos. And having these clear boundaries and these clear cutoff times has really helped me separate the YouTube side of my life with the personal side of my life, and made it so that there is this division, and I can have these moments where I can step away from making videos and really just always be focused about things like the algorithm and views and all of that. And then there are times where I'm
deeply focused on it so that I could focus on my work at that time and really put all of my effort into the work. And I think it's important to find balance for yourself in your own life and not just put everything into the YouTube channel. I know when you're getting started, if you're newer to creation, you just want to go, go, go. You just want to grow that channel. And if you are in that season of life and you don't have a ton of responsibilities, then you can put all of your time and effort into your channel, but just know that you can't do that forever. So it's important to understand where you're at in your life, what responsibilities you have, and when it is okay that you could take a step back and create some balance and create some boundaries so that just being a creator is not all consuming with everything that you're doing. Now, the third big lesson is that you don't have to be connected all the time. I feel like working in this world of social media, there's always this urge to be online and be talking to people on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, watching videos, seeing what everyone else is doing, kind of just being tapped in to what's going on, especially because we're producing content for these platforms. I feel like there's a theme throughout all of these lessons this year, and a lot of it is disconnect and not always be tapped in and treat this more like a job in that there is division from your personal life to your creator life. Now, some people I feel like are always on Twitter or always on Instagram. You just see tons of stories, you see tons of tweets. They're like always tapped in. And I guess if that's something that you really enjoy, then go for it. But I find that when I'm always tapped in to the social media world, I'm really like disconnected from everything else. And the issue is your world is just wrapped up in social media. And there's so much division on social media when you get on certain platforms. And there's just so many things that aren't real, even though they seem like they're real. And you just start to have this perception of reality that gets altered by all of these algorithms that are feeding us content. But when you can detach yourself from that, not be connected all the time, have conversations with other people, go on a hike with someone, go have dinner with friends, that's such a different experience than the online space. And I think for some people, they've forgotten what it's like to just not be connected all the time. Every year I try to do one big mountain climb. Sometimes I film it, sometimes I don't. And whenever I go do these climbs, I'm super disconnected from the world. It's like days of hiking a mountain and just being there with the group of climbers that I'm climbing with. And we're not like on social media, we're not posting about everything that we're doing. We're just there in the moment. And it's weird because like time starts to change. It's not as fast. Things move a lot slower when you're not tied into the digital space. It just feels like the days are stretched out longer. And then the conversations that you have with the people that you're with are so much more thoughtful because you're not sitting there staring at a phone and looking up once in a while just to jump in the conversation. Like, you are actually there. So my third lesson really ties into second lesson, which is have clear boundaries for yourself where you'll have times that you'll be connected and you'll see what's going on, because that's part of our job as creators, understanding what's going on in the industry. But find times to disconnect. Take apps off your phone. I've removed almost all the social media apps off my phone so that I'm not constantly checking everything at all times, because it gets really old just death scrolling through all these apps. And personally, I don't even really use some of the apps anymore. I'll check them once in a while, but I'm really just focused on making videos on YouTube because that's what I enjoy making. And I like making these kind of videos. So I don't really care about engaging with every platform out there. I really just want to focus on the platforms that I want to make content on. And that really builds into my next lesson, which is you don't have to do shorts. Now, I know everyone's talking about short form content and making reels or TikToks or YouTube shorts. But the reality is, if you don't want to make a certain style of content, you don't have to make that kind of content. There's some creators out there who really thrive in making short form content, vertical content. There's other creators who really thrive in making long form content, horizontal content, hour-long explainer videos or documentaries. And so there's no right or wrong way to be a creator. You just have to find the kind of content that you enjoy making and the kind of videos that your audience enjoys watching. There's plenty of creators out there who aren't making a ton of short form content, whereas some are really finding a lot of success in short form content. But I realize that I don't like consuming TikToks. I don't enjoy consuming Reels, so I don't want to be making content for those platforms. And here on YouTube, I enjoy making longer story-driven content. I don't want to make a quick little 30-second short thing that someone just consumes and they forget 10 seconds later. And so the bigger point behind this lesson is that you don't have to be everywhere all the time. You don't have to be on every platform. You don't have to be using every feature, every type of content if you don't want to. Now, if you have a bigger team and you have people producing content for all these different places, well, yeah, it's going to help grow your brand and grow your reach, but ultimately, you don't have to do anything. If you just like making 30-minute videos of yourself hiking pretty places, well, then just make 30-minute videos of yourself hiking. You don't have to go and try to cram that into a 30-second short and put it up on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Shorts, I don't know, everywhere else that there's vertical content. Now that brings us to the fifth lesson, which is consistency is more important than quality. Now, hear me out on this, because there's a lot of YouTube educators talking about how it's more about quality now, and it's more about putting everything into making the best video possible, which I agree. It is important to have good videos, but there is still an important side of being consistent, especially if you have other things going on in your life. If you have other responsibilities and you can't spend 100 hours making a video. Now, some creators out there, a lot of younger creators, don't have a lot of responsibilities, so they can put all their time and effort into making videos, but there is a whole different group of creators, people with kids, responsibilities, other things going on, maybe another job in your life. And for a lot of those creators, I'm included in that, putting 100 hours into a video doesn't make sense. Maybe once in a while, but it's more important to be able to understand who you're making videos for and be consistent with it. And just be making videos one a week, one every couple weeks, and just having a rhythm where you're putting out videos that are gonna help your audience or entertain your audience or whatever your niche is that you're working in. Because if you put all of your time and effort into making these super epic videos, you could make them go viral. But if it takes a month or 2 months to make a video because of everything else that you have going on, well, that's not gonna be very beneficial to growing a channel. Now, I know you might say, well, your first lesson was there's no rush. Yes, there's no rush, but I still think you need to find a consistency where you're making video a week, video every other week, just something to always be putting a little bit of content on the platform so that your viewers don't totally forget about you, because it's very rare to be able to make one really epic video a month and really have this massive channel. Some people are able to do it. And if that's you, well, go for it. But vast majority of creators out there are gonna find a lot more success just putting out more content on the platform and just being consistent with it. One a week, one every other week, something to that degree. Now, the next lesson that I've learned is that you don't need to put your life on social media. Now, I know there's some people out there who that's part of what they do as a brand, but for the vast majority of us, we don't need to be posting stories all the time and updating our followers with everything that we're doing. There's a few reasons why. One is that, is it really doing anything to help your goals? So like as a creator, what are your goals? Once you have those defined, you can really see if stories fit into that or if it's just kind of a waste of time. And two is it's taking time away from the things that you actually want to do. And you're gonna spend more time working in your creator world versus your personal world when you're adding all these extra things onto the videos that you're already making. And the third reason is safety. There's a lot of bad actors out there. And if you are posting where you're at all times, well, someone might come and find you, or they might go to your house and break in and steal your stuff. Where I live, there's been a lot of house break-ins recently, and a lot of people post what they're doing all the time. And I'm not talking about people with big followings. These are just people who are posting to their friends and family, and they'll say like, hey, we're at the community concert, and like post a video of them like at the concert, and then their house goes and gets broken into. So it doesn't matter how big of creator that you are, safety is always something that you should think about, and you should never be posting right at the time of you doing something. If you are going to use stories, make sure that it's a little bit after when it's actually happening, so that you're never exactly where someone thinks you are when they're watching that story, if they're watching it right when you post it. Now, lesson number 7 is don't post as soon as you finish a video. I know I feel like it's tempting to post your videos as soon as you finish editing it and everything's completed. But if you're following the different things that I've been saying in this video and you have more of a consistent schedule, well, that means that you can front load and shoot a few videos at once and then spread them out and post them throughout the month. For me, when I've had videos finished and they're uploaded, everything's done, but they're 2-3 weeks ahead of schedule, it's allowed me to not be so anxious and so worried about every upload. One of the things that happens is as soon as you finish a video and it's uploaded, well, you start thinking, well, what am I gonna post next? And then you have to start going through this rat race and this cycle of being like, okay, I gotta make a video. You make the video, you finish it, you post it, on to the next video. There's no clear division, there's no break for you in between videos for you to work on other things or other projects. This year has been a big change for me because I have my main channel here. This has been like my main focus, but I've also developed a bunch of different courses that teach filmmaking that are more like in-depth courses. And I've rebuilt the Creator Film School, which is where I have all of these courses. And it's just a different thing that I've been working on the side, as well as I also really started to put effort into my second channel and start making some different videos that are like adventure vlog, documentary style videos. If I was just focused on posting videos here on this channel, and then as soon as it's done, I uploaded it, started working on the next one, well, it gives me no space to be able to work on these other projects that I want to work on. And so if you're always focused on the next upload, and as soon as you're done, you're hitting publish, and you're not keeping yourself to a consistent schedule and spacing things out a little bit, well, you're just going to be 100% focused on videos. It's going to take over everything that you're doing. And so don't upload your video as soon as it's finished, unless you're on like a strict deadline, but try to make videos ahead of time and batch them. Make 2 or 3 videos at once, upload them, and then that gives you some space to work on other projects, or even just put more effort into other aspects of your channel versus just always working on the next upload. Now, lesson number 8 is that you don't need a team to succeed. I know there's a lot of creators that are building these big teams around what they're doing. You look at Mr. Beast, he has a massive production team around his channel. Other channels I've seen have like 10, 20 people working underneath them. And something to think about is, do you actually want to manage a team and run a team? There's a lot of talk around like hiring on all these people to help you with all these different aspects, but when it comes down to it, is that really something that you want to bring on? Do you want to be responsible for all of these different people and making sure that you have enough content to produce and work for them to be able to have a big team? I have one friend who has a massive team growing around his boxing channel, and he's really doing some cool stuff, and he's able to have his content in so many different places, and he has people doing all of these different aspects. So it allows him to focus more on just making the content and the idea phase and the big picture of what he's doing. Whereas, you know, for me, I do everything myself, and I still enjoy doing everything myself. And I don't necessarily see the need to have a big team unless that's something you actually want. And so something to think about is, do you actually want to have this team? Do you want to take on all the responsibility that comes with building a big team out? Or do you enjoy just doing the whole process yourself? And if so, does it matter that you put out a few less videos per year because it takes you longer to make them? I don't think it does. I think you could just space your content out a little bit more and work more as a solopreneur or solo creator, and you'll be able to find success in your own way. There's no right or wrong way to be a creator. I think that's the coolest thing about this job or this profession or this career, is that there is no right or wrong way to do it. You can build your team if you want to have a big team, or you can do it solo if you want to do it solo. It's up to you. Now, the 9th lesson is have clear goals for yourself. Figure out what it is you actually want to do as a creator and start taking the steps to push yourself in that direction. And with goals, you really want to make them SMART goals. So you want to make sure that you can break these down into smaller steps so that you're seeing progress towards your goals. Now, last year I was in a different mindset. I definitely was in a place where I didn't want to have goals, and I was just focused on making videos and being consistent. But I think having that space of not being so focused on a single objective has given me the room to start realizing that there are certain things that I personally want to achieve with my channel, or that I want to get to eventually as a creator. And so if you're in that place where you don't know what your goals are, well, that's okay. But as soon as you do have like a goal, or you have something that you're trying to obtain, well, break it down into smaller steps. What are the little things that you can do that move the needle towards actually achieving those goals? You want to create SMART goals if you're going to set goals for yourself as a creator. And I don't think having goals is necessarily a bad thing, but the reality is what you actually get to down the road is very different than what you envision. So it's good to have goals to be a reason to point yourself in a direction. And it's good to break those up into steps so that you know you're making progress. But everything changes and everything's in flux. So those goals will evolve and change over time, and what you want now might not be what you want down the future, but that's okay. I think it's just a lighthouse off in the distance. It's gonna help give you direction. So right at the beginning of this year, I lost all of motivation to just create. Like, I just didn't want to turn on the camera and hit record. And ultimately, what got me going again was just setting goals. Goals are super powerful to give you that drive to keep moving forward. But when it comes to setting a goal, it has to be realistic. You can't just do some big crazy goal and expect that you're going to obtain it. It has to be something that you can realistically get to, but also it needs to be a little bit harder so that it's not like super easy to obtain. Now, what's really crazy is 67% of people who have a gym membership don't actually use that. And I think one of the big sources for people not using that membership is they just don't have the motivation to go to the gym. When it comes to fitness, for me, the reason that I work out every day is that every 6 to 9 months, I schedule a climb. And these climbs I can't just like pick up and do tomorrow. I have to train for these. And so that gives me my motivation to keep working out every day because I've scheduled something and put it on the books. Now, goals are great to get you moving, but I've come up with 6 different things that for me help me keep the ball rolling even more so that I don't like end up in the kitchen just looking for snacks. So the first thing that works for me to keep this motivation going is to just treat every day like a normal day. Even when we're completely on lockdown right now, you know, getting out of pajamas and actually like going about my day as if it's a normal day gets me moving in the right direction. Routine is super important, and all of us are gonna have a different routine. But for me, something that I've found is that every morning I read from the Daily Stoic and a book called Human 365. Now, these are both daily meditations, and so it's a quick thing to read, but the authors give you some ways to think about your life in a different perspective. Now, I particularly like Human 365 because the whole idea around this book is becoming the next level human. And the idea of the next level human is becoming the best version of you, that version of you that's always motivated. And this comes from having control of your life rather than just reacting to the things that happen to you in life. Now, before we go into my other 5 tricks that I've come up with to keep me motivated, I actually reached out to the author, Dr. Jade Teta, and I asked him one question. I wanted to know his thoughts around how you stay motivated in a time of uncertainty. And he sent me back this response.
So what do we do in difficult times, times of hardship, and times of uncertainty? One of the most important things that we can do is understand that we get to choose how we perceive the situations we find ourselves in. When we are in difficult situations, we can choose whether this is going to degrade us, whether we're going to blame, whether we're going to complain, or whether it's going to grow us, whether we're going to see the opportunities for growth in the situation. We can decide what this will mean. So if we're stuck and we are quarantined, or we're in prison, or we're isolated and we can't have the routines that we once had, there's opportunity there, and it's our job to find it. There are opportunities in every single hardship. You know, the Stoics talked about the idea that there are certain things that we control and certain things that we don't control. And they were really big on the idea that the only thing we truly control is the way we think about the situation, how we perceive it. Everything else is on loan. We can be wealthy and lose it. We can be healthy and lose it. We can have love and lose it. What we have to understand is that pain and suffering, while difficult, can be a path or a source to incredible growth and meaning. Because we humans are not islands unto ourselves. What we have to realize is that we thrive when others thrive. And we have this deep-seated drive, all of us, I believe, to make a difference and be of use in the world. And so these opportunities come about through hardships and uncertainty and difficult times for us to show up in a way to bring our unique gifts to the world in a way that can make a difference. It's not everything happens for a reason. It's things happen and then we choose a reason. And that's how hardship becomes growth and how pain becomes purpose.
Jade has a ton of insight in what it means to be a next level human, and I highly suggest you check out his book, Human 365. Now let's go into the rest of my ways that I stay motivated throughout the day. The second thing that I do is I schedule out everything. And schedule is super important, and you don't want to be thinking of your schedule while you're doing it. What I find that works for me is creating a schedule beforehand. So today I'm going to build out my schedule for tomorrow, so that when I wake up and I start my routine, I know exactly what I'm going to do throughout the day rather than just kind of winging it. And especially working from home, I can get super distracted, and I have a 3-week-old newborn and she is cute, so I want to hang out with her, and I'll find myself hours later just hanging out with her, playing around with some toys. You know, a big part of this is also social media and things like news. With everything going on in the world, you know, it's hard to pull yourself away from the news, and social media in general is built to keep your attention. So what I found that best works for me is to schedule out my time for social media, news, and even email. Like, I don't touch my email until a certain time of the day, and I only look at it for, say, an hour or two. And this ties into the third thing that I do, which is just limit consumption. I try to pull myself away from everything and really, like I said, schedule times for it. So only give myself the freedom to do social media later in the evening versus all day. Now, the fourth thing that I do is surround myself with family and friends. Now, right now we're isolated, we're alone, but we're really not. The power of video chatting and the power of just picking up the phone and having a conversation is so prevalent in today's world that you're never alone. And if you're ever feeling alone, just reach out to one of your friends or reach out to a family member, because everyone is just a few clicks away. The fifth thing that I found that works for me is create a realistic to-do list. And this is not just like a list of 100,000 things that I need to get done. It's taking the things that I need to do and putting it in a way that makes it so that I knock stuff off the task list. And there are times where I'll focus on my list, and there are times that I'll put it away. One huge thing that works for me is get everything out of my head and put it into my list. I use an app called Things, and every time that I think about something that I need to do, I put it into my inbox. And then later I schedule a time to go through my list and actually sort things based on whether I need to do it now, later, or just sometime in the future. What I've found is that when I put things on my to-do list and I don't do them for a super long time, it really pulls at my motivation, because I have it still sitting in the back of my head because I know it's on my list. So I go through and I clean up my list. I'll take things off and I'll just be like, I'm not going to do this. Or I'll put it into something where I say, hey, I'll check this on this date. And I schedule things. Now, my sixth trick to kind of keep myself motivated is to move. Physically move. This is another reason why I work out every day. If I wake up, I do my morning routine, and then I get a workout in, I'm usually good to go all day and I'm super motivated. Whereas when I don't work out, I actually start feeling more fatigued as the day goes on, and I really lose my motivation. If I don't have the time to work out, I'll go for a walk or go outside. A really cool thing to do is just get up in the morning, grab your coffee, and go for a walk around the block. So guys, we're talking about 7 ways that you can fail on YouTube fast. And let's just get right into it. I'm gonna start with the first one, and then I'm gonna let Dan take it from here. And the first one is just uploading too many videos. One of the common things that people wanna do when they start their channel is just upload a ton of content, because more content means more ability for people to find your videos, which means that there's more chance that people are going to subscribe to your channel. And this is actually false. You actually wanna care more about the videos that you're producing and hone in your craft before you focus on just pumping out a ton of videos. So I always suggest 1 video a week to start, and start focusing on different things that will help improve your videos. Whether it's audio, your picture, your lighting, pick 1 thing a week and make it better in the next video. And as you do this over time, your channel is gonna get better and better, your videos are gonna get better, and then once you've really mastered the craft of creating content and figured out what works for your channel, then you can start doubling down and put more videos on your channel so that you can get more exposure. All right, Dan, take it from here with the second reason that you're going to fail on YouTube.
Thanks, Jeven. My name is Dan Courier. I run a YouTube channel called Creator Fundamentals that helps you simplify YouTube. Another surefire fail on YouTube usually starts with good intentions, but because people don't quite understand how everything works on YouTube, they usually tend to fail at this right in the very beginning, and that is trying to promote their content. Inevitably, what happens is they go out and start spamming everybody with links. This is definitely a surefire fail. You don't want to go into other YouTube videos' comment sections and share your videos. In a lot of cases, they're blocked anyway. If you're part of communities on Facebook that are dedicated to creators, working with other creators to share your experiences, to offer each other advice and tips and all of those sorts of things, the last thing you want to do is show up to a brand new community and start sharing your links without offering any value to the community as a whole. You want to get involved with any community in such a way that you are going out of your way to provide value to others. The more value that you're able to share with that community, the more you'll get back in return without even looking for it.
So reason number 3 is relying on ad revenue for your income. Now, yes, you can make money off YouTube, but it's not gonna happen overnight. When I first started my channel, I made 200 videos and I made $48. So it took me a long time to figure out what worked for my channel, and it took me a while to get to the point where I'm bringing in steady income from my ad revenue. So don't rely on ad revenue as your main source of income. You gotta have this as a side hustle before you actually dive down and become a full-time YouTuber. So it takes time, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. So make sure that you have things in place that allow you to keep creating content and be able to live and sustain your life, because that's more important. You don't want to lose everything because you're trying to become a successful YouTuber. I would say make this your side hustle for a little bit until you can figure out that bottom line of what it is that you need to hit with your videos and your income. And then from there, you can switch over, become a full-time YouTuber. And then once you become full-time, you can double down on your content and start making your channel grow even faster. And make sure you guys stick around till the end of this video. I said there were 7 ways that you could fail on YouTube, but I'm gonna give you guys an extra bonus 8th tip, so make sure you stick around for that.
So another way people fail on YouTube is chasing trending topics. Now I know this sounds contradictory because a lot of people will tell you that latching on to trending topics can certainly help you grow, but what I'm talking about is when you chase too far trending topics outside of your niche that ultimately are going to cause a lot of problems for your channel. It looks a little something like this. You go out, you find a trending topic, doesn't really have to do with what you're covering on your channel, but you decide to go after it anyway, and lo and behold, you actually nail it. You get a video that starts trending, you bring in a bunch of new people, you think you're on top of the world. Well, ultimately what happens in this scenario is because you brought in a bunch of people who aren't necessarily interested in the kind of content you make on a regular basis, you've now split your audience and created a little bit of confusion out there, and it leaves you in a really awkward position. You can either go back to making the content that you're used to making, which is what the rest of your audience wants to see, or you have this newfound audience that's looking for these specific videos. It can really hurt your momentum in the sense that you have to make a choice to either keep pumping out videos related to that trending topic to continue to grow,
or go back to the reason, the focus of your channel in the first place, which is going to alienate all of that new audience that you brought into your channel. As you can see, this causes a problem. It splits your audience. Ultimately, long-term, it's not a good thing. So if you do chase trending topics, make sure that they're relevant to your niche and they are a fit for your existing audience, or it's going to be more trouble than it's worth, and it's probably going to lead you towards failure.
So number 5 is creating videos around your interests and not actually paying attention to what your viewers want on your channel. So you have to understand who your ideal viewer is, and you actually have to pay attention to things like comments and reactions to your videos and what people actually want. If you're just creating things in a vacuum and you're just creating the videos that you want to create, you're only going to get so far. You actually have to pay attention to what's going on your channel, what people want to see on your channel. And like if you start in one niche and then you have to switch and do something different because your viewers are asking for something a little bit different, that's okay, that happens. And you just need to use your subscribers and use the people who actually like your videos as your guide to figure out new topics that you should go after, or things that you might not want to continue on your channel, or things that you want to modify. So use your audience as a tool to figure out what works on your channel and what to keep creating moving forward.
All right, so another way to fail on YouTube has to do with being a little too proud of yourself. And what I mean by this is it's a long haul, it's a marathon. We always have to strive to get better. And if you're sitting around going, yeah, I make pretty good content, I'm just gonna ride this wave, you're already falling behind. It is so important for you to continually try to up your game, to improve your content, improve the way you record, lighting, sound, all of those things, because ultimately they're gonna help you become a better creator and make better content. If you're standing still, if you're sitting back and saying, good job, Dan, then you're not taking advantage of the opportunities that are presenting themselves. And if you're standing still, other people are moving ahead of you and you're falling behind.
So number 7 is doing the same thing over and over and expecting results. Now, when it comes to YouTube, yes, if you are consistently producing good content and doing the same type of content, then you'll get better results. And that's one of the ways that you can explode on YouTube, is finding those videos that are doing well and basically recreating those and doing variations of those. However, don't get stuck in the trap of doing the same thing over and over. I started out my channel as a travel vlog channel, and that worked for a little while, but then I realized that I had more passion in teaching, filmmaking, doing product reviews. So I started switching my channel over. And as I did that, I found what worked for me, what worked for my audience, like I was saying earlier, and my channel exploded. So you need to not only be creating awesome content and continually be creating good content, but you need to try new things here and there and not always be creating the same stuff. A little out of breath because I'm going up a hill. But I did say there was an 8th tip, and that is one of the ways that you can grow on YouTube is by doing collabs. So me and Dan came together to do this collab. We're not in the same place, we don't live in the same area. We've just been talking back and forth, came up with a plan, and each of us shot our portion where we're at and then put it together. And this is an awesome way that you guys can do collabs, and you don't have to do collabs with people the same size channel as yours. You can do them with people at bigger channels, smaller channels, any size channel, because at the end of the day, what the important part is that you're part of a community. So you need to find those other creators in your niche that are creating content and come up with creative ways to do collabs with them and just become a part of the community, because you can only get so far if you're a solopreneur, if you're doing this on your own without anyone else working with you. Honestly, one of the best parts about YouTube is this community, is the fact that we are so connected on the platform. So use that to your advantage, do collabs, be a voice in your niche along with the other creators, because it's awesome when you start meeting the other creators and you start finding a group of people that you really like to create content with. So the reason that it's so hard to grow on YouTube is not about the opportunity, because the opportunity is definitely there. There is more people signed into YouTube, like 2 billion active users per month or something ridiculous like that. But there's more people using YouTube now, and YouTube in general is becoming more and more popular. So the opportunity is there. The reason that it's so hard to grow is essentially you. And I'm not trying to like call you out, but the reason that you're not growing is you and the way that you're approaching your channel. So to understand like what you need to do, you have to first understand YouTube as in general. So let me warming up a little bit. So let's break down YouTube first before I go into some tips that's really gonna help you actually grow your channel. So first, you have to realize what YouTube is. It's a giant search engine. So obviously you're gonna be found through search, but that's not the only way that you're found and discovered on YouTube. YouTube suggestion is much better. So if you want to get suggested by YouTube, you have to get the algorithm to actually start working for you, and you need the algorithm to start suggesting your videos. Now, something that Roberto Blake told me the other day, a light bulb went off in my head, because the way he explained how the algorithm works just makes a lot of sense, and I wanted to share this with you guys. Instead of YouTube finding an audience for your videos, what YouTube is actually doing, what this algorithm does, is it finds videos for a viewer based on that viewer's history, likes, interests, what they enjoyed watching, all of that stuff. And so when you think about it in those terms, YouTube's not going to find an audience for your video, YouTube is going to find videos for you as the viewer. So what that means for us as creators is that we need to create videos that actually are things that people want to watch, because if you're just making videos that's on a topic that nobody wants to watch, it's not like YouTube's gonna go find an audience for that video. YouTube's gonna do is take your video, and if it satisfies a person, an audience, it's going to suggest it to them. And obviously there's a lot more that goes into this, but at its core, that's what YouTube is doing. And so if you think about YouTube in that way, what that means is you need to start thinking about what are people actually going to be watching, not who are the people that are gonna watch my videos. So when you reverse engineer what kind of topics are actually interesting for a viewer, then you're gonna start finding those things that will actually make sense for you to go out there and shoot. Okay, let me explain this 1 second further, but hold on, I just stepped on something. The desert is a dangerous place. Let me sit on this rock and explain it. So think about it this way. I do a lot of camera reviews, and on my channel, I actually really enjoy working with Olympus cameras. But there's very few people that are actually interested in Olympus cameras for video creators. So every time I make a video that's around Olympus cameras, it doesn't mean that my audience is gonna watch that and YouTube's gonna start serving that to my audience. YouTube's gonna look for an audience that actually would be interested in Olympus cameras. It's not really a whole lot of them. But for example, if I was to start making lots of videos on, say, Canon cameras or Sony cameras, there is a much bigger audience that actually cares about those cameras. And so you see people who are like Sony shooters or Canon shooters, and that's the cameras they always talk about and they always work with. They get huge, massive growth bursts around videos that actually are talking about these cameras, because there is a large audience that is interested in Canon cameras. And so when you make a video about a Canon camera, there is more opportunity for YouTube to be like, hey, these viewers like Canon cameras, and this kind of person started liking your video, so they're going to start suggesting your video to this new audience that hasn't seen you before. Now that's how you make your channel explode. So it's all about, like, what do people actually care about? What do people want to watch? What's topical? What is interesting for a viewer right now? And those are the topics that you should actually start going after. You need to do things that are going to make the algorithm actually suggest your videos to more people, because you need to get more eyeballs on your videos. That's how you grow. Now, obviously, you have to have good videos, you have to have good thumbnails, titles, all these different aspects that you hear about over and over again, optimization, the way that you structure your videos. Like, there's so many little things that you can do to really make your videos stand out and actually get someone to subscribe. But if you're not creating videos that the larger audience would be interested in, then you don't really have anyone to watch your videos, so you're not going to grow very fast. And this is why creators that stay topical, creators that are constantly thinking about what is popular right now and building some videos around that, those are the ones that really take off. I just found an antler out here in the middle of the desert. Interesting. Now, one of my buddies, Aldrin, he does a drone channel, Flypath. Highly suggest you check it out, especially for those of you that are into drones. But what he's been doing recently is a massive example of how this works. So he was one of the first people to get the Mavic Mini. Obviously, Mavic Mini is a very popular drone. I'm working on my review right now out here in the desert. It's a little windy to fly. He was one of the first people to get videos out. And what happened is that video was wildly popular. it's done amazing on his channel. But he didn't stop with just one video. You know that whole idea of doubling down on what works? Well, he's taken that to the extreme because he's basically constantly is actually making a series out of all this Mavic Mini interest. So he's creating different videos around the Mavic Mini in all different forms. So about flying it, about products around it, about the drone itself, reviews. And the reason that he's doing this is that this drone is wildly popular, especially with the holidays coming up. He's going to get a ton of affiliate sales off of this, so he's gonna make a lot of money off of making all these videos. But also, he's driving a ton of subscribers and a ton of growth to his channel, which is gonna pay off because once this kind of Mavic Mini hump is done and there's not as much interest, he's already grown a massive base. So the next thing he does, he's going to go through and do this again with the next drone or the next topic or anything like that. So the reason that your channel is not growing is that you are not focusing on things that are popular, things that are topical. And once you can do that, you'll start seeing some growth. Now, obviously there's more to it. You have to make good videos. Like, that is ultimately what it comes down to. If you're not making good videos, then it doesn't matter how topical you are, how good your thumbnail is. What's gonna happen is people are not gonna watch your video because you didn't make a good video. Okay, gotta warm up for a second. So let's go back to what I was saying at the beginning of this video. For me, I've had a lot of comments where people are saying like, oh, why are you out of breath? Why are you in nature? Like, why don't you have this in a studio? We don't need to see you hiking around. Well, that's part of my brand. Like I was saying, I'm an adventure filmmaker, so I like to go out in wild and shoot films. And my YouTube channel has a mix. Like, sometimes I'm in studios, but also I like to go make my films. And I like to go do things like hang out in the middle of the desert. And so part of becoming a YouTuber and actually getting people to follow you and be interested in what you're making is having an identity and having a brand. And if you go through my videos, you'll see a through line of this outdoors adventure filmmaking style of content through everything that I shoot. Now, you could be topical, you can have the best content, you can have the best titles, the best thumbnails. But if you are just a copy of a copy of a copy and doing the exact same thing that person A, person B, and person C are doing, and you have like the same background, you have like the reclaimed wood, or you have like the tech looking office, well, what's gonna happen is you're just gonna blend in. You have to really actually stand out in your way, whatever that is. Now, I can't tell you how to stand out because you have to figure out what's gonna make you stand out as a creator. Is it the type of content you create? Is it the locations that you create? Is it your energy? Are you super wild and energetic, or are you more subdued? And people like that because they come to you for that very balanced way of coming at the content that you're creating. Everyone is different. And if you're putting on a facade, if you're trying to be someone that you're not, and then you're creating content, what happens is it's just gonna fall flat. You have to be yourself. And whatever that is, I'm giving you the permission to be yourself in whatever form that is. When it comes down to it, like, you just still have to be you. And so I want you to take a step back. If you are struggling to grow your channel and you're struggling to figure out your identity, take a step back. Stop creating so much content and just take a look at what you're doing, what your overall brand is, what your messages that you're trying to portray out in the world. Actually hone in your value proposition, why you're creating, what is the ideal audience that you're creating for, and then who you are. What is your identity? And what do you want the people on the other side of the camera to get out of the videos? And what kind of impression do they want to get of you? That is like one of the most important things. People talk about charisma, they talk about the way that you're on camera, but honestly, all that boils down to, who are you? And why would someone be interested in you? And why are you different than the next creator that's doing something identical to what you're doing? There is a lot of people doing YouTube education, and there's also a lot of people doing filmmaking, photo, all of that stuff. I have my approach to it, and I've stuck with that approach over time. And for me, that's what I'm gonna keep doing because this is me. Now, who are you? The most important thing is focusing on
topics that people are actually interested in and creating videos around that. Now that's how you're going to grow this year. And it's not that difficult. You just need to figure out what works for your niche, what kind of topics are popular for the videos that you want to create, and really target those and go after it. So I'm here in Thailand with the one and only Mr. Levi Allen. How's it going? He's gonna drop some tips for you as well in this video, but got a guy that's just chatting with me. What we're going through is some different things that's gonna really help you supercharge your YouTube career. And me and Levi have actually put together a workshop all about this that's happening in December. So if you guys wanna do this kind of thing in person with us, I'll put a link in the description where you guys can hang out with us for a few days and really just focus on creating awesome videos and creating videos that get views on YouTube. So my first tip is create for one audience. And so when you have a channel that has a bunch of different audiences, when you put out a video, you're gonna hit different groups of people and you're not going to grow your channel overall. Like, it's gonna really hurt you in the long run. So you want to focus on one audience. Like, who is your target audience when you're creating? And focus on videos for that audience versus trying to just create something across the entire spectrum. And my second tip plays right off of the first, because you want to collaborate with other creators that have similar audiences. So I'm here in Thailand with Levi, and we both do filmmaking content, so it's natural for us to do a collab together because we're gonna have a lot of crossover in our audiences. And people that haven't seen me before are gonna come check out my channel and vice versa from me to his channel.
Oftentimes the audience will be really grateful for finding out about a new creator that they're already prepped to like, but they just didn't know existed.
Yeah, there are so many creators out there, so find the ones that are in your niche that have similar audiences, and that's gonna really help you grow your channel.
So probably my favorite tip is make stuff that people would miss if you didn't make it. It's easy to get caught up in your head and trying to think, oh, how could we make this video perform well, and just get stuck in what people are searching for. But if we forget to make videos that we would actually enjoy watching, who's to say that other people would? We take for granted the fact that we made a video, we think that earns the right for people's attention, but what if we actually made stuff that they would miss if we didn't make it? That for me has been a really grounding tip just through my life, to just when I start getting caught in the rhythms of just trying to make videos that perform well, just trying to remember, let's actually make stuff that people want to watch.
Now, another massive tip that's really helped me explode my growth is that create content that is similar to each other. So do this in the form of series, or just create similar style videos that really play off of one another. Because what happens is, when you have one audience and when you have videos that play well with each other, YouTube's going to start suggesting your content on the other videos, especially when there is a process, a sequence. So if you have a series and you're sending people from video 1 to video 2 to video 3 to video 4, YouTube is now going to start automatically sending other audiences, similar audiences, Levi's audiences, into video 1, because they see that trajectory and they know that it's building more watch time for the viewer. And if you can build more watch time through this kind of sequence, YouTube's gonna start suggesting your content. That's really how you get into suggested.
So a really helpful tip, and the most meaningful one for growing my channel, is make stuff that answers the questions that people are searching for. Just make stuff that's helpful. And we can get in our head about this and think, who are we to be the teachers on this topic? And we worry for those that are bigger than us, that those are more experienced. We worry what they will think about us teaching on this topic. But the truth is, the people that are more experienced and have larger audiences probably aren't thinking about you anyways. So why not share something that could be truthfully helpful for someone who doesn't know as much as you do? You can always be helpful to someone.
So something that's really helped me is this idea of moving forward and stop tinkering. For me, I get wrapped up in my head, and this happens all the time. I'll just like think through things too much and just tinker and play with an edit for too long, or just kind of like focus on an idea too long. And it really hinders you. So what you have to do is force yourself to just go create. And this also goes to your old videos. So if you have a bunch of videos and you're like, well, maybe I can make this perform better by replacing the thumbnail or the title or the description, or I need to change this link, or I need to do that. All of that takes time, and all of that is just tinkering with your channel rather than actually creating new content that you can learn from. So yes, there is a time and place for you to potentially go back and relook at some things, but what I want you to focus on, if you really want to grow your channel and move forward, is actually move forward, create new videos, and just learn from those and keep going rather than always thinking about what's happened in the past with your older videos.
I think a common misconception about growing on YouTube is that if you could only get a shout out from a large YouTuber, that would change everything. But the truth is, the YouTubers that are at a similar point in you in growth or in their trajectory or their experience of actually running a channel are probably the best people to collaborate and do projects with, because you're all at the same level and a rising tide is gonna raise all ships. So don't look at people that are a lot further ahead of you and go, hey, they could just bless my channel and it would all be easy from that point on. Think rather, how could you collaborate with others that are actually very similar to you and at a similar place? And you'll be surprised where you all get 5 years from now.
And with that, if you were to get a shout out from like a massive creator, it might actually hurt you in the long run, because what happens is you're gonna get this huge wave of audience, potentially. It doesn't always happen like that. But you might get a big wave of people coming over, but like those people don't care about you. They care about that big creator. So if your audiences aren't similar, if your content you're creating is not similar, then all those people are just going to not watch your content, and it's going to hurt your channel. So go back to what I was originally saying at the beginning. Work with creators that have similar audiences and find a natural partnership. Don't just try to get a shout out, or don't just try to like boost yourself. It doesn't work like that.
Sub for sub is a bad idea.
Yeah, no sub for sub. Stop doing that in the comments. A huge thing that plagues creators is creating because they have to, not because they want to. If you're just focused on spiking your growth, then it's going to hit you on a completely different level, and you're gonna not enjoy the process of creating anymore. So like, if you start getting sponsorships, you start getting free products, and all you're doing is all these products that you don't actually care about, eventually you're gonna stop creating because you're over it, you're just done. And so you have to kind of play this balance of like, do things that you're passionate about and don't get wrapped up in all the numbers all the time, because you know what? Your audience will feel it, and when you actually care about the content that you're creating, you're gonna find the right audience that's actually going to care about that content.
Audiences love it when you actually love what you make. They're really perceptive to if you're forcing it. So just like, stop doing the whole acting thing and just truthfully try to find what do you love to make. Because if you're gonna grow an audience, they really enjoy if you actually love what you do.
Yeah, so passion over profit. Profit will come eventually.
Yeah. My next tip is people notice consistency, they don't notice announcements. And what I mean by that is, if you have a project that you care deeply about, don't be shy to share about it often. Don't be shy to ask people to share it. Because oftentimes we get a little upset if we have something that we really poured our hearts into and nobody saw. We just blame it on, well, maybe it didn't perform well. But truthfully, people won't notice if we only talk about it once. So don't be shy to talk about it often.
And something that's really big is to just be yourself on camera. When you try to put on this persona, when you try to like be someone else, like, your audience is gonna feel it. And it really comes down to an audience wants to connect with you, and if you are just being who you are and like putting yourself out there, I mean, yes, you have to bump up your excitement a little bit. You have to put a little bit more out there when you're actually creating content to make it interesting. Like, if you're just kind of boring talking about stuff, it does get kind of boring. But be you. Have your personality, because that's really gonna shine on camera, and people are going to attach to you. So connect with that person on the other side of the camera.
All right, I don't want to waste any of your time, so let's just get right into the tips, and I'm going to start with number 1, and that is your content matters most. So the worst thing that you could do is focus on all of the strategy and everything that goes into building a channel before you figure out what kind of content you're even going to create. So you really have to remember, when you're on this YouTube journey, you always have to come back to your content, because the videos that you're creating are what matter most, and you need to be making sure that you're putting out the best videos that you possibly can. This is going to be something that you're going to grow over time. Your video right now is going to be very different than the videos that you're producing a year from now, 2 years from now. If you look back at my first videos, they were awful, but you have to go through that, and each time you make a video, just think about one thing that you could improve. Audio, lighting, camera, one aspect, and see how you can make it better in the next video. All right, Nick, take it from here with tip number 2.
Thanks, Jeven. So the second thing that you want to do is you want to make sure that you pick a niche and you make content around that niche. And the reason that this is so important on YouTube is because if you're putting up content that is around a bunch of different topics, then YouTube doesn't really get any clarity. Their system doesn't really get any clarity on who to actually show your content to. Now, of course, you know, each video is kind of like its own little universe, so to speak, but it also works across your channel when you're trying to build an audience. And it also is important because let's say that you published a video today and that that video is on one topic that is a home run for the people that watch your videos, and then you publish a video tomorrow that is something that your subscriber base didn't really subscribe to your channel for. Well, what's going to happen is when YouTube serves your content to the people that didn't sign up for that type of content, then they're going to be less likely to click on it, which is going to hurt the click-through rate on that particular video, which is going to hurt the performance of that video overall, which is something that you don't want. So let's put this into a real-life situation. Let's say that you've built the foundations of your YouTube channel on camera gear, and all the videos that you've been putting out have been about camera gear, and then you put out a video about fashion, as an example. Well, what's going to happen is YouTube is going to try to show that fashion video initially to a very small sample size of your subscribers, and based on how they respond to it can dictate how that video is going to perform, because they're going to be less likely to click on it. If they do click on it, they're going to be less likely to watch it because fashion isn't what they subscribe to your channel for, and it just might not be in alignment with the interests that your viewers have anyway. So at the end of the day, what you want to do is you want to make sure that with the content that you're putting out, that you are serving a particular group of people with a specific type of content.
So tip number 3 is you need to do keyword research. And if you're wondering what is a keyword, and it's basically what your content is about. A keyword is that word or that phrase that describes what the content is about. And keyword research is basically going through and figuring out keywords people are using to find content. If you're not doing keyword research, then you're essentially shooting in the dark. You're just throwing darts blindly. And you don't want to be doing that. You want to make videos with a purpose and know that people are out there searching for that specific keyword or for that specific phrase.
Another thing you want to keep in mind when you're starting a YouTube channel is that your first videos are not going to be that fantastic in most cases. So the content that you're making right now, when you watch that a year from now, you're going to look back and you're going to say to yourself, oh my gosh, I can't even believe that I put that on the internet. But it's okay, because we all go through that. It's part of the process, right? So it's just important to not beat yourself up too much and just keep uploading, because the more that you upload content, the better that you're going to be at making content.
So one strategy to build your YouTube channel is to get more videos on your YouTube channel. And the reason for this is the more videos that are out there, the more opportunity that someone is going to find your channel. If you have a channel that has 5 videos versus someone who has 50 videos, then there's a much better chance that a viewer is going to find that person's channel with 50 videos. However, I say this with caution because I don't want you to go through and just start pumping out videos without actually focusing on the content. Remember the first thing that I said? Content is what matters most. So when it comes to putting out more videos, you need to first figure out videos that captivate your audience, that keep people watching from beginning to end. You want to make sure that your audience retention is high on each video. And once you can figure that out, then you need to set up a schedule. Once a week. I highly suggest starting with once a week, and then once you really get the flow and you get going, you could start doing more than once a week. That's how you're gonna build up this library of videos. You gotta start with your content, you gotta get consistent, and then you can start pumping out more and more videos once you know what works and once you know what is gonna captivate your audience and keep your audience watching your videos.
Community on YouTube is also extremely important. So a lot of people, when they're first starting out on YouTube and they're trying to get that first 1,000 subscribers, all they're thinking about is, I need to collaborate with a big channel so I can get a shout out so that I can get featured in a video or something like that. But it's more important to actually start networking with people that are already in your space, that are around the same size as you are, so that you can come up together. Because YouTube is a community environment. And what you want to do is you want to start networking with everybody, but you also want to network with people that are around your same size, so that as you're going through this process, as you're learning how to use your stats, as you're learning what works and what doesn't work in your content, you can share that information with others that are around your same size or that are on the same mission that you are, so that 1, you can create those friendships, and 2, so that you can learn and grow together here on YouTube. Which brings us to the next point. Competition.
So let's talk about the competition in your specific niche. Now, there's a couple ways to think about this. You could think that the other creators that are creating similar content are competitors. They're the other people that are taking the viewers away from your channel. However, YouTube's a little bit different. YouTube is a community. So I don't think of all these people as competitors. I think the biggest competitor is you and only you, because you're the only person who's going to stop you from making content, stop you from moving forward. Whereas all these other people in your niche, they're great people to pay attention to, See what's working on their channel and use that information to help you grow your channel. I wouldn't be worried if there's more people in your niche, because that means that there's more people out there who are interested in that content. If we were worried about competition, me and Nick wouldn't be doing a collab together right now. And I think that's one of the coolest things about YouTube in general, is that all of us are in this together. We love working together. Collabing is a huge thing that you can do on the platform, and it's a great way to propel your channel, but you gotta not psych yourself out, and you gotta not push yourself down and not create content because you're so worried about what other people are doing. Stop worrying about all that noise that's going on. Focus on those tactics that will grow your channel, and use those people around you as information on what's working and what's not working in your particular niche.
Another thing that's important to remember when you are trying to get your first 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, or actually any amount of subscribers on YouTube, is that there are ups and downs. So sometimes you're going to put out a video and it's going to rock, and you're going to be like, oh gosh, this is amazing. And then you're going to put out one right after and it's going to flop. And you're going to say to yourself, oh my gosh, I did like the same stuff. What's going on? Why is this not doing well? But it's just part of the ups and downs. And the same thing happens with your stats overall. Like sometimes you're going to have a few months where you're up, a few months where you're down. Sometimes you're going to climb for a while, and then you're just going to start falling off, and you're going to start freaking out, right? Don't freak out, embrace it. Try to figure out why things aren't going well at that particular time, but don't freak out. It's part of the process. You'll come back up as long as you keep making great content, which is what Jeven referred to in option number 1. And the reason that that's so important to understand is because sometimes your videos could get connected next to a very powerful video that's sending you a ton of suggested traffic, and then another video comes in and then they end up bumping you out of that spot, or that video loses its juice and then they're not able to transfer that juice to your videos and so on, which can negatively affect what's going on with you. And it might not even be anything that you've done. So because of that, it's important to just embrace the ups and downs instead of stressing out about them.
All right, tip number 9 is that you need to start with what you have. Don't worry about this camera. Don't worry about my audio, my lighting. You don't need to worry about what I'm doing. You need to focus on what kind of cameras do you have to work with right now. If it's just your phone and that's all you have, then start with your phone, because what you use to shoot on is not as important as what you're shooting. Content is king. Focus on your content. Just start shooting with what you have right now.
Another thing to keep in mind when it comes to YouTube is that it's in a constant state of change. So sometimes they're adding features, sometimes they're taking features away, sometimes they're doing things to benefit the creators, sometimes they're doing things to benefit the advertisers or the users of the platform. So just know that there's always changes taking place here, and try as much as you possibly can to not get caught up in the hype, because there's a ton of opportunity here on YouTube that you can tap into, and you don't want any of the YouTube changes to cloud your vision of the opportunities that can come from being a content creator here on YouTube.
In this video, we're going through 7 different ways that you can grow your YouTube channel without actually publishing any new videos. And with any strategy on YouTube, with any of these tip videos, you don't have to follow them religiously. You don't have to think that this is the only way that you can grow on YouTube. But I want to put some ideas in front of you of things that do work, things that I've tried that have worked for me, things that I know have worked for some other channels as well. And you need to test it on your own channel and see how these concepts work for you. Ultimately, the key is you want to keep your audience happy with the content that you're producing. You just don't want to throw crazy curveballs at them and expect that they're going to want to watch that content. So I was listening to a podcast with Sam Newton recently, and he was talking about how the Peter McKinnon music video that he produced brought in an entirely new audience into his channel.
A lot of people don't expect is when you go viral, there's a ton of baggage that comes with it. I grew 35,000 subscribers in the course of 2 weeks, and they only know me from this one particular video.
And so what he did to get his audience up to speed with what his channel's all about is that he did a video titled "Things Are Changing." And in that video, right up front, he told his audience what his channel is, because he has a whole new batch of subscribers that are watching his videos. And his channel is not specifically one niche. It's not just comedy, filmmaking videos. And that's one thing when you're creating videos, you can have variety on your channel, but you just don't want to throw a bunch of random videos together and expect to grow. You do have to have some directionality with the content that you're creating. As long as your audience knows what you're doing, they're going to come along for the journey. So my buddy Levi Allen recently put out a video that was a day in the life style vlog. And in this video, at the end of it, he talked about how this is not the kind of content he's gonna be making. Like, this video is a family vlog. He said right at the end of it, you know, don't be expecting this style of content. Once in a while it might pop up, but this is not what my channel's about. So if you're making a new style of video, or you're going down a different path, or you're changing, pivoting, or something like that, you just wanna make sure that your audience knows what's going on and they wanna come along on the journey with you. And if you get a huge boost in subscribers from like one video, you just wanna make sure to keep people educated on what your channel's all about so that everyone's on the same page. Because ultimately, when you have that kind of communication with your audience, that's where you'll see a lot of growth and you'll see a lot of community building. All right, so enough about directionality and just general how to grow your channel. Let's talk about 7 strategies that will help you grow your channel. 6 of them will be without posting videos. 7's kind of a bonus, and it's a really good strategy. All right, so let's get into number 1. Number 1 is using your community tab. Now, the community tab is accessible once you get 1,000 subscribers. And the community tab is a place where you can send a message directly to your subscribers. So you have a few different options on what you can send. You could do just a straight message, you could do a photo, you could do a video, you could do a poll, or you could do a mix of 2 of these. And what I mean by that is you could put like a message with a photo and then add a link in there to one of your videos. Now, this is a powerful tool because it's a quick way to access your subscribers without actually posting a video. So if you post 1 video a week, what you could do with your community tab is post 2 other posts during that week, and your content is going to be served up in front of your audience multiple times. So if you're scrolling through the YouTube app, the community posts show up just like a video would on that feed. So now your content is being pushed in front of your audience more than if you just posted 1 video a week. So I've done some testing with the community tab, and there's some definite ways that will get your post in front of more people. And what's really cool is you can work with other YouTubers and they could post about your videos, and you're gonna get a bump in views, watch time, and potentially subscribers, depending on if there's good cross promotion going on. So a little while ago, I did a documentary about Belcampo Farms, and this channel, White House on the Hill, shared this video with their audience because Jake genuinely liked the film that I produced, and he wanted to share with his following who are interested in farm topics. Now, this video was a very different video than what I typically produce. However, because of his share, I got a massive boost in views on that video. Now, I've used this strategy in other ways with collabs that I've done in the past where I'm on someone else's channel or someone else is being featured on my channel, and I use this community tab to share those videos with my audience. And one thing that's really cool with the community tab is you can schedule your posts. So you could write out a few posts, schedule them ahead of time, and it's just like your videos where they'll release at the scheduled time. Now, one strategy I've found that's worked really well is post a photo and then add a link to a video in the first sentence of your comment. And what I've found is that if you just post the video using the video feature on the community tab, you don't get as much reach as if you posted a photo with a video link. So I would suggest testing this out for yourself. Post photos, post polls, post some comments, post some videos, and you'll see that there'll be more engagement happening on your feed and ultimately on your videos as well. Strategy number 2 is creating a target video. Now, I hope I don't come across any rattlesnakes because it's definitely that season where they're gonna start coming out. So a target video is you telling the algorithm that this video should be played next. You're kind of giving the algorithm a little push into what video should be played after this video. And you could do this with every video on your channel. So how do you set a target video? Well, it's simple. What is the next video that a viewer should watch after the video that they are watching right now? You want to find a video in your library that the viewer should watch next, and they should be related in some way. So for example, if I did a video on the DJI RS2, which is a gimbal, the next video in the progression would be a video about different gimbal moves that you can do using that gimbal. So it's something that the viewer would be interested in watching after the first video that they just watched. And when this target video is done right, what happens is that YouTube will start suggesting that video on the up next. It will also push that video on the sidebar while someone's watching. So essentially, you're hacking the YouTube algorithm to be able to start serving up one of your videos next instead of someone else's video. And this is a super powerful strategy because when you do this over a bunch of videos in your library, well, all your library will start suggesting other videos in your library, and you'll generate a lot of movement of viewers within your own network, which will help build and grow your channel. So even if you've never set a target video or used this strategy before, you can go back and do this with all the videos that are in your library. Now, once you've selected your target video, you're gonna put that in a few places, and we'll talk about those in the next few tips. Now, the next strategy to grow your channel with content that already exists is your end screens. So your end screens are super useful in that you can send people to other videos within your network of content. So what you want to do with your end screen is put videos that would make sense for the viewer to watch next. So your target video. This would be a great spot to add your target video to tell YouTube that this viewer should watch this video next. So I typically add my target video at the end, and also when I'm wrapping up my video, I try not to make it more than like 10 seconds, and I always say, hey, next, you should go see this video. And I specifically call out which video they should go watch next. Ultimately, what I want to do is keep people in my network of videos and going from video to video. Now, some of the other features that you can add on your end screen is your subscribe button, is a channel button. This is where you can send someone to another person's channel. You have a video, like a specific video. You also have your most recent video or best for viewer video. You can add a playlist, you can add merchandise, and you can add links. So when I'm using my end screens, I typically only do 2 videos and my subscribe to my channel button. That's it. Unless I'm collaborating with another creator, then I'll put their channel there as well. And the reason for this is that I only want to send people to my target video, and then the second video that I add on the end screen is best for viewer, because that target video might not be the best for that viewer who's watching my video. YouTube has so much data on each viewer, and they are looking for the best video that that viewer is going to watch next. So if you put best for viewer, YouTube's going to scan your library and find the best possible piece of content that that viewer would likely click on. So sometimes the target video might not be the best video for the viewer to watch next, but YouTube's actually going to find the best video in your library if you use this button. So those are the only 2 that I ever use, but there is another strategy that you can use, which is most recent video. So if you're trying to drive a lot of traffic to the newest upload on your channel, what you can do is change all of your end screens to be the most recent video. And so this is a great way if you're getting a lot of views on your whole content library to boost your new video. But you just have to come up with a strategy that works best for you and test it out, see what's going to work for your channel. I personally want to keep people on a path, so I use the target viewer and best for viewer. Now, I do want to mention cards real quick, because cards is another way to send your viewer to your target video, and that's in the upper right-hand corner. So you could use this to send people away from your video to the next video. But the reason I don't use cards personally is that as soon as they click that card, that's a drop off. So that's going to drop your audience view duration at that point, because people are going to be clicking the card. So if you're going to use cards, try to put it in the last like third of your video. Don't put them early on in your video, because you want to make sure that your average view duration stays high. You want to make sure that your watch time is high, because those are good signals to tell the YouTube algorithm to keep suggesting this content. If you have a low average view duration, then it doesn't matter what you're going to do, because YouTube's ultimately not going to serve up that video. The next place where you can grow your following without posting anything is in your channel description. I'm sure you're aware you can put a bunch of links in your description, but ultimately you don't want to flood your description with so many different links that people are going all over the place, or they just don't click on anything. So I have a couple strategies when it comes to the channel description. First is that target video we keep talking about. I put that as high up in the channel description as I can. Now, what you want to do with your description is have 1 or 2 sentences that tell your viewers what the video is about, and then I'll add the link to the target video. If you really want to make sure that that link is seen by your audience, you could do it before the drop-down section. Now, in your description, the first link should be the target video,
And then if you have any playlists associated with this video, you should also put the playlist right up top. Now, after that, you could put your affiliate links and everything else. But what the YouTube algorithm wants is for viewers to watch more videos. So I always put other videos on YouTube as the first links for the viewer to click on, because if they're clicking off to like a product or somewhere outside of YouTube, it's giving YouTube the wrong signal. It's saying that this video is causing people to leap off. So personally, I would rather have someone go to another one of my videos, because that's going to help tell the algorithm to keep suggesting this content to more viewers. So if you have a bunch of videos on your channel and you don't have any links to other videos in your library, go through and clean up your descriptions and add that target video and also target playlists in all your descriptions so that your viewers have a place to go after they finish watching your video. The next strategy is using playlists. So playlists are a super powerful tool in YouTube to get your viewers to watch more of your content. So if you have videos that relate to each other, that are similar in style and they have a very similar structure, put them into a playlist. Or if it's one video after another and it makes sense for a viewer to go from one video to another, your target video, well, put those in a playlist. And when you're using their playlist, there's actually this hidden feature that a lot of people don't necessarily know about. Make this playlist an official series. So each one of your videos can be in one official series playlist. But what that tells YouTube when you put a video in an official series, it means that these videos are linked together. So when you're creating your playlist strategy and you put videos together in a official series playlist, you're giving more data to YouTube to say, hey, after a viewer watches one video in this official series playlist, the next video that should be suggested is another video in this official series playlist. You're just giving YouTube more data so that it keeps suggesting your videos to your viewers. So if you have no playlist set up yet on your channel, this is one thing that you can do right now to start driving some more traffic into your older videos. Put videos that are similar together in playlists. And if you have specific videos that work well together, create official series out of those. Now, a video can be in one official series playlist, but it can be in as many normal playlists as you want. So what I do is I have all my videos in at least one official series playlist, and then I use other playlists to kind of group videos together, depending on how I want a viewer to work through those videos. Now, connecting this with some of the other tips in this video, you want to put playlists in your descriptions. Once a viewer gets into one of your playlists, there's a chance that they're going to watch multiple videos, especially if they're connected right. So if all the videos in that playlist make sense, well, somebody might sit there and just watch all the videos at once. It's going to help boost your watch time and average view duration and all of that. And even if you're linking to a specific video down in your description, if you link to that video in a playlist, then what happens is when someone clicks that link, they go into the playlist and then your videos will automatically start playing next. So a good strategy is when you're adding links into your description, make sure it's a link to that specific target video or any other video, but make sure you're linking to that video in the playlist so that automatically your videos will continue to play after that video is finished. Now let's talk about series. So series are something that you have to kind of plan out, but at the same time, you might actually be creating series already within your channel. So you want to create series on your channel because it helps connect your content in a way where a viewer would be interested in watching video to video to video to video. You look at any TV show, any sort of content out there where it's episodic, there's commonality between every episode. If it's a reality TV show, it's the same format every show. Your favorite HGTV show, the format's not going to change, just the content within it. So you want to think about your content in the same way. You want to have series on your channel. And so if you already have some sort of series happening, you want to make sure to link those by creating an official series playlist and also making sure that the next video, the target video, is one of those videos that's the similar type of format. And so this is something you can look back on your library and start connecting your videos and start looking for those commonalities in structure, in format, in the way that you actually create the videos. And moving forward, you want to create a few series for your channel, styles that your audience will come to know as kind of content that you produce.
So one series that I started on this channel was the biggest mistakes YouTubers make. And in that series, I brought on other YouTubers and we kind of went back and forth. So it was a collaboration with a big group. And I tried this over multiple videos. The first one got like 1.4 million views, but then each video beyond that started to get less and less. So ultimately I abandoned that series and I moved on to other series. And this is something you have to think about when you're creating content on your channel. Once you have series set up, you need to test it, and you need to test it over a bunch of videos, say 5 to 10 videos. And if a series performs well, keep making videos in that series because it's obviously working for your audience. But if that series is not performing well, you're gonna wanna shift what you're doing and try something else. And you don't wanna have too many of these going on at once. You gotta remember, there's only so many videos that you could produce, and if you're someone who does one video a week, well, you can only have like 4 or 5 series, otherwise you're not gonna be putting videos in those series very often. So what you wanna try to do is put in at least one video a month into each series. The goal with any series on your channel is that it's gonna keep viewers watching, and then once somebody watches one of those videos and they like the style and the way you did it, well, they're gonna go watch the rest of them. They're gonna go into that playlist and they're gonna start watching video after video after video. And that's why you wanna give it a little bit of time to see if a series is gonna take off for your channel. And number 7 is a strategy that combines pretty much everything that we've been talking about in this video, and it is super powerful when it's done right. So what you want to do is take everything that we've done and apply it to collaborations. And so what do I mean by this? You want to do a series of videos with another creator that has a similar audience, and then set it up with all the strategies we just talked about, and you're going to create some massive momentum that's gonna bring a lot of synergy between both of your channels. So let me share an example of how I did this with my buddy Nick Nimmin. So Nick Nimmin has an awesome YouTube education channel, and we had a series that we put together that was 4 videos. It wasn't just one collaboration, it was 4. 2 for my channel and 2 for his channel. Now what we did is we made sure that when we were planning these videos out, each video built on the next video. So video 1 was about one topic, it built on video 2, which built on video 3, which built on video 4. And in those videos, when we were scripting them and outlining them, we made sure to throw to the next video, and we made sure to inform the audience of what we were doing and how they should move from one video to the next. Now, once we were done, we created a schedule. So I put out a video, then he put out a video, then I put out a video, then he put out a video. And we used that in-screen first video in the description, a playlist in the description. Basically everything that we've talked about, we made sure to go from video 1 to video 2 to video 3 to video 4. And we also each made a playlist on our own channel with all 4 videos in it. So on my channel, I sent people into my playlist. On his channel, he sent people into his playlist. And what happened is this series went viral for our channels. I think overall we have like 1.6 million views across the videos, and each playlist, my playlist has 50,000 views and his has over 100,000 views. And beyond just views, both of us got subscribers from each other's channel. So there was a lot of people that didn't know about my channel and vice versa, and we were able to educate our audiences on this other person's channel that they should be checking out because it's similar type of content that they might be interested in watching. When you start working together with other creators who have similar audiences as yours, you'll be able to see massive spikes in growth with all of that crossover happening. So I highly suggest one of the things you do moving forward is think about some series that you can do with other creators and work together to build each other's audience and also just bring a lot of value to your community, because ultimately your audience is what matters most. And so you want to make sure that you're making videos that your audience wants to watch and making videos that you enjoy watching too. You don't want to just get sucked up in the algorithm, always making content just because you think it's going to get views. You have to take care of yourself. You have to make videos for yourself. But if you do want to grow a YouTube channel and you want to make a business out of it, you do have to have that business mindset. So you have to think of what's going to help grow my channel and what is going to help reach more of an audience. You got to plan to play both sides at all times because you don't want to get burnt out doing the algorithm stuff, but you also want to grow so you can build your business out of it. It's a balance, and you got to find what works best for you. Let me tell you about the biggest mistake that you're gonna make on YouTube this year. And it has to do with what it is that you're filming. So to break this down simply, let's think of like a Venn diagram. On one side, you have the kind of content that you want to produce. On the other side, you have the kind of content that your viewers want to watch or an audience wants to watch. Well, ideally, you want to be making somewhere in the middle, where it's the kind of content that you like making, but it's also something that an audience would be interested in watching. So I keep seeing this idea again and again of people saying, just do what you love and you'll find your audience. Well, yes and no, because if you just do what you love, well, you're gonna be on the one side of the Venn diagram and you're not actually gonna find an audience for your content. Whereas if you're on the other side of this equation, then you're gonna be doing videos just for an audience and you're gonna burn out. So the biggest mistake that you're gonna make on YouTube this year is just doing what you want or just doing content that your audience wants and not being in the middle. Now in this video, I'm gonna go through 10 steps on how you can be a successful creator this year. And these are the 10 steps that I'm using as a blueprint, because when you can live in that center where it's videos that you like making and it's also videos that your audience enjoys watching, well, that's how you can have a successful YouTube channel. Number one is you need to have a solid idea of what you're doing here on the platform. This is probably the biggest thing that you need to figure out. What are you doing? What are you making? And I think a great way to think about your channel is to think about it like a TV show, not a TV network, because a network has a bunch of different shows that are all under this big umbrella, whereas a show is very specific and each show is gonna have its own audience. And unfortunately, you can't have multiple shows on one channel and really expect it to grow and take off. You can vary up what you're doing, but essentially you are creating a single show. And with that, you need to think, are you being educational? Or are you being entertaining? Or are you being a mix of both? So you definitely want to think about, well, what is your purpose here on the platform? Are you going to be sharing knowledge, or are you going to be sharing something that's entertaining? This is something that you really need to think about, because it's going to help dictate how you position yourself and some different strategies that you're going to use depending on the type of content that you're creating. So once you've figured out your idea, well, you can get into step 2, which is come up with your audience, who your ideal viewer is. Now, obviously you're not going to know exactly who your audience is, but you're also not going to be able to think about everyone that's watching your content all the time. A good way to think about this is picture one person that you're making videos for. You're creating your avatar. You're creating that one person who likes to watch your videos. And so you want to think about, well, what kind of videos do they like watching? What kind of things do they like doing? What kind of person are they as a whole? How old are they? Where do they live in the world? Like, you want to think through all of this. And if you're making videos for one person in this way, and you've really isolated the person that is watching your content, well, there's going to be a whole group of people that are going to enjoy your content. So you just want to think smaller. You don't want to try and picture every person that's out there, because when you start doing that, you're going to get all up in your head and you're not going to figure out what to make. Whereas if you could focus in on that one person, well, you're going to know exactly what kind of videos, well, that person's going to want to watch, and you're going to know what you need to make. And you're going to be able to figure out when you should say yes to making a video and when you should say no to making a video, and just focus on those that are actually going to help your channel. The next thing you want to think about is your first impression. Title, thumbnail, hook. What happens when someone sees your video? What is the image that they're seeing? What's the title that you're putting there? These are all super important. This is why you'll see on my channel, I try to make my thumbnails super clean, because they stand out when you put them next to videos that have tons of text and tons of action going on and you can't really see what the subject is. You want to make things clear and simple. And this is where I've had the most success with my thumbnails, is making it just super clean. And if I am using text, well, I'll only include a few words, and those few words will complement my title. And then when it comes to your title, you want to make it read for humans. If you're doing something that is going to be more pushed and suggested, then you're going to want to have a clicky title that piques someone's interest. But if you are someone who's going to be more focused on search terms, well, you'll want to include those search terms.
And I'll talk a little bit more about suggested and search later in this video. But the last thing that you really want to focus on is the first 15 seconds of your video. What happens when someone clicks on your video? Are they rewarded from that title and thumbnail and they got exactly what they expected? Or is it a big long intro and they have no idea what's going on until like a minute into the video? You really want to think about that first 15 seconds. That's the most important. You want to reward the viewer for clicking on your title and your thumbnail and giving them exactly what they clicked into your video for. Idea, avatar, first impression, so kind of the key things, and if you mix that with some awesome content, well, that's the secret sauce to growing a successful YouTube channel. However, there are some other things we can think about. So the next step in this blueprint that I'm laying out is come up with 100 video ideas. Is this a channel that you can make videos for long term? Or is it only something where you have 5 ideas? So something that I suggest you do right now is come up with 100 video ideas, which I know sounds crazy, but it actually will help you, because if you ever get to a point where you don't have a fresh idea, well, you can look back on these ideas, but also it just makes you think about, well, can I do this long term? And is there a lot of different ideas that I can come up with for this channel, for this show that I'm creating? And in my Notion, I have like 500 ideas. I constantly am just putting new ideas. And then every few weeks, I'll go through and just kind of clean it up and get rid of stuff and reposition where I want things to go on my channel. But I'm constantly thinking about my channel long term and how I can make this sustainable and what kind of content is gonna fit my avatar, but also something that I enjoy making, and how I can keep doing this again and again, week after week after week after week. And this flows right into my next step, which is get consistent. You need to figure out a rhythm that makes sense for you and what you have going on in your life. So if you can make a video every week, well, that's a good way to approach making content on the platform. There was a period where I did 2 videos a week almost for an entire year, and I saw massive growth on my channel. But now I have other things going on in my life. I have 2 kids, and 1 a week makes much more sense. So you just have to figure out how much content you can make. And you're gonna figure this out by actually making videos. So how long does it take you to shoot a video? How long does it take you to edit that video? And then how long does it take you to do the rest of the upload? You have to do titles, thumbnails, you have to do all of your description, you have to think through the entire process of a video from start to finish, and you need to work on, well, how long does that take? And once you can figure out how long that process is, then you can start to see, okay, I can do 1 of these a week, or I can do 1 of these every other week. And you'll just find a rhythm that makes sense for you, but the key is being consistent. You want to stay consistent as much as possible on the platform. You want to be thinking of YouTube long term. This isn't something that's going to happen overnight, and it's also something that you're not going to give up in a few weeks. You want to be thinking, how can I make this a career, and how can I do this year after year after year? So you just need to come up with what consistent means for you right now and just start making videos. The next step is get a one wheel like this guy. But really, the next step is to stop spending so much time consuming and spend more time creating. If you wanted to build a business, you're not gonna sit around and sit on Twitter all the time. You're gonna put all your effort into building that business. Well, YouTube is a business, so you wanna treat it like a business. So you wanna spend your time actually focusing on making videos and doing the things that's gonna move the needle, and not just sit around and consume everyone else's content. There is definitely ways that you can consume content with a purpose. So whenever you're watching a video and you're watching it to see like what other creators are doing and to get ideas and inspiration, well, keep a notepad by you. Like, you want to sit there and take notes, and you actually want to remember the different things that you're actually seeing in these videos and things that will help you make better videos. You don't want to just consume for entertainment. If you really have to treat it like a 9 to 5, then treat it like a 9 to 5, and don't consume for entertainment until you're home done with work. And this is something that I have to keep telling myself. Get away from watching everything. Get off Twitter and just focus on making videos. Like today, I'm out here location scouting this park, and you know what? I had this video idea, and so I thought it'd be great, make a video. Don't sit here on my phone looking at Instagram and Twitter as I'm wandering the park and checking it out for a client job, but actually make something of my time and spend some time and work on a video. That's what you want to do. You always want to be thinking about how can you treat this like a business and not just something fun that you're doing. The next thing you want to do is take advantage of the features that are available for you as a creator here on the platform. So the big thing right now is YouTube Shorts. And if you go on YouTube's Twitter, they're constantly talking about shorts and pushing shorts and this idea of make more shorts. Well, if YouTube's pushing that, then you should probably be making shorts. Take advantage of all the different things that YouTube offers and don't just focus on one style of content. So post on your community feed, make stories, make shorts, like take advantage of the whole spectrum and you'll be able to engage with your audience in a bunch of different ways. The next thing you need to think about is take advantage of search. Now, not every channel can take advantage of search. So if you're an education channel, take advantage of search. YouTube is the second largest search engine and Google is #1 in terms of search engine. And when you type in something like how to vlog, well, your videos could pop up. Here's my video, #1 on YouTube under the search term how to vlog. And now that this video has gotten so much attention from search-based traffic, it is also getting pushed heavily in suggested. And so it all can snowball. But if you're a newer creator or you have those opportunities to actually use search traffic, take advantage of it. Use search keywords. Think of what people are typing into YouTube and take advantage of that. I have a video that I shot when I first started on YouTube. Has nothing to do with my niche, nothing at all, or niche, however you want to talk about it. It's a video on how to deep fry a turkey. So if you type into YouTube right now, how to deep fry a turkey, this video is gonna pop up. And it's my father-in-law talking about how to deep fry a turkey. It's a super useful video for someone who's learning how to deep fry their turkey. And every Thanksgiving, this video gets so much search traffic. And every year it's growing more and more exponentially. Now this has nothing to do with my channel, nowhere near anything to do with my channel, and it still performs super well. So the search algorithm is good and use it if you have those opportunities on your channel. Now the next tip is you really should focus on this idea of curiosity, because the highest clicked type of video on YouTube are videos that pique someone's curiosity. I'm sure you've experienced it when you've been on YouTube and there's just been like 10 things that you'll find deep within the ocean and you're like, oh, okay, I'll click that video. And then you end up getting sucked in and you watch this video for its entirety and then you end up going down this rabbit hole of videos and then you're somewhere completely different and you're like, well, I don't even know why I came on YouTube in the first place. You want to stop someone dead in their tracks and you want to get them to click your video. And if you can come up with these concepts that are just interesting, something different, something unique, well, a lot of people are going to stop and start watching that video. And so when you start coming up with your 100 ideas, start looking at them and think, are these stoppable videos? Are these going to get someone to stop what they're doing and actually watch it? And you want to find those really interesting ideas that's going to pique someone's curiosity and they're just going to want to see what's behind the curtain of whatever this video is. And my final step for you is follow the trends. And I mean the trends on your channel. Obviously there's trends, YouTube as a whole, and just what's going on in media, but follow the trends for your channel. And this is why you'll see some channels that have some videos that are almost like a duplicate. Like you'll see on my channel, I have the biggest mistakes drone pilots make, and I've done this a few times. Now each video has different information. Each video is a little bit unique. However, that title and that concept performed super well and they continue to perform well. And so you want to look for these opportunities on your channel and follow what your audience is responding to. And if we go back to the beginning of this video where I was talking about the biggest mistake that you're going to make on your channel, it is you want to make sure that you're making content within the middle, something that you enjoy making, but also something that your audience enjoys watching. And the more that you pay attention to what your audience is watching, then you'll be able to start seeing these trends and figuring out, okay, I'll make more videos in this style. When I first started my YouTube channel, I was doing a travel vlog channel. I told you I have a video about how to deep fry a turkey. I did not know what I was doing when I first started, but over time I started finding different things that were performing well on my channel. And it really started when I started doing drone videos. And over time, I found a trend of a style of video that I liked making, but also that my audience enjoyed watching. And through the process of making a ton of videos, I have found certain videos that I enjoy making and my audience enjoys watching, but I definitely still make those videos that push in one direction or the other. And when I start making videos that are just for my audience, I definitely feel the burnout coming on. And when I make the videos just for me, well, they don't get viewed. I'm constantly playing this battle. I'm constantly figuring it out for my channel. So no matter where you're at on your journey, if you're just starting, if you're have hundreds of thousands of subscribers, if you have millions of subscribers, these things that we're talking about in this video, they're gonna be something you're gonna continually work on years into the future. And it's just something that you're constantly evolving and you're constantly paying attention to. And at the end of the day, like, put your effort into the stuff that actually moves the needle. Like, make videos. Stop focusing on everything else. Go make cool videos, make videos you like making, and make videos that your audience enjoys watching. So you might be thinking, well, this sounds like a very clickbaity title. Well, it is a clickbait title, but it's not actually a clickbait topic because I am deleting a ton of videos off my channel. And some of you are probably wondering why. And there's also some questions I've been getting around my 2-channel strategy. So in this video, I just want to have a conversation with you. I'm on a hike. I like to have conversations when I'm out hiking, and I think it's a great topic to chat about, especially for those of you who might be a little lost on what to do on YouTube. And just to give you an understanding of, you know, how the whole thing works from someone who's been making videos for a long time. If we haven't met before, I've been making videos since 2016, and I started this channel very differently than what my content currently is. When I first started this channel, I was doing travel vlogs. I started out just kind of vlogs around Santa Monica, but turned into vlogs from Thailand, Vietnam. I went to Belize, Costa Rica, Ecuador, had a bunch of different styles of content. And I started to figure out what worked on YouTube, and I started to grow my channel. And then a few years ago, it switched over to more filmmaking and education, which is what the channel is now. It's filmmaking education. So one of the big aspects of building a channel is just understanding how YouTube works. And just in the broad sense, if you're making a channel, you want to make sure that it's focused. And if you're creating a variety of content, well, your channel will serve a variety of people. So if I'm making a video about mountain climbing, which is one of the things I like doing, but then I go and make a video about drones, well, those are 2 competing audiences. And the people who watch the drone content probably don't have any interest in the mountain climbing expedition video that I did. And then if I add on that a travel vlog going to Mexico, well, now those are kind of 3 different things. There could be overlap, but in the grand scheme of things, it's kind of a just mess when you look at the channel as a whole. So as a creator, this is something I'm constantly thinking about. How can I position my channel in a way that it feels more like a show and people know what to expect when they come to this channel? There's going to be different topics. There is going to be a variety, but it's not going to be so crazy where it's all over the place and one video is about mountains and then the next one's about drones. There has to be this overall structure where it feels like this is one show or this is one kind of content. So as I've been looking through the data behind my channel and basically everything that's going on, and then also just thinking in broad terms, like what do I want to do as a creator? That's where this split has started to happen. And the videos that I want to make don't fit on one channel. I don't just want to make educational videos around filmmaking and drones and all of that. Now I enjoy making these videos, but that's not the only thing that I want to do. I do have these aspirations to tell stories because I enjoy making videos with a story and a purpose and something different than just teaching about filmmaking. And so I've tried to do some of these videos here on this channel. I've done some of my overlanding videos that have a much bigger story. I've tried mountain climbing videos. I've tried some other videos randomly in the past. And yeah, they'll get some views, but overall, they don't necessarily fit this audience. Now, some of you out there will enjoy those videos. And I know who a lot of you are. I see you guys in the comments. But there are people who are just passing by who watch, say, a drone video, and then they're being served up like this overlanding video from Utah, and they're like, what is this? I don't want to watch this. I want another drone video. And so when that happens, it gives YouTube the wrong signal. And so the things that you have to worry about are not necessarily views and subscribers, But you want to think about your impressions, because every time your video is served up in front of someone, whether they click it or not, that's called an impression. And the more views that you get on your channel, the more impressions you'll get. Usually it's like exponentially bigger. I've heard some different metrics out there, but it's usually a lot more impressions for views. Now, the issue comes in if you have competing topics on your channel, like you have all these different topics, well, you're gonna start getting impressions from different audiences. So I have a video on my channel, 10 things to do in Mazatlan. It's a place I went with my wife a while back. It was a cool experience. We did some cool things. We made a video, top 10 video, and it performed pretty well. It's gotten a decent amount of views. Now, I've recently got some comments on that one video, and that makes me realize that my older videos are still getting served up to different audiences. Now, the people that are watching that Mazatlan video don't necessarily care about any of this content that I've been producing recently, within the last few years. So if that person watches one of my videos, and then now they're being served up more of my videos in their homepage, well, it's gonna tell YouTube the wrong signal when they don't click on those videos. It's gonna have a negative impact on my channel. And even worse, if YouTube starts building a profile around the people that are watching that Mazatlan video and then serving up more of my videos to that audience, well, those people probably don't wanna watch my other content. And so I'm fracturing my impressions, and people are seeing my content who have different interests, rather than being the filmmaking crowd and the creators who want to watch these kind of videos and the videos that I produce on a more regular basis. Now, YouTube gives us some tools to be able to see how these affect our channel. Now, one of the things that I do is I go in the back of my analytics, I go into the See More tab, and you can pull up some more in-depth analytics for your channel. And when you're in here, you can compare groups. You can make groupings of videos. So recently what I've done is I've made a group that is all of the videos that don't fit my channel, or I don't think fit my channel. And it's something like 250 videos. I made a lot of content before I started to figure out my direction for this specific channel. And so when I compare the data from those videos versus the other ones, they're still bringing in some subscribers. They're also bringing in a ton of impressions. Now, when you look at the channel as a whole, it's a fraction of the total impressions and total views and total subscribers that I get every month, but it's enough that it does make some sort of an impact. And those impressions and views and subscribers could be coming from people who might actually want to watch my content, which would mean that the subscribers would be then higher on those impressions, and the views and the watch time and everything else would be much higher. Now, not everything is about metrics, but this is why if you want to do YouTube, you need to have kind of a data-driven mindset, and you need to be looking at your data and seeing how things affect your channel. And so looking at this big picture, I'm not going to make that kind of vlog again. This channel is not going back to a travel vlog. I don't really have any interest in that, so why should I keep a video on my channel that is 20 things to do in Thailand, or my experience exploring Ecuador and going river rafting? Like, that doesn't fit what I'm doing on this channel anymore. And when looking at the big picture and taking a step back, it makes me realize that I just need to remove all of these videos off of my channel. I need to delete them. Now, I'm not gonna actually delete them because they are snapshots in time, and I do want to preserve it. So they are gonna probably just become privated so that I can always keep the memories and what I was doing on this channel before it became what it is. So now that brings us to my 2-channel strategy. You might be wondering, well, what's happening with the second channel? Well, that channel, I'm approaching it like I would have approached this channel had I started right now. And I guess I am starting again because I have a second channel, but I'm approaching this channel as if it's a single show and it's one concept. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to do one topic. It means I'm just going to go around specific style of videos, and I'm going after a different audience than this channel. This is for my creator friends. This is for those of you who want to make videos, who want to get better at your craft, who are self-producing, who are making videos here on YouTube. That is my audience here, and I don't want to leave this audience. I love what we've built here, and this is an awesome channel, and this is an awesome community. And I can't wait to see everyone at NAB this year because we're finally all going to be able to get together again. But I don't only just want to make videos that are tutorials, that are reviews. I want to actually use the things that I talk about, use the techniques, put it into practice. And I've done this in different ways on this channel, and I'm basically just taking those videos and moving them somewhere else and having a completely different approach. I want to dig into some topics that are around adventure, history, science, technology, but going more into a broad sense of just things that are going on in the world or places that we want to go explore and just unique things. And so those videos are going to be all around story. There's not going to be anything about tutorials. There's not going to be anything teaching in that way. There's not going to be any reviews. This channel, I grew from search-based traffic, and then it turns into suggested and browse and all of that. That channel is a completely different strategy. I'm going after just interesting videos that get picked up by the algorithm based on somebody watching for a period of time and YouTube then serving that up to more people. So if you do just want to watch some interesting stories, well, check that channel out. I'm going to put a link down below in the description. I have a few videos already on that channel, and I think they're pretty interesting. They're completely different, and they wouldn't fit here, and that's the whole thing. If I was to make the video about the singing dunes and put it here on this channel, yeah, it would get a few views, but it also might bring in a different audience that doesn't want to watch the rest of my content. And that's the whole thing. I want to treat my channels as if they're a show, and I want to make sure that I'm making videos that the audience wants to watch and not giving them a variety of all these different topics and make it harder for me to grow this as a business. If you're a creator, you want to make sure that you're having that business mindset if you do want to build a business here on the platform. And then the last big thing just about being in this filmmaking niche, it's tough to come up with unique concepts that have stories around it when you're in this world of like the tutorials and all of that. There's some videos that I've done on this channel that are great. They have stories, they perform pretty well, but it is harder to find those kind of stories. Whereas starting another channel that has a different topic altogether just frees me up creatively to kind of do a lot of stuff that I've always wanted to do. I don't really have to focus so much on trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, which a lot of times that's what it feels like when you're trying to come up with creative stories for an audience that doesn't necessarily want these stories on this channel. And so if I wanted to go do a video about a plane crash out in the mountains, well, trying to find a way to fit that into the filmmaking community, I would have to do something like, you know, trying to get the most epic drone shot of this out in the mountains and like coming up with a story around trying to use that drone and this and that. And then it becomes like pretty convoluted and it's not as enticing. It just feels like I'm trying to force something. Whereas if I could just make a story about this and not focus so much on the techniques, well, it kind of changes the way I approach these videos and it gives me a completely different feeling and it becomes more exciting and more interesting creatively. Not to say that the other video wouldn't be good too, but it's just a different way of approaching. And I've seen a lot of creators trying to force these stories out and they're trying to make something that fits the niche, but it doesn't quite work out. And it's a lot of times it's forcing something into the camera and filmmaking space, when a lot of times people just want to see what's going on with the newest drone, or they want to see a cool technique that they can use in their own videos. So between all of those reasons, that is why I'm deleting a lot of videos off this channel, and I'm also splitting this into 2 channels.
So one question that I get over and over again is, when should I start my YouTube channel? And the answer is right now. And so I teamed up with a group of awesome creators, and in this video I'm going to be going through some things you need to think about when you start your YouTube channel, but also we're going to be going through our mistakes that we made starting out so that you don't make those same mistakes on your YouTube journey. So I just wanted to start this video off by talking about kind of the main thing that you need to do right now before you even press record, and that is research. You're going to want to shoot videos in like a particular niche. You hear this all the time. Niche, 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 niche. Yes, you do have to put your videos in like a certain category. The whole reason for that is you want to shoot for an audience. If you're shooting like videos all over the place, then you're not targeting one specific style of person, and that will basically spread your channel and you'll never actually grow. So the first thing that you need to think about when you're starting your YouTube channel is come up with an idea of what it is that you actually are interested in. What are your passions? What do you care about? And then think about, is this what you want to do a YouTube channel about? And if it is, now I want you to just do research and figure out what's already on the platform and what people are making that's similar to the type of the content that you're going to make. All right, I'm gonna hand it off to my buddy Aldrin from here, who's got a mistake for you and also a tip on how you can avoid it on your channel.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Aldrin Estasio, and I have a channel called Flight Path where I do a lot of drone and tech reviews. And thanks, Jeven, for having me on here. And one of the biggest mistakes I would say I didn't do when I first started YouTube is really listening to my audience. Now, when you first start YouTube, you definitely want to just keep producing content, learning as you go, better editing skills, lighting, and things like that. But the one thing I didn't do as much that I should have done in the beginning is really asking my audience, especially even if it's small, what are some things that they want to learn from you? Because when you start focusing on a specific type of niche, you're gonna start attracting certain types of people that are really interested in it. Now you wanna connect with them a little bit more and you wanna ask them, how can I help you? And by doing this, it really gives you a list of types of videos that your audience wants to see. And then when your channel grows in size, when you get to that 1,000 subscriber mark, you're able to have a community tab where then you can actually ask questions to your audience through a community tab on YouTube. Also add some polls and some videos and descriptions on there if you wanted to communicate a little bit more with your audience. So I think the biggest takeaway for me was not connecting with my audience a little bit sooner. That way you're able to connect with them, interact with them, and bring them along with you on your journey. And also they give you a lot of ideas of types of videos that they want to see, and it gives you more ideas of what you want to make and how you can expand and grow your channel.
So I 100% agree with Aldrin on this. You're gonna wanna look to your community for inspiration, ideas, just anything, because like I was saying at the beginning, you want to be creating for an audience. And if you can create your videos for an audience, then there's more opportunity for you to find success and grow faster. That's what all of us want. We want to grow a YouTube channel. So to do that, you need to connect with your audience. All right, next I have D. Nimmin, and he's gonna give you his biggest mistake starting out.
Hey, Jeven. You know, when I started my channel, I made a ton of mistakes just like everybody else does, but there's one mistake that if I could go back in time and correct it so it never happened, it would be fixing the mistake of thinking that everything had to be perfect before I started making my videos. And what I mean by that is I spent a lot of time getting my set together. I spent a lot of time choosing the right light bulbs for my set. I spent a lot of time coming up with the right graphics that I was going to put on top of my video. Should I have an intro? Should I not have an intro? What font should I use for my logo? Or what font should I use when I display the graphics on my screen? I spent a lot of time trying to figure this out, and these things are important, but it shouldn't come at the expense of not making your videos, and that's what I did, and I hope you don't make the same mistake because I wasted a lot of time when I should have been making my videos. What I should have done is grab my phone like I'm doing right now and went outside or opened up my window so the natural light can come in and light up the set, and just started practicing and telling my story and practice becoming a better communicator and sharing my message, because that's what matters on YouTube. And in case it's your gear that's holding you up because you think you need to get bigger and better and more expensive gear to make YouTube videos, this is where you are making a mistake right now. Grab your phone, get outside, and start making those videos.
If you don't know me, my name is Jake Sloan. I'm an Alaskan-based videographer and photographer who creates content for solo creators like me who are out there creating content on the go and by themselves. One of the big mistakes that I made that kept me from starting on YouTube for a long time was thinking that I had to have the right gear to tell a good story, or that I had to have better gear. And the truth is that while I really like gear, I like new cameras, I like testing different pieces of equipment and seeing what it's capable of, the truth is that the ability to tell a good story is not dependent on your gear. It's more dependent on you and your skill set. I made the first bunch of videos, including one of my highest viewed videos, using this, an iPhone 6S, a Rode Video Micro, and a cheap little Manfrotto tripod phone clamp. Not only is one of my highest viewed videos filmed with this setup right here, but some of my favorite videos were filmed with this. It was me exploring Alaska where I live, filming with this setup right here, but showing some of the most amazing places that I get to explore on a daily basis. So rather than thinking that gear is the limitation and will keep you from starting YouTube, think about the story that you can tell regardless of the gear you have. If you've got a phone, you can tell a great story, and the story is what counts in the end. Gear is not something that should limit you. Yes, you can upgrade down the road. Yes, you can buy better cameras and better lenses and better lights. But really, if you don't have a good story to tell it's not going to matter what gear you use. So don't let gear be the limiting factor that's keeping you from telling your story here on YouTube. Get out there, create some great content, and tell a good story. Thanks, Jeven. Back to you.
So there's nothing holding you back. Perfectionism is like the Achilles heel for YouTubers. If we get into our heads too much and just think that we need to have everything perfect, then we're not going to create. And you basically want to get yourself onto a schedule, a rhythm. You want to produce like maybe one video a week, maybe 2 videos a week, maybe 1 video every other week, but you want to get on this schedule, this constant rhythm of producing content and putting it out there, because if you're not uploading new content, A, you're not going to learn what your mistakes are and you're not going to grow from those, but B, you're also not going to satisfy your audience. And I found that weekly is something that's tolerable for most of us. Shooting on a schedule where it's daily or even every other day is pretty hard to do. However, if you really have the motivation and the kind of content you're producing makes sense to do more on a daily style schedule, then go for it and see how it resonates with your audience. But when you're creating your videos for YouTube, you really want to focus on your title and your thumbnail. You'll hear this time and time again from any YouTube educator that you follow, but your title and thumbnail is super important, because if somebody doesn't click on your video, then it doesn't matter if you have the best looking video, the most exciting story, the most awesome video in the world. If they didn't click on it, they're not going to watch it. So your title and thumbnail are super important, and you really want to pay attention to your click-through rate, because that's going to help determine how much exposure your video gets down the road. Just something to consider. I want to just put these things in your head, because these are things that you're going to have to pay attention to as you're building out your channel. All right, I'm going to send it off to Luri. She's got a big mistake, and it's one that you really need to hear.
Oh yeah, I have made a ton of mistakes as a video content creator since I got started in 2005. By the way, I'm Luri Petrucci and my channel is Live Streaming Pros. Nice to meet you. So one mistake that had the biggest impact on me later on down the road was the fact that I actually started out using an alias. And at first it honestly seemed like no big deal, harmless. But over the years, Callie Lewis, the alias, became this bubble that was carefully crafted into this perfect personality. Human, but perfectly lovable. But then 10 years later, I was 34 and it was time for me to freaking grow up as a person. But I couldn't. I couldn't explore new facets of myself. I couldn't change as we all do as human beings. I couldn't break free from the alias's character, if you will. And I found myself in a really miserable place, alone, hiding the real me that wanted to come out so bad, pushing away any thought or feeling or new hobby idea that threatened to break that perfected bubble. And don't get me wrong, the alias actually had this huge benefit, because the concept of an alter ego, it allowed me to be somebody who that super shy and timid Luria didn't know how to be without massive fear. And Callie Lewis, well, she was fearless. So that was the great thing about the alias. But at the same time, Callie had become inauthentic in a lot of ways over the years. So really, the lesson learned, stay true to your uniquely you self, and do not, and I repeat, do not allow yourself, your audience, or anyone else to become a character. And I know that may sound silly right now, but it's a lot easier for people to do that than you might think, alias or not. So when people react positively to you because they see who you are on camera, they actually want that experience to last. And it's hard for you to change that experience on them. So as you grow and as you change and you adapt to your world over time, don't fear changes in your content or in yourself, but instead, bring your audience along for the journey of your growth. Don't just spring it on them. I lost 2 million followers that way. It's not fun, I promise you that. So if they are the right audience, they will celebrate your changes. They'll go through that journey with you, and they will still connect to the new you. Go be you.
The biggest mistake I made starting as a YouTuber, well, let me give you some context. I used to be back behind the camera, and one day I decided I was going to come from behind the camera and start a YouTube channel. And I walked from behind the camera, since I must know all about all this, and I started making the biggest mistake I've ever made, which is called acting. And my early videos were so cringy. Just don't act. Get out there, put your face on camera, just relax, just be yourself. Some people will like who you are and some people won't. Don't worry about it. As you do this more and more and more and more and more, you'll become more relaxed. You'll become more relaxed on camera. You'll fiddle with your lights and your lenses and stuff like that. Just take a deep breath and relax and be yourself and talk to the person on the other side of the camera.
Hey, my name's Steve Yallow. I make travel videos, and when I first started YouTube, I think one of my biggest mistakes was not being me. And when I say that, I mean not being my true, authentic self. Talking to a camera is not as easy as you may think it may be. It can take some getting used to and definitely takes practice to just feel more natural and let it flow. Some of the YouTubers that I really liked and admired were super energetic, and that was their thing and that was their personality, so I thought I had to be like that. And it's okay to take inspiration. It's actually really good to take inspiration from other people, but do it in your own style. Put your own spin on it and be you, because ultimately people will like to watch your videos if they can connect with you on a personal level, and they can tell immediately if you're not being real or true or genuine.
Just be yourself, you're gonna find an audience for it. Don't worry, it will happen. So one thing that's gonna really help you grow is paying attention to your audience retention. So your click-through rate is how someone clicks onto your video. Audience retention is how long they're staying through the video. YouTube wants people to watch the entirety of your video and then go on to another video. So pay attention to your average view duration because it's gonna help grow your channel. All right, I'm gonna send it off to my buddy Drew. He's got an awesome channel and he's gonna go through one of his biggest mistakes, and this is a super important aspect of YouTube.
Hey, my friend, Drew Cannoli here, Fit Life TV. My biggest mistake that I've made filming videos over the past 11 years, and that is not having a hook or something compelling to grab the viewer within the first 5 seconds. It used to be 15 seconds. I think it's much shorter today. So having a clear and concise thought about what you want to talk about, doing the SEO and the research behind it, how to actually structure the video, using story, as I'm sure Jeven has explained to you guys. The hook is the most important thing, because if you can't get your viewer in the beginning emotionally and logically engaged into your video, then they're not going to watch the whole entire thing. So I remember times when I would just grab the video camera and not really have a plan in place, and I'd end up rambling for the first 2 or 3 minutes, not really talking about anything specific to what was in it for the viewer. So the hook is generally something of, for me, that works well is what's in it for the viewer. What are they going to get in the next 5 minutes from watching the video? How is it going to improve their life? What are the benefits? What are the takeaways? And what you can expect from me in this video is. So it would sound like, hey there, Drew Cannoli. I'm excited to share with you the tried and true toothpaste that I actually use to whiten my teeth using ancient Ayurvedic superfoods, one of them known as turmeric. And I'm going to show you how to make your own toothpaste from home, costing less than $1.50, and how that can absolutely transform your life and, well, your teeth. Right here, right now, in the next 5 minutes, you'll have the recipe. Let's go. So they know specifically what they're getting from me. And I think that video, it's a short one, but I think it's got like 7+ million views now. So knowing what you're gonna say in the very beginning, grabbing them right from the beginning, knowing your hook, that would be my thing. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
Okay, I'm gonna pass it off to Kitty because she's got a mistake that you guys really need to hear.
One thing to check is always make sure there's nothing up your nose or in your teeth. That's for sure. Hi everyone. For those who don't know, my name is Kitty and I run the Atola Visuals YouTube channel. And I've been doing YouTube for quite some time. And I believe I've made many mistakes, but the one I want to talk about would definitely have to be, once you put out enough videos, you'll see what is doing well. And once you see what is doing well, you should take those and capitalize on them because people found you through those videos. For instance, you may have known me from such works like the Ronin S review or the Weeble Lab review. But what I didn't do was go deeper on that content. I went wider and tried to get as many gimbals as I could get and review as many as I could. But instead I should have focused on maybe more gimbal movement tutorials or how to balance or set it up. So that's definitely one piece of advice that I would give you. Go deeper on your content instead of going wide.
I completely agree with Kitty on this. You know, on my channel, I've tried to do all these different things, and when it comes down to it, you really just need to pay attention to what people actually care about and what they want to watch. So you really want to make sure that once you have a library of videos, you pay attention to what's working and what's not, and then double down on what's working. It's a pretty simple idea, but it works super well because your audience is telling you what they want to see by all the analytics that you get in the YouTube studio. Take those into consideration, make more of what works, and if something isn't working, maybe try it a little different, or it's maybe not a subject that you should cover on your channel. All right, I'm gonna pass it off to Pierre. He's got another mistake that you guys really need to hear.
Hey, what's up? Pierre T. Lambert here, and my biggest mistake when I started YouTube was my lack of consistency in terms of topics. It is so much easier to pick a topic, pick a niche that you will consistently do content about. At the beginning, I was kind of going all over the place, trying too many things, trying too many styles of video, too many topics, and no one really knew why they were subscribing for and what they would get from me. The most important change I made was picking a niche, whether it was on the travel channel or now the photography channel, and doing just photography. People, no matter where they are in this world, they can watch this content and they understand that we're gonna be talking about photography. They will wanna watch the next videos. It makes it a lot easier for people to want to come back and keep watching new content. I hope that helped. It really helped me tremendously in my life. Now, good luck with yours.
Thank you, Jeven, for having me. Hi, my name is Craig from Craig's Tech Talk. My biggest YouTube mistake is not understanding the platform and what my audience was looking for. YouTube is the second largest search engine in the world next to Google. That's important to think about because people come to YouTube to search for information or entertainment. For my genre of tech, viewers are looking to learn about tech and how to use it. If I'd really understood the platform and genre, it would have helped me position my videos better to be found, like using better titles and picking topics that people were actually searching for. Next, I was not thinking about what my audience was looking for. Sometimes it's a tutorial or learning about a product, but at the end of the day, they were looking for information. I needed to provide that information to provide value, not telling some long-winded story about my day or going off on tangents. I started learning if it didn't add value to my audience, cut it. I'm not saying stories don't add value, but if they don't, cut it. Reactions and humor can add a lot of value, but if they don't, cut it. My biggest tip would be it's all about the viewer. Help them find you, know your genre, and give them value. Thank you, Jeven, for letting me share my mistakes.
I can't stress this enough. Pick your niche and serve one audience. If you're trying to serve all these different people, you're never gonna grow. Unfortunately, there's only a few people out there who have the personality that can captivate a huge audience. Most of us are gonna have to focus our channel down and really target one audience. And once you can master that, you can start expanding out and finding similar audiences to that. But you really need to start with just one audience and really focus in. So I'm gonna pass it off to Tommy, and he's gonna give you his biggest mistake that he made on his channel.
Thanks, Jeven. So I think my biggest mistake when I started my YouTube channel was not staying within a single niche. It wasn't not even a niche. I didn't even stay in the same genre. I just made videos about everything and anything that I wanted to, and that hurt me super early on. I think my fourth video went pretty viral, at least for me. Got like 500,000 views, and I got my first 1,000 subscribers off of it. Problem is, I didn't want to make any more videos about that topic, and so anytime I published a video after that, anyone who was already subscribed to my channel would click on the video. It wasn't about something they were interested in, and then they would leave right away. So my watch time was down to like, seconds. And so I had a very low subscriber to view ratio, and the algorithm would never recommend it because it had very low watch time. And so I'd say my advice to any new channels, new creators, or people that are having trouble with their own channels, just pick a genre and stay within it, and then also become a master of a particular niche within that genre. Now my genre is filmmaking, and I make a lot of videos about filmmaking stuff, but I try to focus on lighting because to me, lighting is my niche within the filmmaking genre. And on top of that, you're a lot more likely to get sponsorships or work with companies that, make the products that you like to play with and use in your videos or make videos about if you have a history of working with a lot of similar products. For example, if you make outdoor films and you love kayaks and you talk about kayaks and you make videos about kayaks and how to kayak better, if you approach a company about working with them on a sponsorship for a kayak, they'll probably just send you one for free so you can use it because you have a history of working with products like theirs and an audience that's probably interested in it. One of my second biggest mistakes was trying to promote myself on Reddit. I'm pretty sure my channel is banned from most subreddits, definitely r/videos. I posted a ton of links to my new videos that I thought were amazing at the time. They weren't. If you try and post your own videos, the internet knows and they will hate you for it. Plus, Reddit's not even a very good source of traffic. People only watch your videos for like a minute and a half. So that's my advice. Pick a genre, try and stick within a niche in that genre, and then don't try and self-promote on Reddit. Back to you.
This video goes against everything that I say about niching down and having focus on one topic. Kind of. Because there's a video on my channel that I should probably delete, but I haven't yet. This was a video that I shot back in 2016 around how to deep fry a turkey. And this video makes close to $1,000 every Thanksgiving. And so we're gonna dig into the analytics of this single video. And also, I'm gonna give you 5 lessons from the performance of this turkey video on my channel, which has nothing to do with turkey. So let me just give you a little background on this video. Back in 2016, I had no idea what I was doing on YouTube. I was just making vlogs, and I thought that was how you grow a channel. I didn't understand the importance of niching down and figuring out a specific audience that you want to make your videos for. Rather, I was just making videos that I thought were entertaining and fun. And I was just kind of throwing anything at the wall and trying to see if it sticks. And one of those videos was a video on how to deep fry a turkey. And this video came up because my father-in-law really enjoys deep frying turkeys every Thanksgiving. So he does a series of turkeys, usually 2 or 3 turkeys for the family, and he always does different flavors for each. So every Thanksgiving, it's all about the turkey and deep frying the turkey. So I decided to make a tutorial having him explain how you deep fry a turkey. Now, I didn't understand on my channel that this video doesn't fit. I put it on my channel next to some vlogs, next to some drone videos, next to some camera stuff. It was just a complete mix of content back then. However, even though this video does not fit my channel at all, so far, it's gained over 600,000 views, and since its release, it's made close to $12,000. And the reason for this is that this is a highly searched topic, especially around the holidays, and it has a high CPM. So you can see from this, it has a playback CPM of $24, and it brings me an RPM of around $18 in its lifetime. So that's a pretty significant CPM for a video about deep frying a turkey. And a side note, my second channel, which has gained close to 200 million views off of shorts, has made basically the same amount of money. Now let's look at some of the other data because this is pretty interesting. So it's only received around 942 subscribers. So it's a very low number in comparison to how many views that it's gotten. But one of the more interesting things about this video is you go to the traffic source and it's dominated by search. So 400,000 views are coming in off of search and 130,000 are coming off of suggested. But if you also look at the search, one of the craziest things is that it has a 14.6% click-through rate. So when people are searching how to deep fry a turkey, they want to click on this video. Also, when you look at the history of this video, it didn't really start getting views until 3 years after it was posted. So you might be wondering, why am I keeping this video on my channel? Well, part of it is that I'm just kind of seeing what happens with this video over time. It's been on my channel since 2016, and now every year it still gets views, even though my channel is completely different. Now, as soon as I notice that this really impacts my channel in a negative way, I'm gonna pull it off the channel. But for now, it really only trends on Thanksgiving and a few days before and after, and then a few days during Christmas. But other than that, the video really doesn't do anything the rest of the year. But this is a case study that really shows you the power of a single video. And so this brings us to our first lesson, which is use search to your advantage. Now, not every channel can use search, but if you are a channel that has the potential to use search topics, use them. Even though suggested and browse might bring you more traffic, and that's where the virality comes from for a channel, search is still a very important tool to growing a sustainable business around your content. Take advantage of what people are searching in that search bar. So let's just do a quick search around cooking turkey. And so I typed in how to cook turkey, and now I have this entire list of videos that people are searching for because it's popping up in the search bar, which means that YouTube is seeing people search for these terms pretty frequently. So it's automatically filling in the rest of the sentence. How to cook turkey bacon, how to cook turkey, how to cook turkey legs, how to cook turkey breast, how to cook turkey in the oven, how to cook turkey burgers, how to cook turkey legs in the oven, how to cook turkey sausage. And I could start using a search bar to start typing in things around the topics that I've already built on my channel and find other things that people are searching for and make videos that satisfy those searches. And then what you want to do is use that search and make that the title of your video. Now let's dive into lesson 2, which is make evergreen content and not always topical content. So if I do a video around the newest camera, that's a very topical piece of content. When the camera comes out, there's a lot of interest in it, but then it will wane over time. Now, if I did a video on how to get shallow depth of field, well, that pertains to any camera at any point, and people can watch that years into the future, and it's not set in a specific time frame. So making content that's around something specific right now is very good to bring new eyeballs onto your channel. However, you really want to have an evergreen content, because as you build a big library of evergreen content, well, then you're going to be getting views on your old content and not just the new videos that you put out right now. And that brings us to lesson 3, which is use compounding to your benefit. So just like the idea of putting your money into stocks and investments and then it compounds year after year, while making evergreen videos and putting them into your library is essentially creating this compounding effect. And there's some ways that you can push this compounding effect even further. So if I really was to jump into the cooking realm, well, I would make all different types of cooking turkey videos, and then I would expand beyond that and start cooking other recipes. And I could create this big library of deep fried foods, cooking turkey, other types of foods. You could really go any path that you want on YouTube, but you do want to have focus, and you want to take compounding and use that to your advantage. And you're going to want to make videos in one topic or one niche. And a big factor to creating this compounding effect is at the end of your video, take advantage of your end screen and push it to another relevant video. So if you notice in every one of my videos that I have on this channel, I always say, well, next you should check out this video, and it will be a specific video that ties into the video that you're currently watching. So I'm thinking through my viewer's journey, and if you're watching this video, well, I'm going to come up with another video that I'm going to put at the end of the video to try and keep you watching more videos within my channel. And as you do this more and more, all of your videos are going to tie together, and you're going to create this big web where a viewer will enter into one of your videos randomly, but then they might start jumping around to all the different content in your library, especially if it's evergreen content. Now, lesson 4, when it comes to evergreen content, make sure that you license everything properly in your videos. So I haven't played any of the audio from this turkey video because the music was pulled from a service that does free music. And I've had a lot of my videos that were pulled from these services get copyright claimed later on. And so this video hasn't gotten copyright claimed yet, but there's a chance that it's going to happen in the future. And so one of the things you want to think about is everything that you're putting into your video, especially evergreen videos, you want it to be able to live on your channel year after year and not have issues with copyright down the road. So if you're putting music into your videos, make sure that you're properly licensing music so that you don't have issues in the future. And then lesson number 5 is think long-term. Don't focus on short-term gains. Like, don't focus on what's going to get you a ton of views right now and be super viral, because that's not necessarily what's going to help you establish a business and make this a full-time career. And this is a conversation that I've been having with a lot of creators lately when it pertains to shorts, because shorts can go super viral and they can bring you a ton of subscribers and they can bring you a ton of views, but they don't necessarily bring you the right viewers. You want to think through what is going to be your business strategy for your channel and what kind of content do you want to make year after year. On this channel, I saw that shorts had a negative impact in my long form videos, and so I ended up removing all the shorts off this channel. And if you're someone who covers products, you could get stuck in the loop of just always covering what's new and never actually thinking through evergreen style content that's going to get views year after year. I know for the camera and filmmaking space, there's always new products coming out, and there's always camera companies that want to send you something to test out for your channel. The issue is that takes time to make those videos. And so you want to think through, is that the kind of video that you want to do? Or do you want to have a different strategy that's incorporating more evergreen content so that you could build this foundation, this library of content that eventually you don't have to keep putting new videos into? One of the biggest things with the compounding effect is that the bigger that this library gets, and the more targeted you are with this web of content that you've built, well, you'll get to a point where you'll be able to continue to generate income, continue to generate views and subscribers without actually having to make any new videos, and you can actually take a back seat and not have to produce so much content. So you have to think through, what do you want to do on YouTube? What is your strategy? What are you going to be doing in 5-10 years? These are all important things that you should think about, put in the back of your mind, and also help you guide which direction you're going to go with your channel and the content you're creating. For the last 30 days, I've been posting 1 short a day on my second channel, and my goal was just to experiment with some different formats and figure out what works for short form content. However, things have been going a lot differently than anticipated, and currently I'm getting over 5 million views a day, and I just broke 50,000 subscribers on that channel. So in this video, I want to take you through my thought process between 30 days of shorts, and I also want to dig into some of the analytics to show you how shorts behave over time. And at the end of this video, I just want to go through some of the strategies that I'm using when I'm making my shorts. So I have two channels. I have my main channel here, which is creator education and filmmaking tutorials and all of that. But I have a second channel that's dedicated to just stories from adventures. And my whole goal with my second channel is to do something completely different than this main channel here. It's two different styles of videos that I enjoy creating, and I wanted my second channel to just be storytelling. So I've been making videos on my second channel for a little while now. You can see that I started this back in February 2020, but I really didn't start posting much content on this channel until last year. And the videos that I've been posting on this channel have been kind of sporadic. It's whenever I have a chance to go shoot a story and be able to make one of these videos. Oftentimes it goes around some of the content I'm making here on this channel. So if I have a new gimbal or a new lens that I'm working with, well, I'll use that as an opportunity to go shoot a story, and then I have some footage of actually making a video that I could use here as behind the scenes when I'm making my videos on this channel. And then on February 1st, YouTube started monetizing shorts. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to really start trying out shorts on the second channel and see what happens. Here on my main channel, I've been doing shorts for a little while. I've done a whole bunch of shorts on this channel, and they've kind of worked, but nothing's really taken off. And so I wanted to try something completely different on the second channel, which is all story driven, and see if I could find a format that works for shorts and be able to grow this channel in a different way. So on February 1st, I decided I'm gonna post 30 shorts in 30 days, but really just focus on the process of making 30 shorts. And for years, I've been filming my adventures and doing a lot of travel vlogging, so I just have a ton of content to work with to be able to make shorts out of. And my approach to doing these 30 shorts in 30 days was to do just a different story with every short. And just something simple, something digestible, something that could be told in 30, 40 seconds.
So would you stop and try this? My wife and I were driving through Ecuador alongside a massive canyon on our way to the Amazon. On the side of the road, we saw a concrete platform. From this platform, there was a cable stretched to the other side of the canyon. And that's when we saw someone launch off and go headfirst to the other side. So I climbed up there and got harnessed up. But instead of going headfirst, they spun me upside down and let go. I had no idea where I was as I flew to the other side with my feet in the air hundreds of feet above the river below.
Now, when I started posting these shorts, there was a certain pattern that happened with every short within the first few days. And what would happen is there would be a ton of views out of the gate, and then it would just stop. So for this video, I got almost 3,000 views in the first hour, and then it just flatlined. And then 9 hours later, it took off again, and then it flatlined. And that's basically the pattern I've seen over and over with all of my shorts. No matter what I did with the shorts at the beginning of this experiment, they would have this same pattern where it would get a big boost of views, whether it's 1,000 views, a couple thousand views, 3,000 views like this one, and then it would just flatline and stop. And then maybe the short would take off later and get another 1,000 views, and then just flatline. And every single short had this exact same pattern. It's a very weird thing. It's like the YouTube algorithm is testing it, seeing what kind of data these shorts produce, and then pulls your video off the short shelf. And then it just sits there until YouTube decides to test it again. And what I found is this same pattern over and over. And this is the same thing that's happened on my main channel here when I'm doing shorts. I'll see this big boost in views, and then it just tapers off and nothing really happens. Now this pattern continued all the way through until about day 15 and 16 on this experiment. And that's when I started seeing views coming in on a couple of my videos. And this was after that second bump. I started seeing more of a flat line work its way up. And I had a few shorts that were starting to go viral. And you could see these videos weren't getting much for a while. And then come around the 15th, 8,000 views, 21,000 views, 42, 100, 200, 300, 400, 400, and then drop back down. And then I got another massive boost where it went 500, a million, and now these videos are getting like 1 million views a day, which is absolutely crazy because I've never seen numbers like this on any videos here on my main channel. But what happened when a couple of my shorts started taking off is that it started boosting all of the shorts on my shorts shelf. And so now as I produce more and more shorts, each one is starting to get more and more of a boost, and they're all trending upwards without actually having this weird stepping motion. So here's my data from this 30-day experiment.
I got 11 million views, I gained over 12,000 subscribers, and I made just under $700. So when it comes to shorts, the ad revenue is much lower than long form videos. If we go over to revenue and go to shorts, you'll see that my CPM is 6 cents. So on 11 million views, I made $600. So it's not very much money for the amount of views that you're getting. However, the exposure is growing the channel. And I think we need to pause and kind of talk about what the purpose is of growing a channel. So if you don't know what your purpose is for building a channel, you might jump into shorts and you just try to do things that go viral and get millions of views. But ultimately, if you don't have a plan of what your channel is kind of at its core, well, you might be making shorts in the wrong direction and bringing in the wrong audience. Whenever you're building a YouTube channel, you really need to focus on who is that audience. And whether you're making long form videos or you're making short form videos, you should still make content specifically for one audience. Because if you could build a community around that audience, then they're gonna wanna watch everything that you produce and not just these viral shorts of you dancing in the street with cars rushing by you. So there are things that will take off in shorts. However, you don't wanna just follow trends and go after what's trendy at that moment. You really wanna think audience first and what are your goals of your YouTube channel before you start diving in and making a ton of shorts. For me personally, I want to have the second channel as a place to tell adventure stories. And so I want to build an audience of people who are interested in watching adventure stories. And so everything that I'm doing with the shorts on this channel are really focused in on telling short form stories about different adventures, whether it's adventures that I've gone on or just stories that I've researched and discovered. So the whole idea is that I'm building an audience and a community that's gonna like the long form content that I'm gonna be producing on this channel as well. Because ultimately, you wanna make sure that you're building a channel that can build a business. And if you don't have that mindset, you might just be putting out a ton of content, getting a ton of views, but then have no direction. And so when it comes time to actually build a business around what you're doing, well, you might not have the right audience for the channel that you're building. And if you want to dive deeper into learning about how to grow a YouTube channel and make it a sustainable business, then make sure you head over to the Creator Film School. That's where I have all of my education around building a YouTube channel and actually making it a full-time career and something that you can build year after year after year. Because ideally, you don't want to do this for 6 months and then just forget about it. The whole idea of building a channel is that you're building a business that then you can sustain for years to come and make this a business. So for me personally, I'm building this channel because I want to tell adventure stories. And I have this channel here because I enjoy teaching other creators on how to make videos. So the two sides of what I like to do in my business. So now that these 30 days are finished, this kind of first experiment, I've actually extended it to 100 days. I'm trying to do 100 shorts in 100 days to really see what happens with the channel by posting daily shorts for a longer period of time. Because after the 30 days, the channel really started to take off. And you can see here in the last 3 days, I went from 3.4 million views to 4.9 to 5 million views. And in terms of subscribers, I got 5,000, 8,000, and 8,000 off of just these last 3 days. Now that I have some shorts that have gone viral, the audience is starting to watch all of my other content that I have posted on the channel. So I'm starting to see a lot of the other shorts that didn't go viral starting to get a lot of views. And what I'm finding more interesting than that is that my long form videos that have been just sitting on my channel not getting any views are all now starting to get a little trickle of views. It's not tons of views, but if we look at the data for this video where I went to an abandoned military base in Alaska, you can see that I posted it back in July. I got a lot of views right out of the gate because I put it on my community tab here on this channel. And then it just kind of slowly grew over time. Nothing major, a few views coming in here and there. Then you can see right here, you can see that I've got 1,000 views on this one video during the same period where the shorts are taking off. And so what I'm seeing is the trickle-down effect. I have a handful of shorts that have gone viral. Those shorts are causing the rest of my short library to start getting a lot of attention. But then also my long-form videos are starting to get more views. And I'm noticing when I go to all the analytics for all of these videos, the views are coming through the channel pages. And what that means is people are actually going to my profile and watching my videos after seeing my short. And so I've heard a lot of creators over the last few months say, don't sleep on shorts. And it's true, like shorts actually do build your channel. And so now I have a completely different viewpoint of how shorts can work and how they can actually grow your channel overall. Because personally, I enjoy making long form content. I'm not a big fan of short form content, but diving deeper into making shorts is making me appreciate this format much more. And
I've come up with a lot of ideas that I would never make a long form video around. And so now I'm definitely seeing two types of content, stories that fit well for shorts and stories that fit well for long form content. Because there's a lot of things that happen that only need 30 seconds to tell the story. And on the other side of things, there's stories that will take 10, 20, 30 minutes to tell the story. And so I think no matter what type of content that you're producing, there is a world where shorts will fit if you can figure out which content works best for 15, 30, 45 seconds. Because for a while, I just disregarded shorts and I didn't really think too much of it. But now that I've started experimenting more and more with it, I'm seeing the world where shorts can really have a big impact on a channel and the channel's performance. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier, where you need to know what your audience is and you need to have your goals in mind so that you're not just making a bunch of shorts to go viral, but they're actually bringing in the wrong audience. All right, so let me just go over some of the things that I've personally been doing with my shorts that I think are working pretty well. And so the key thing for me is telling short stories. Rather than just giving like a tip or just showing something cool that happens, I'm trying to tell a story from beginning to end in a short format. And so the story format basically goes a hook, backstory that kind of sets up what you're doing, where you're at, the journey, what happens when you get to the end, and maybe a takeaway for the audience, or maybe pose a question for the audience that makes them think. And one of the things that I'm noticing is that the shorts that get a lot more comments and a lot more interaction are the ones that are going viral, which makes sense because YouTube uses those metrics to be able to judge viewer satisfaction. So if you're getting a lot of comments, you're getting a lot of likes, you're just getting a lot of interaction, well, that video will probably be surfaced to more people. And then alongside that, you're getting a long average view duration that might make that video take off. So when it comes to average view duration and audience retention, the majority of my shorts are getting somewhere in 80, 90, or 100% average view percentage. You can see here some of my top ones: 92, 94, 104, 122, 87, 83, 94. So all of the shorts that are doing well on my channel are getting above 80% average view percentage. And so I think it's important to make sure that the shorts that you're creating are getting watched through the end. And it might seem daunting at first to get those high average view percentages. However, because of the short form content, if you're telling a story, there's a good chance that your viewers aren't going to swipe out because they want to see what happens. Now, in terms of the actual shooting of my shorts, I've heard some people say that you want to shoot everything on your smartphone because it's more engaging with this format. But I haven't really noticed that as a key factor in making a short go viral or not with the testing that I've done. Just the big thing that I've noticed with shorts is just keeping things moving pretty fast, and also putting text on screen if you do have vocals in your short. Now, in general, most of my shorts are just voiceover. So I'll sit down, I'll do a 30-second voiceover, and I use an app called Captionator to put the text on screen so it's flashing on screen the entire time what I'm saying. That visual cue and also the voiceover of telling the story helps keep someone watching longer because they just want to see what happens next. Rather than putting just some text on screen and letting a bunch of visuals play, the text popping up constantly in the voiceover seems to keep a viewer more engaged. At least that's what I've found with my experimenting. And so all of my videos, I have text on screen, I do a voiceover from beginning to end, and I've also been playing around with looping. So a lot of times the end of my videos will be right at the start of the video. So if I ask a question, what would be the end of the video, I end up putting that question right at the beginning so that it starts with the question, you see the video, and then the last sentence cuts off and goes right back to the intro. So it creates this looping effect where people watch more than 100% of your video, they end up watching again and again. So overall, those are the strategies that I'm personally using to create shorts, and I'm gonna keep this experiment going for probably 100 days. I wanna see what happens making 100 shorts in 100 days and basically telling 100 stories.
So do you wanna know why your views graph looks like this when you make YouTube shorts? Well, this is a question that I've had for a while since I've started making shorts on this channel and my second channel. I see this across all of my videos. You get this flat line and then all of a sudden it takes off and then it flatlines again. And there's no clear explanation why, but I finally figured it out. So in this video, I'm gonna explain why YouTube Shorts views look like this, but also I'm gonna show you some techniques that I personally have been using that have really helped my shorts grow. And last month alone, I gained over 130,000 subscribers and got tens of millions of views. All right, so let's get into it.
Now, this video is not a sponsored video, but this channel is supported by those of you who buy my LUTs and my courses over on the Creator Film School. And so if you're interested in either of those, I'll put a link down below in the description so you can check them out after you finish watching this video. So on my channel here, I've done a bunch of shorts. Nothing's really taken off that well. However, starting February 1st, I started doing daily shorts on my second channel, and the views have skyrocketed. And that channel is a completely different style of channel than this channel. It's all based around adventure stories. And there's some weird patterns that I've noticed when I've been making my shorts. And there's some techniques that I've been using that just seem to work. So first, let's go over this views pattern, because I hear it again and again. Creators are like, why do my views skyrocket and then stop? So last week I was at Sony's Creator Camp, and the YouTube liaison, Rene Ritchie, did a talk, and he was talking about shorts because all the creators there have a lot of questions when it comes to shorts. But one of the things that he mentioned was why we're seeing this pattern. And it's just like a light bulb moment for me. So when you first upload a video to YouTube, whether it's a short, long form, whatever, YouTube's gonna test that video with the people who are currently engaged so that the algorithm can see, is there viewers that are gonna wanna watch this content? And there's a big misconception around YouTube in general. A lot of creators say that the algorithm finds an audience for your video, but reality, it's the opposite. YouTube is constantly thinking about the viewer and trying to find videos that a viewer wants to watch. This is why subs are not as important in YouTube anymore, and it really comes down to viewer satisfaction. And so when you upload a video, YouTube's first gonna test that with your inner circle, the people who are already engaging with your content or who have watched a video recently. And so based on that data, if YouTube sees good metrics like high watch time, click-through rate, all that, well then YouTube's gonna find similar audiences that would also be interested in your content. It's kind of just a quick overview of how YouTube works in general. So why do we see this weird bell curve spike and then flatline? Well, it has to do with that information gathering stage when you upload a video to YouTube. So on a normal long form video, like the video you're watching right now, YouTube can put this in front of people with your thumbnail and your title. So you go to your home screen, you go to suggested, you go to the search tab, all those places, your video can be viewed and someone might decide to click on it or not. And when that video is surfaced in front of a viewer in this way where you're just seeing title and thumbnail, that's called an impression. So you're gonna get a certain level of impressions when you upload a video because the algorithm is gonna look for an audience that might be interested in that video that you uploaded. And as I said a little bit ago, they're gonna test the people who are actively engaged with your content to begin with. If you made a video around shorts, like I did, that got 100,000 views, well, this video is going to be surfaced in front of a lot of the people that watch that video because they're watching that video right now. It's my highest performing video at the moment. So this video, since it's a similar topic, there's a good chance that people will click on it because the viewer who watches that video is also probably interested in this video. But when that video is surfaced up, that's called an impression. Now, if you dig into the back end of your analytics for your shorts, you'll notice that there are no impressions. And that's because shorts are brought in front of a viewer differently. Shorts are on the short shelf and they're just shown to the viewer, and the viewer can decide to swipe away or keep watching. But there's no metric for quote unquote impressions because there's no title thumbnail that's being placed in front of the viewer. But the vast majority of how shorts are consumed are on the shorts shelf. So instead of relying on title and thumbnail to see if a viewer clicks on your video, what the algorithm does is it puts your video into the short shelf and it sees how an audience responds to that video. So instead of getting impressions, what you're getting is views. And in this test phase is when you see this rocket ship of views. So you'll see this huge spike, 1,000 views, 2,000 views, whatever the spike is, and then the flat line. Because what the algorithm is doing is testing your video with an audience to see how they react. And based on that data, if there is audiences that the algorithm sees would be interested in your video, then it will continue to serve it out to more of those audiences. So a lot of times what you'll see is a spike, a flat line, maybe another spike, and then all of a sudden you'll start seeing this gradual graph going up. And what happens is that the algorithm has found an audience for your content and is now sharing that to more people like the audience for that content. And one of the things that Rene Ritchie told me
when I was at camera camp is that it's like a spark. So you want to think of videos like a spark. And so if it finds an audience, that spark ignites and it will light off a firework. And your goal is to be New Year's Eve and fireworks going off all around the globe and just constantly just boom, 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 boom. But sometimes it'll just be like a firecracker. It'll just be a quick boom, done, lost the audience. But sometimes it'll be a big display of fireworks for a few days and then it will get less views. YouTube is going to consistently test audiences and find content for those audiences. So you might have videos that have been sitting on your channel for 500 days and then they take off. I've had that happen to me. And that's kind of the beauty of YouTube, how YouTube works and why it's so different than other platforms out there, because there is more of this opportunity for your content to perform year after year after year. And also that even works on shorts. Shorts could take off later. They don't have to take off immediately. But that weird flat line that you see at the beginning of your videos, well, it's because there's no impressions. So YouTube has to put it out into viewers as a view, and that's why you're seeing that initial boom and then flatline. So on my second channel, I've found a lot of success with shorts in the last few months. And I've been getting tens of millions of views and I got over 100,000 subscribers in 1 month. So let me give you some tips that have worked for me. Now, these aren't the only way to do shorts. And one of the things that I've noticed on YouTube recently is there's a lot of creators out there teaching how to do shorts, but then you go and look at their content and they don't really have shorts that are performing that well. So be careful who you're listening to when it comes to advice on how to do your shorts, because there's a lot of information out there, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's good information. So I'm just gonna give you 5 tips that actually have worked for me and the things that I've been doing consistently, kind of the formula that I've made for my second channel. And these may or may not work for you, but they're a good starting point, a good place to try. Now, the first thing that I'm doing is that I'm adding a voiceover for everything that I'm doing. And this is something that I just produce in my office. I do a voiceover that goes from the beginning to the end, and I just let it run through the entire thing. This way, there's no downtime, there's no slow moments, and it just keeps the story progressing forward. And a lot of times I'll have the footage already and the story in mind, and then I'll create a separate voiceover that's gonna fit a 20 to 30 to 40 second style video. And so that's all done afterwards when I sit down at my computer and I'm ready to start editing.
While I was looking around Google Earth, I found this odd square, so I decided to climb a mountain and figure out what it was. The climb was not easy. Within minutes, you're on an intense vertical climb that rises straight out of Los Angeles. And in the distance, you can see downtown. When we got to the top, we found this big slab of concrete, but no indication of what it is or why it's here. There's some radio towers in the distance, so it probably has something to do with those. However, from this point, you have an epic view of the city. I lived in Los Angeles for years and never knew that this existed. The best part about exploring is finding unexpected places on your adventures.
Now, tip number 2, put text on screen. This has worked for me, and I've tried a bunch of different ways with text on screen, whether it's 1 word, 3 words, a quick little sentence. I haven't really figured out an exact formula that performs better than others, because I've had shorts perform well that are multiple words on screen, and I've had some perform well that are just single word on screen. So far, I don't know what's better, but I found that having the text on screen is just super helpful, because there's a lot of people viewing shorts without sound on. I even find myself watching a lot of shorts without sound on. And when someone has text on screen, I'll sit there and watch it. But if there's no text on screen and it's not instantly grabbing my attention just from the visuals, well, I swipe away. So having that text on screen is just an added thing to keep your viewer watching, and also for those people who aren't actually listening to it, which there's probably a big range of people who watch without the sound on.
Would you hike on an active volcano? I was in Hawaii with my wife and the volcano was erupting. So we rented bikes and rode as close as possible.
We're going all the way to where that's spewing out. It's 4 miles from here.
From there, we had to hike to see the flow. It was a wild experience walking over this landscape, and all you could see was black rock in every direction. It makes it feel like you're on another planet. As the sun set over the horizon, we got to watch the lava flow right into the ocean.
Tip number 3 is get your viewer to comment. And so a lot of the ways that I do this is by asking questions, like actually engaging with the people on the other side of the camera. So at the end of the video, or even the beginning of the video, I'll ask a question. Do you think X? What do you think about this? What are your thoughts around this? Something that gets the viewer to actually respond and write a comment, because a lot of times when someone's commenting, their videos looping in the background. And with shorts, you want them to be higher view percentage, 80, 90, 100%. Some of my best performing shorts are at 120% average view percentage. That's because people are watching them multiple times and they're commenting and everything else. So think of ways that you could get your video to loop and ask a question at the end or the beginning, and that will get that average view percentage up, and that could help. But I've also had videos that have a higher average view percentage and don't necessarily take off the same way as other videos. So there's no guarantee that a high average view percentage means that the video is going to take off, but it is just one of those indicators that's going to help the algorithm say that, oh, this is a good video and it should be sent out to more audiences like the ones that are watching it, because they've obviously stuck around and watched this video multiple times.
So does this make sense to you? Do you consider this art? Deep in the desert of California, a group of artists create art installations called Desert X. The first is a series of chain link fences meant to emphasize that nothing is static and everything is in a state of flux. The second is a giant game board, and by scanning QR codes, you, the player, see a new way of understanding the landscape. And the third is a massive black structure that you can climb or walk through, which is meant to connect the memory of water in the body and the memory of water in the desert.
Now, number 4 is a big one. Probably should have put this at number 1, but it's that you want to tell a story. At least that's what I've been doing, and it works well. And obviously story format works because stories are inherent in the human experience. And so to tell a story in a short, you can only do so much. It has to be kind of quick, but you can set up what you're trying to do, go on the journey, and then have some sort of reveal at the end. One of the formats that's worked very well for me is that I found this on Google Earth and then I went to go explore and see what it was. And that format has an inherent story built in, has a setup that piques some curiosity or interest. There's the journey of what happened along the way, and sometimes I'll include some challenges that came up during that journey. So like my camera fell over, my lens broke, or the boat stopped and we had to paddle, just like something that happened that pushed me away from being able to see what's at the end of the journey, and then the reveal is what you actually find. So reframing an experience in a story format is gonna make it more engaging and keep your viewer watching because they wanna see what happens at the end. So how can you infuse the story format into the videos that you're making?
While I was looking around Alaska on Google Earth, I was shown this glacier that falls into the ocean. So I decided I wanted to fly my drone over it. I got the opportunity to work with DJI on the release of a new drone. So I traveled from California to Alaska to meet up with a buddy who could take me to this location. The only problem is there's no road to it. So first we had to drive to a small town called Whittier to find a boat. And as soon as we got there, the weather took a turn for the worse. We got on the water and traveled a few hours from this town to the end of Blackstone Bay. And once there, we couldn't get close to the glacier. So we took a dinghy to shore. But then the motor broke, so we ended up having to paddle. And just as we got to shore, the clouds opened up and we had a beautiful scene to film. So I took out the new unreleased drone and started it up before realizing that it doesn't work.
And my 5th tip for you is don't overthink it. Create shorts, make it kind of quick, post them, see what works and see what doesn't work, and just keep going through the process. I think one of the biggest things that is gonna hurt you as a creator is that you're getting hung up too much on the little details. When I was at camera camp last week, I heard a lot of little tips and tricks when it comes to shorts, like things you do with text and things that you could do with descriptions and tags and all of this stuff that personally I don't think matters that much. The reality is the concept and the idea is the most important. And then on top of that, it's telling it in a way that keeps the viewer watching to the end. And so I think the most important thing when it comes to shorts is just creating interesting stories. And the way you get good at telling stories is by telling more stories. And so this is a great way to get in that habit of just telling short form stories and just putting out more content. Shorts are the lowest barrier to entry. You don't need to deal with thumbnails. You don't need to deal with crazy titles. You don't have to worry about your descriptions, your tags, any of that. All you need to do is make a quick video that's 20 to 40 seconds and then upload it, see what happens, make another short. And this is why I've challenged myself to do 100 shorts in 100 days. I'm currently at day like 70 and it's been going pretty well.
Warning, shorts might be destroying your channel. I've been posting daily shorts on my channel for the last 30 days. And in this time, I've seen the impressions and the views on my long form videos drop. And also in the last 28 days, my viewers have shifted to now 30% who only watch shorts. And while this was happening, I saw some of my shorts getting more views and trending, but then my revenue started dropping and my subscribers for long form content started dropping. And in this video, I want to talk about the data I've been seeing on my own channel now that I've been posting shorts daily, and also some of the information that I've received from other creators who have been seeing shorts actually impact their channel in the wrong way. Now, personally, I believe in shorts because I started a second channel and I've been posting shorts on that second channel, and I've gained over 200,000 subscribers and over 200 million views. However, just because shorts work for one situation and one channel doesn't mean they work for everyone's channel. I think one of the biggest things when it comes to YouTube in general is that everyone's journey is a little bit different and everyone's channel and their audience is different. So when I started noticing the data that shorts were negatively impacting my channel, I posted on Twitter and I actually got a lot of responses. And I've also been texting with a lot of my friends who are YouTubers, and chatting with these other creators has confirmed some of these things that I'm noticing on my own channel by posting shorts. And so I want to dig into some of this data. I also want to dig into what some of these other creators are saying. And ultimately, I'm going to share what I'm going to be doing on my channel moving forward, just to give you kind of an idea of maybe something that you should try or maybe something you shouldn't try. But before we dig into that, I just want to bring up this post from Renee Ritchie. He replied to my original tweet, and he's the YouTube liaison, so he has a perspective on how YouTube works. And this just gives you a lot of perspective on your channel and ultimately shorts in the context of your channel. Some people only watch shorts, so they won't see you if you aren't on shorts. Whereas others watch certain categories on shorts, like they watch a 30 seconds of dancing, but they won't watch a 30 minutes of dancing. Which means that there's a new audience, but also some of the audience is moving from long form to shorts because it's more satisfying experience for them. Viewers have limited time and attention, so videos are inherently competitive. Shorts are probably gonna get more popular on mobile, and long is gonna get more popular on TV. Sometimes we have to move our audience or go where they're going. Other times we have to figure out what satisfies us as a creator and only focus on that. Are stories better and more compelling under 1 minute? Probably. Are others better and more compelling around 10 minutes or longer? Also probably. I would encourage anyone interested in shorts or the massive shorts audience to try them on your main channel and see if they are additive. If they're not, consider them on a separate channel because they might be actually appealing to a separate audience. And if you think long form is slipping, focus on a long form strategy. So essentially, what he's saying is that there's gonna be some audience that just want shorts, some that just want long, and your strategy is gonna change depending on the kind of content you're producing. Shorts and long form might both fit on your channel, but it's not always gonna fit on every channel. And there's other situations where it might be better just to have a shorts channel, or it might be better just to have a long form channel. And I think this is good to look at before we dig into this data because it just gives you perspective that there's no right way to do YouTube. There's a bunch of different ways, and you really have to start experimenting and start looking at the data, be able to make an educated decision on how you're gonna approach your channel. So let's dig into some of my data. Before I started posting shorts daily, I was getting around 1 million to 1.2 million views per month. And for me, that's been my average for at least the past year. I've had around that many views per month on all of my videos. Now, as I started posting daily, you'll see in the last 28 days, well, it's shifted to 300,000 to 400,000 views just on shorts. Now that's great, that's an extra big boost of views. However, my views for long form content dropped by about that much in the same time period. So I was getting the same amount of views. However, a bunch of those views have now shifted over to shorts viewers instead of long form. And you could see this represented here in this little graph. This is who's watching my channel. And in the last month, 30% are now watching shorts only. And there's only this small percentage that's watching both short and long form. So now I have 30% of my viewers who are only watching shorts content. Now the issue is, if those people aren't watching my long form content, are they a valuable viewer? And it depends on how you're approaching your channel. For me, how I have my business set up is that I make money off of ad revenue, affiliate sales, course sales, LUTs, and a few sponsorships. However, I'm trying to push away from sponsors. So big numbers of views in shorts isn't really gonna help any of my business strategy because the only thing that it's gonna do is bring in shorts viewers, bring in shorts views, and the only way to link out to products or affiliates or anything like that is now the related video button. So YouTube has gotten rid of the ability to add affiliate links in short form content. And now right here at the bottom, there's this little button that links to another video. So the only business strategy around shorts is now sponsorships. And if you could get your viewers to transfer over to the long form videos and watch that content, because the ad revenue for shorts is minimal. In the last month, I got about 300,000 views on shorts and that made me $30, which is abysmal. It's a fraction of what I'm able to make off of long form videos. So ad revenue is not a good strategy when it comes to shorts. So shorts are gonna build vanity metrics. You're gonna get subscribers, but a lot of those subscribers are only gonna watch shorts. So as I'm thinking through this with my business hat on, I start to question, why even bring short viewers into my channel? Because all they're doing is really giving me vanity metrics that just inflates the channel, but doesn't actually build the business of what I'm trying to do as a creator. Now, if all you're trying to do is build subscribers and views, then yeah, shorts are a great way to go because they get a lot of attention really fast. And on my second channel, as I mentioned earlier, I was able to grow a few 100,000 subscribers in a few months, and I have 200 million views on that channel. However, out of 200 million views, I've made $12,000. So the ad rates for short form content, pretty awful. You can't rely on ad revenue as a source of income if you're gonna be pulling shorts into your channel. So you really have to think about what's the value of these shorts and why am I putting time and effort and money into making these if they're not helping me with the goals that I have with my channel. So that's kind of where I'm at after looking at what happened posting 30 shorts in 30 days. I could have made a few long form videos that would have reached the audience that I want to build on my channel. That's also going to help me build my business as a creator. Whereas instead I made 30 shorts and those shorts got some views, got some subscribers, but at the end of the day, now I have a bunch of people on my channel who aren't going to watch any of my long form content. So that's kind of what I've seen after doing this test. And as I said earlier, I'm a big fan of shorts because you have the potential to really grow a channel, but you have to make sure that the strategy fits that channel. So for my second channel, I'm really focused on growth and just building a big channel and getting a lot of views, and I don't have time to do long form content on that channel, so I'm just making shorts. But on my main channel, I don't want to bring a bunch of subscribers in that aren't gonna watch any of my long form content, because the majority of my content here is educational content that's evergreen and long form. So I wanna make sure that I have the proper viewers here on this channel actually watching this content and not just scrolling through and watching like fun little videos about my cameras or drone moves or whatever else that I can make in a 30 to 60 second video. So let me dig into some of these comments that I've received from other creators. And I'm gonna keep a few of these creators anonymous because I wanna be able to share some of these numbers with you so you can really see the picture and see what I'm seeing when I'm looking at this whole picture of how shorts are affecting channels. Now here's a buddy of mine, he's in the film photography space as well. He's getting over 2 million views a month on his channel. However, the majority of those are now coming from shorts. He's had a few shorts that have really gone viral and they're getting hundreds of thousands of views a month. Now looking at the data, the shorts account for 1.7 million views in the last 28 days and videos only account for 500,000 views in the last 28 days. So there's a major shift in the viewership on his channel. And this channel does a lot of long form content like mine. Now for new viewers, his shorts account for 900,000 new viewers and the videos only account for 100,000 new viewers. So he's getting a lot of new traffic coming in from shorts, but not a lot for the new videos. Now, unfortunately, in that time period, 1.7 million views has earned him only $29 in ad revenue for those shorts. Now on my Twitter post, Sarah Dietschy responded with this, saying that John Hill's channel has really done well with shorts, but his long form is getting severely punished. And so I asked to explain a little bit more, and she said that he has to make a choice. He's seeing some promise with doing short form branded content and likes making short form more. He's making a decision to sacrifice the long form content. He has a second channel where now he's gonna be focusing more on long form, but he definitely had to make that decision, which is really silly. It's like if you wanna start a podcast, create another channel. If you wanna do shorts, create another channel. Then it takes away from short form being a good way to bring viewers to your longer videos. So this is the same thing that I'm seeing. You make some shorts, they start doing well, starts punishing your long form content. And with my two channels that I have now, one of them is mainly long form, this channel here, my other channel, mainly shorts, and both of them are performing well in that kind of content. But as soon as I start posting shorts on this channel, hurts long form. So YouTube kind of has a problem here because for some channels, you can't mix the different styles of content. And this is why I brought up what Renee Ritchie said earlier on in this video. And there's also been some articles popping up, mentions that there's internal concerns over at YouTube that short form content may be cannibalizing long form content. And the problem is that there's a big chunk of the viewership that's now watching short form content versus long form, which unfortunately takes away from the business side of ad revenue for YouTube because most of that ad revenue comes from long form content. Now I've been talking to a few other buddies, and one of my buddies who has a channel that's over 2 million subscribers has noticed there's been a massive shift in his audience. He says 12 of the 15 top performing videos in the last 48 hours are shorts. Now he's getting close to 70% of his viewers only watching shorts, and his long form videos are only 30%. Now he shared with me that his ad revenue went from $16,000 a month
and it's slowly been dropping, and now he's at 7,000 a month. And he says that it just keeps going down further and further as he sees this trend of shorts becoming more popular on his channel. And then I was talking with another buddy of mine, and he's making around $2,500 a month. He had a short that really took off and was getting like 100,000 views a day. So a big boost in views from a short form content. But he said the month that that happened, his revenue dropped to $1,700 for that month. So he lost a big chunk of his ad revenue. Now that specific short had a lot of affiliate links. So he said he had saw a massive boost in affiliate revenue for that month. But YouTube has changed where now you can't have affiliate links in your short form content. So that strategy just doesn't work anymore. And for him, he said that he saw such a dramatic shift in his viewership just from this one short that he took all the shorts off his channel. And so now he's just doing long form, and he's gonna be posting shorts on a separate channel. Now also on Twitter, I had a few other big creators respond. White House on the Hill said, shorts have increased views and subs to the channel, but have lowered the long form views and revenue. It's pretty weird and confusing whether to keep using them. And the channel Max Tech responded and said, this is why we decided not to make any shorts on our main channel. Instead, we made a dedicated shorts channel, which we don't post to anymore because it's not worth the time. We'd rather spend our time optimizing long form videos and posting more of them. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. What is your strategy for your channel? And do shorts fit in that strategy? So are these viewers that are watching the short form content, are they the viewers that you want on your channel? And so this gets down to what I'm gonna do moving forward on this channel. So I'm actually gonna go through and remove all my shorts. I don't want short form viewers watching this channel because they're not gonna watch the long form content I put out. If I put out a 20-30 minute video, I don't want that being served up to viewers who are watching my short form content and then end up having a negative impact on those longer form videos. So ultimately what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take all of my short form content, move it to a new channel. So now I'm gonna have 3 channels. I have my main channel here, which is all long form, creator education, filmmaking tutorials, all of that. I have my second channel, which is all adventure stories. And right now that's all short form content. I'll try long form eventually on there, but I just need to have more time to be able to make some long form content for that channel. And now I have a third channel that's gonna be short form filmmaking tutorials. And I have over 100 shorts that I could post. So I'm gonna see how this channel evolves over the next 100-ish days and see if it's actually worth making content for this channel. Ultimately, it comes down to how much time and how much effort you wanna put into the channel that you're creating. You don't have to do everything. You don't have to have long form videos, short form videos, podcasts, live streams. You don't have to do the whole gambit. If you just want to do shorts, well then you can make a channel that's just around shorts. But if you want to do this long term and make this a full-time career, you have to think about the business side of how you're going to build your business around your content.
Welcome to my series on YouTube strategy, where we learn from other creators and how they approach their content and make the videos on this platform. So in this episode, we're talking to Jake Sloan, and I had the opportunity to film with him a few months ago when I had a pre-release version of the DJI Mavic 3. I went up to Alaska and he took me to some pretty epic locations, and we got a ton of really awesome footage. And while I was up there, I got a chance to see behind the curtain of how Jake makes his videos in these extreme environments. Now, if you've never seen Jake's channel before, he does a mix of filmmaking tutorials and reviews around camera products, and he does it all from the Alaskan wilderness. His channel right now is sitting around 60,000 subscribers, and in this video, we're gonna dig into his strategy of how he approaches his content, and we'll just start with a little introduction from Jake himself.
So my name is Jake Sloan. My channel name is Jake Sloan, and I'm an Alaskan-based videographer and photographer. And my favorite thing to do is take new camera equipment, lenses, drones, out into Alaska and test them, try them out, and use them in places like this, where the scenery is absolutely spectacular, but it also does push the equipment a bit because it can be extremely cold, can be wet and miserable, but it's always cool to be able to come away with something spectacular and also get to find out how well something will survive in Alaska.
What I find so interesting about Jake's story is that he didn't start by just making camera reviews and tutorials. He actually was doing this just for fun. He was making some content with his kids.
I started posting, it was both videos about me and my kids and going out and doing things like hiking to places like this and just enjoying time. And then I also was posting videos about charity work that I did in Darth Vader costume in the hospitals around town. And when those videos got a lot of traction because Star Wars, especially with the new movies that came out, were a really hotly searched topic. I didn't really intend for that, but that's what happened.
Now, what Jake stumbled upon was this idea of search-based traffic. So with the Darth Vader vlogs, he was getting a lot of attention because Darth Vader is a popular topic, and so he was getting a lot of search traffic.
When the Mavic Pro came out, I started posting videos about that, and that's when I really started getting an idea of like, oh, okay, there's something to this whole YouTube thing.
I started doing drone content around the same time Jake did with the DJI Mavic Pro. And that's actually where I saw my channel flip from doing travel vlogs to doing filmmaking and creator education. And when you get that initial boost of traffic, you really start seeing how the algorithm works, especially when it comes to search traffic. I know that there's a lot of emphasis on getting your videos into suggested and browse, but there is a lot of value in that search traffic. If someone goes into Google and types in DJI Mavic 3, well, you want your videos to pop up, especially for newer creators, because it's a great way to get discovered, and that's how you're gonna start getting the momentum going on your channel.
4 years ago, I really decided, because I've always really enjoyed the creative process. I love creating. I used to be involved in music a lot, and I decided that I was gonna just start posting one video a week, just as a more of a personal challenge to create something once a week. As I've been doing that, I've been getting more and more focus. I've always enjoyed photography, I've always enjoyed videography, and drones brought a whole new aspect to that in things that you used to be able to only do with helicopters or airplanes. Now you can do with a $1,000 or $1,200, $1,500 drone and get some spectacular footage of places you just can't get to with any other camera.
Now, focus is important, but it's not something that you have to know right when you get started. When I started this channel, I was doing travel vlogs and I was doing like 20 tips on things to do when you're in Thailand. Like, that has nothing to do with my channel anymore, but I was learning what YouTube was all about. Now, Jake had this idea of just doing one video a week and just being consistent. And that is the best way to approach YouTube, especially for creators starting out. Just get consistent, get in the habit of posting videos and just learning the process of shooting, editing, audio, everything that you need to be able to make the videos that you're creating. And through that process, you're gonna come up with ideas and figure out which direction you wanna go down. Some of you might know exactly what you wanna do right now, but you don't have to. And I think that's a huge part about being a creator, is that this is a long game. This isn't something that you have to set your idea and you're gonna know exactly what you're doing for the rest of your YouTube career. You're gonna be constantly evolving. And even here on this channel, I've been constantly evolving. I actually just launched a second channel because my strategy wasn't working where I'd keep all my adventure films here on this channel. So I went to a 2-channel strategy, and each of those are gonna have different approaches to how I do the content. So Jake, what was your biggest source of inspiration?
The original channel that inspired me was probably Casey Neistat, because at that time he was daily vlogging. That's what really inspired me to start vlogging for my kids. That and my dad had sent me some home movies he made when I was a kid with a giant old Magnavox VHS shoulder camera. And it really made me realize, like, I wanted to capture my kids' memories as we were doing stuff with, together. And then watching Casey vlog kind of inspired me to not start vlogging on my channel, but just start to post some of those adventures on my channel.
Now I want to pause the video right here and just talk about our sponsor, which is Epidemic Sound. Now, Epidemic is the perfect tool for creators to be able to get good music and good sound effects for your videos. One of the biggest issues here on YouTube is using copyrighted music. If you're using music that you don't have the license to on your videos, well, you could get a copyright strike or you could get that video completely taken down. And you want to make sure that you're setting your channel up for success. So you want to make sure that you're using copyright-free music so that you can have all of your videos monetized on your channel. Now, using Epidemic is super easy. You can search by genre, you could search by mood, and you could find the music that fits the scene that you're creating. A lot of times I'll go in and I'll find a couple tracks that I like, and then I'll click the similar button on the right-hand side, and that allows me to see other tracks that are similar to this one track that I really like. Using this method, I'm able to find a whole bunch of songs that really fit the vibe that I'm going for in a video. So let me show you how you can use music and sound effects to enhance your videos. This is just a basic drone shot. There's no audio recorded. So I would go on Epidemic Sound, find a music track that I like, and then also jump over to the sound effects and add some different sound effects like the ocean and some birds to really enhance the shot and make it more engaging. So if you want to make sure that you're using the best music for your videos, head down in the description and you can do a free 30-day trial of Epidemic Sound right now.
When I realized there was a whole business model around YouTube and that you could actually build it into a business, whether it's a side business or, you know, an actual like full-time income business, is when I really started pursuing it. The photography, the videography came to me kind of naturally. If you watch any YouTube growth experts or those types of people, they always tell you to find your niche and really go into that space. I always enjoyed videography and photography. I've been doing photography since I was 16. My grandma gave me an old all-manual film camera, but it was just always a hobby. And then realizing the spectacular scenery I have access to every day, really wanted to dive into the photography and the videography niche, whether it was drones or cameras or lenses, just because one, it's something I love doing. Really love getting outdoors. I really love taking photos, making videos. So I transitioned away from my kids and vlogging that partly because of a time issue. You know, just it takes a lot of time to vlog. And also those videos are still not on my channel, but they're still there for my kids whenever they want to see them.
Jake touched on a good point here. It's great to go back and look at these experiences and these memories with your family, and capturing those moments in a vlog or a short form video is a great way to do it. I know that a lot of the videos that I started making on this channel are videos that aren't super exciting to the general public, but when I look back on these videos, they're great. And recently, me and my wife started going back and looking at videos from 2016, and it's just a cool memory to be able to see a moment in time.
The memories are there, the videos are there, they can have them when they're ready. If they, you know, one of my kids decide they want to be part of the channel and help do things, they can down the road, but I didn't want to take away their childhood in any way or also risk their online safety.
Now that I have 2 kids, I understand what Jake's talking about, and not necessarily want to pressure the kids into being in the videos or just sharing that part of my life with the world. You know, once in a while, yeah, they might appear in my videos, but overall, I think it's one of those things like you want to keep separation of your work life and your personal life. Now, there are family channels out there, and you just have to make that choice for you, whether that is something that you want to introduce into your kid's life. And it's something that you should definitely take a step back and think about before you're putting tons of content out there about your family and all your personal information and basically everything that comes with that. Now, Jake, how did you end up forming the niche that you're in and come up with your channel idea?
I really want to give people a real world example of what, you know, a lens or a drone or a camera or a microphone can do in a real world environment. And that was really kind of why I went after the outdoor Alaska niche, whether it's 20 below zero or it's 70 and sunny. I really wanted to do everything I could possibly do to show whatever I was using in a real life environment. And I didn't feel like there was a lot of that on YouTube. So I really leaned hard into that a few years ago, even though it means I have to go out at 20 below zero sometimes, or when it's just pouring down rain. But on the other hand, that is a good test for some equipment.
So this is something that brands are actually looking at, especially in like the filmmaking photography niche. I know that I've talked to a lot of brands who don't necessarily want creators just doing a desk review and talking about the product. There's a lot of that on YouTube already. They're looking for those creators who are doing something unique. And Jake is definitely filling that void of being able to take a camera into extreme environments and really test it. And I think it does make a difference because you have to take a step away from just views, metrics, and everything else and think about what you're actually putting out there to the world and who the people are that are watching your content. If you are someone who's doing products, well, you want to come from real world experiences and you want to give good, thoughtful reviews with what you're creating. You don't want to just pull something out of the box, shoot a video real quick, and just do it for the views. Because at the end of the day, you actually are influencing someone's purchasing behavior. And if you are promoting products that you don't actually believe in, well, it's going to actually hurt you long term because your trust will be lost with your audience, especially because you're going to influence people to buy products. And if they buy the product and it's not what you said it is, well, they're going to realize that and they're going to stop watching your content. So it all works together, and it's important to look at the big picture and not always think about views, watch time, audience view duration, and just kind of think of, well, what is your position on the platform and what are you really putting out there to the world?
Overall, my strategy has been, I mean, yes, I do go after search sometimes, especially when a new product is coming out, but also my goal, because I'm not a big, huge YouTuber yet. I'm getting there, but I don't get to work with a lot of big companies, a lot of big brands. So my goal is really to provide as much information that maybe hasn't been covered by other videos out there, or to provide the unique perspective of comparing two different pieces of equipment live out here in the wilderness. Really trying to find an angle that hasn't been covered to give people information that they maybe haven't been able to come across yet.
So one other thing that you want to think about when you're creating your videos is having a range. You want to have evergreen content, and you also want to have what's called tentpole content. So if you are someone who has the opportunity to talk about products, well, those are moments in time where you might get a surge of traffic, whereas evergreen content, which is content that's going to live on way after when you posted the video. I have videos here on this channel that take off 500 days after the initial launch and then get a ton of views. And if you want to dig a little bit more into evergreen content versus tentpole style videos, then make sure you check out the first video in the series when I was with Justin B. McBride. We talk a lot about what tentpole content is and how it really gave him a massive surge of traffic for his channel. So Jake, are you a full-time creator?
I'm not a full-time YouTuber. YouTube definitely is part of my income. It's not a massive part of my income, but it's growing. A lot of my income has come from doing really boring corporate interview style videos or doing promotional videos for companies and products, mostly here based in Alaska. The last year and a half or so, I've actually been getting a lot of calls to go out and work for TV shows and productions for drone work, both FPV drone work and regular camera drone work. So that's been really fun, kind of exciting, especially right now. But the bulk of my income comes from that, my production company providing video and photo services for companies here in Alaska and wherever else somebody calls me to go work.
So I think it's important to not go all in on YouTube and expect to be making a full-time living right away. It does take time. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You'll hear this again and again when you look at YouTube education. I think of it more like, well, it's a mountain climb, because once you get to the summit of one mountain, well, there's always going to be another mountain that you want to climb after that. Your goals are going to be continually evolving, and your goalpost is going to be continually moving. If you want to be a full-time creator, you need to find ways to diversify your income so that you're not reliant on just one thing. And there is a lot of opportunities to work with clients if you are someone who is focused on filmmaking and photography. For me personally, I also have a production company, so I am not a full-time YouTuber. I have a balance of I do some client production work, and then I spend the rest of my time working on this channel, and now my second channel as well. So looking at YouTube specifically, Jake, what are your different revenue streams off of the platform?
As far as YouTube goes and the money that comes in there, obviously I make some off AdSense. It's not a lot, but it's nice. I make some off affiliate sales, which is probably the bulk of where my revenue comes from on YouTube right now. And then I make a little bit with brand deals here and there, but because of my size, I haven't really pushed hard into that. Probably something I'll push harder into in the next year. Because I feel like I have a lot of really unique value to be able to offer brands as far as them being able to see their products in places like this.
So when it comes to YouTube, there is a lot of different revenue streams that you can build. Like Jake was saying, there's ad revenue, there's affiliate sales, and sponsorships. Those are easy ones to go after, especially if you have products that you're showing on your channel. Now, other things that you want to think about are courses. Do you have a skill that you can teach people that are watching your videos? This is a great way to make some money as well. Also, you can come up with your own products, or you could do something like coaching if you do have a skill that other people are trying to learn from you. Now, there's a ton of other ways to make money on the platform. You just have to find the different things that make sense for you and the channel and the content that you're producing, and come up with the big picture of how you want your business to be built. You want to make sure that you're running your channel like a business, because if you want to do this long term, you need to make the money to be able to do this long term. So take a step back and look at all the opportunities for your niche and for what you're doing, and think about how you can diversify your income across multiple revenue streams. And one thing I want to mention is that you don't want to try and do everything at once. Start with one revenue stream, really get that going, get in the flow, and then you can start adding on others. So you could focus on getting monetized on the platform and add some affiliate sales. And once you have the views going and you have some momentum, then you can start going after some sponsors, or you could start making some courses. You know, figure out a rhythm that makes sense. But if you try to do everything at once, then you're not gonna be able to put the effort that you need to make those different revenue streams take off. So what's one question that you get asked all the time?
One of the questions I do get asked a lot is, how do I start a production company? How do I start making money, you know, going out and filming, taking photos, or using drones especially? And oddly enough for me, one of the main ways that I have been contacted to go work for a company, like I worked for Caterpillar, I've worked for PBS, I've worked for some other TV shows. And one of the main ways that's happened is through Instagram. Oddly enough, I post little clips on Instagram, I post photos on Instagram, and those photos, those videos have been seen by people who then reached out and asked if I'd be willing to come down to Illinois to do some work, or Kentucky or Alabama, or all over the US. And that's really what I tell people, like, if you want to do something like this for a living, one, you have to start doing it. You've just got to go out and start filming and taking photos and do a lot. The more you do, the better you will get. You've got to consume really good, high quality photos and videos so that you kind of train yourself to know what good is and versus what isn't good. And then you need to start putting it out there and building a portfolio where people can see it. And honestly, with social media these days, like YouTube, Instagram, you have massive amounts of reach to be able to post your stuff and have people see it. And yeah, oddly enough, I never thought of Instagram as a business building tool until it was. One of my biggest business building tools has become through Instagram because of stuff I post.
So Jake touched on a really good point here. And that is, you want to be making your videos that you want to be producing. So if you're someone who wants to go make adventure films, well, making videos sitting at your desk isn't putting you in the right direction to make those adventure films. You have to just start doing it and finding ways that you can make it work with the current situation that you're in. And over time, you're gonna learn the skills and you're gonna learn the different things that it takes to get from point A to point B. But it starts with just going for it and actually going after your ideas and going after the things that you want to do. So a little while ago, Jake had this video that just got a ton of views. So tell me about your experience, Jake, when you went viral.
I know everybody wants to go viral, and I guess I technically have gone viral now because I posted a video on TikTok and it got 2.5 million views, or 2.4 something million views. And I will say, as somebody who has never gone viral before, it was weird to post a 15-second video clip, look at it an hour later, and then ask my wife if it actually said that it had 190,000 views, and then refresh it and see that it had 230,000 views. It's a really weird thing. You know, they wake up the next morning and it has 1.2 million views. I mean, it just is mind-boggling. You can't really even comprehend how many people are watching it that fast. The whole video came about through Instagram. I met a helicopter pilot, and he asked me if I'd ever done drone work with a helicopter, like, you know, in flying together. Not really with a helicopter, but with other aircraft I had. And so we had made a plan to get together and do something. He had a space he wanted to go take me and show me. And his whole idea was we'd film some stuff about the helicopter on the way. And then he also wanted to see me dive an FPV drone through this ice cave. And so we flew out. It was like 25 below zero. It was absolutely freezing. I could fly one battery, and then I'd spend 20 minutes like thawing my fingers out before I could fly another battery. And Dovey FPV drone through there, posted 15 seconds of that on TikTok, and boom, 2.5 million views later. That's yeah, it was weird. It's just a really weird experience.
So Jake, what advice would you give to a new creator who's starting out right now?
If you're a new creator and you want to jump into YouTube, and a lot of people do, it seems like especially lately, I know like one of my kids really wants to be a YouTube star someday. The biggest thing is, like when I started 4 years ago, I basically sat down, I said, I'm gonna post one video a week, every week for 4 years. And if at the end of 4 years, absolutely nothing has happened, then I'll quit and do something else, or, you know, probably just do something else.
So let's put this in perspective real quick. That's 52 videos a year over the course of 4 years. That is 208 videos. That's a good batch of content to really test if you want to do YouTube long term. Like we said earlier, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. When you give yourself a goal of saying like, I'm gonna make
200 videos. That is a much more realistic goal than saying, I'm gonna get 10,000 subscribers. Because you don't have control of whether someone's gonna hit subscribe or not. You have control of whether you can make 200 videos or not. So give yourself goals that you can actually obtain, and also give yourself benchmarks. If you tell yourself, I'm gonna give this a chance, 4 years, a video a week for 4 years, well, that's gonna give you a good set of data whether you should actually continue to do this or not. You don't wanna say, hey, I'm gonna do this for 2 months and I'm gonna make 5 videos and then that's gonna make my decision. So if you really wanna become a YouTuber, you wanna think like Jake and you wanna give yourself a real goal and just go for it and see what happens.
I made the commitment because I knew the first few years at least were gonna be the most difficult because I'd post a video and get 10 views or 15 views. Me watch it 20 times and get 20 views. So the most important thing is not to think about the numbers. And I know people say that a lot, but it really is. You don't want to look at the subscribers and wonder why your subscriber count isn't going up or down or any direction. And don't worry about the views, but it's going out and making the best possible video that you can make and learning how to use a camera, learning how to tell a story, learning how to compose a shot, and combining those skills together to where it's something that people start to want to watch. Because as soon as you do that, YouTube will start figuring that out and start pushing your channel or your content out to the people who want to see that type of content. 3 years till I really started to see any traction on my channel of posting every single week and sometimes multiple times a week. People say it, you just have to do it, and it's true. You just have to do it and get out there because it builds your skills and it builds your knowledge and your ability.
So when it comes to growing your YouTube channel, there is a ton of techniques and just like hacks or tricks that you could do that will get your video in front of more eyeballs. But at the end of the day, what's most important is that you get the click, which is your title and your thumbnail, and you get people to stay on your video longer. That is like the core of what YouTube wants. YouTube wants people to stay on the platform and watch your videos through its entirety. So if you can get people to click your video and watch through to the end, then that is what you really need to focus on. Now from there are different things that you could do to figure out what to shoot. And instead of just thinking of ideas and putting videos on your channel, you should focus on data-driven decisions. And what that means is you're gonna dig into your analytics and actually use that data to be able to understand what your audience is and what kind of videos they want. Now there's a ton to look at in your analytics, but honestly, I only look at a few things when I go into mine. And when it comes to figuring out new video ideas, traffic sources is one of the places that I beeline to. And there's 2 things specifically that I'm looking for in traffic sources. So let's go into our analytics backend. We're gonna just do a general channel overview. So this is all of your analytics. I want you to go over to your reach. And now on the reach page, there's that cool little funnel off to the right, but you wanna go all the way down to the bottom. Now you're gonna see traffic sources based on suggested video and traffic sources based on search. So these 2 are important for 2 different reasons. Number 1, if you're looking at the keywords, those are the keywords people are typing into YouTube and finding your videos. So you might look at this and be like, oh, I didn't know people were searching for this and finding my video. So maybe I should make some videos around this specific keyword. So for example, you look at my overall channel, people are typing in DJI Spark and they're finding my videos. And I get a lot of people that are finding my videos off of DJI Spark. For me, what I would think about is there some more videos that I can make around that search terms DJI Spark? And then you can think about things in the future. So if DJI came out with Spark number 2, then hands down, that is the drone that I need to jump on and start making videos for. That's a data-driven decision. Now, something I think is more important than keywords is this traffic sources based on suggested video. So when you click in here, what this is the videos that are driving traffic to your videos. And you're gonna see a lot of your own videos when you're scrolling through this. You're gonna see like, oh, this video of mine is driving traffic to another video of mine. However, what you wanna look for are other people's videos that are driving traffic to your videos. This is a gold mine. So these are videos that your audience is interested in, because if they're watching your videos and they're coming from these videos, that means your audience came from this idea, this concept, whatever it is that they're watching, and then they wanted to watch your video. And so guess what? That is an idea or a topic that you should probably start covering. And you'll find that there's a lot of things in your traffic sources suggested video that you might not be covering on your channel, but people are interested in that are watching your videos. And so beyond this, you want to not just look at your channel as a whole, and you also don't want to just look at one time period. So let's dig into one of my newer videos that's doing well. This is my DJI Osmo Mobile 3 video. It's got over 100,000 views at this point. And when you go into your analytics, your reach, you go to the bottom to traffic sources suggested video, you'll see all of the different videos that are driving traffic to this specific video. Now, instead of looking at the lifetime of the video, let's look at the last 28 days. And so you want to look at time periods. You want to see potentially the lifetime of your video. What are the top videos that are suggesting your video? But also you want to look at what people are interested in right now, because it might be a little bit different. So if you have a video that's been up for a year, there's going to be a ton of different traffic sources. But if you look at the last 28 days, well, that's what people are interested in right now in this time period. And guess what? It's going to show a big list of videos. Like I said earlier, a lot of these will be your own videos, which is just more reason to double down on this style of content. So if one of your videos is popping up over and over when you're looking at the suggested video list, then guess what? Double down on that video. That's a data-driven decision. Double down on the videos that are performing well and that are creating more interest of your channel as a whole. And I'll put a link down below in the description to another video where I talk about doubling down, because that is another style of data-driven decision that you should really think about if you want to grow your channel. But beyond your own videos, you're seeing all these other videos, all these other people's channels. And guess what? That is just a place to mine ideas and topics and just other things that will help you grow your channel. Because YouTube wants to satisfy the audience. It wants to satisfy the viewer. So if the viewer is interested in your videos and they're also interested in these other videos that they're coming to your videos from, then when you make those videos, YouTube's going to start suggesting it to those audiences. So guess what? You're going to get more views, more momentum. It's going to create velocity. And if you get more velocity out of the gate, guess what? Causes that ripple effect. And when you have that ripple effect, YouTube's going to start sending new audiences to your videos because your video is getting more views and all of that watch time velocity. It's growing. And that's how you get into that suggested content. And I've done this over and over on my channel. When I come up with my ideas, I do a portion of it where it's risk. That's like videos where I just come up with an idea and I'm like, I want to do this. Something like my climbing film, that was a risk. That's not a data-driven decision film. That's something that I wanted to make. However, I put maybe 30% into that risk category and the other 70% into data-driven decisions. So videos that I know will perform well or videos that I think will perform well based on this type of research.
So before we get into these 3 things that you really need to think about to grow your channel, I want to just kind of go over one thing, and that is you can't focus on the tricks and you can't focus on all these like nuances, little things that you can do that will grow your channel, because YouTube is a lot more than just doing tricks to gain followers. If you're always worried about numbers and you're always worried about just trying to do these little hacks to get your followers to grow, then you're not actually going to become a successful YouTuber and your following's not going to grow because of that. Honestly, a lot of these tricks, a lot of these things that you hear people doing, like putting specific keywords in the title or in the description, or like ranking your videos in specific tags, all of this is good and all of this will help you grow as a creator. However, there's a few things you really have to think about to get yourself over that hump to be able to make these tricks work. And those are the things that we're going to talk about right now. So the first thing and the number one thing that you have to remember when you're creating content and becoming a YouTuber is that you have to press record. If you don't press record, if you don't get over that fear of making content, then you're never going to become successful as a creator. And so that's my big number one thing, and that is you need to get over your fear of pressing record and moving on to the next project. So you just need to start making your content right now. So you need to press record. Fear is one of those things that's going to hold you back this entire process with all the content that you're creating. If you're worried about what it is that you're creating, then you're never going to move forward and you're never going to grow as a creator. So the biggest tip that I'll give you just right off the bat to be able to start this journey and be successful on this journey is to hit record. And then from there you edit and then upload and then do it again. But you just can't psych yourself out. You can't stop the process, because when you do that, then you're ultimately going to fail. But it all starts with that initial video and hitting record and then doing that again and again and again. Okay, so now that you're creating content and you're doing it on the regular, the next step is that you need to get over your fear of trying something new. And so what happens with your channel is you'll start getting over the fear of pressing record, and you'll make a lot of content. You'll start gaining followers. You'll start getting attention from different people. But the thing that you want to do is constantly be looking for that thing that challenges you. So what style of video or what specific topic is something that's a little scary to do. Now, it's important to look for this, and it's important to always be challenging yourself. The biggest issue at first is just pressing record, like I was saying, and just putting yourself out there. Now, from there, you need to continue challenging yourself, and you need to continue to look for those things that are gonna push you out of your boundaries and out of your comfort zone. So with my channel, when I first started, my first 200 videos I did were all like travel vlogs. I did a few videos here and there that weren't travel vlogs, but that was kind of my comfort zone, and that's kind of what I was producing. And it wasn't until I started dabbling in different topics that I started to see more growth on my channel. And I really started to see growth when I pushed myself to doing those specific things that really challenged me. So the videos that I specifically didn't necessarily want to do, but I did want to do because I knew that it would be a good topic to cover, or something that, you know, would get more interest than the videos that I'm currently doing. So you got to be constantly looking for things that are going to challenge you and things that are hard for you to do, because when you're creating that content, those end up becoming the videos that will take off on your channel, and it will give you a new direction on where to go with your videos. So like I was saying, I was doing a ton of travel vlogs, and then what happened was I started doing some drone tutorials, and then I realized that I was getting more followers based off my tutorials. So I started to filter in different styles of content that worked within my channel, but that were a little scary for me because I was putting myself out there to cover topics that weren't as comfortable for me to cover. However, it ended up working out in the long run, because as I started doing these topics, my channel started to grow even faster. And so whenever you come up with an idea and you tell yourself, no, I can't do that because of X, Y, and Z, those are probably the videos that you should be doing and you should be trying. As long as they're within the confines of what YouTube allows you to create, then I would say the things that are scary and the things that are gonna push you beyond your limits, make that content. Because that's the kind of content that's going to give you an entirely new direction on where you should go with your videos, and those end up being the videos that end up growing your channel the most, or they're videos that tank. I mean, it goes either way. So one thing for me recently that has been a little bit more scary is doing collabs. And when I first started doing collabs, I was not the most comfortable about meeting up with people that I have never met in person and create a video. But by doing these kind of videos, I've seen massive growth in my channel, and it's something that now I'm starting to filter more and more into my channel. And just going and meeting with other YouTubers and creating with other creators, that is something that's really helping me grow my channel. So you gotta do those things that it might be nerve-wracking. You gotta do those things that, you know, don't feel as comfortable, because in the long run, those are the kind of things that are gonna help you grow your channel more and more. Now, my third biggest tip just plays off this, and it's kind of something I've been talking about through these last two tips, and that is you got to get out of your comfort zone. But what I mean is that you can't get comfortable with the content that you're creating. So if your channel's growing, if you're getting like 20, 30, 40,000 subscribers, and you're making the same content day after day, well, that's good, and you're gonna continue to see like a steady growth. But you wanna look for those times where it feels like you're just kind of creating the same thing over and over, because what's gonna happen is you're going to get stagnant, and the audience might get bored with the content you're creating. You have to constantly be reinventing yourself and trying new things and just kind of pushing the boundaries a little bit. So as your channel grows, as you start seeing more success and you start getting a little bit bigger, you need to look for when your channel starts flatlining, and that means you're just creating the same content day in, day out. It's the same thing over and over. Whatever niche that you're in, you're just creating the same style of content, because when that happens, that's a time when you need to try something new and put something interesting on your channel that's a little bit different than the content that you're creating. This is gonna help you drive different directions. And this goes back to my tip number 2, which is, you know, try things that push you beyond your boundaries, because as you push yourself beyond your boundaries, in these moments where your channel is just doing the same thing, that's where you'll see a major spike or a dip, depending on what kind of content you end up creating, but it's gonna give you some direction on what to do next. So it'll tell you, make more of this content, or it'll tell you, no, this isn't for me. But you need to do this to be able to constantly be learning and constantly be knowing where you want to go with your channel from here, instead of doing the same thing day in and day out. And I know these 3 things aren't like a crazy major hack. They're not something that, you know, I tell you this and you're gonna get 100,000 subscribers right away. But if you keep doing these things and you do them over and over, your channel will grow. And it's gonna grow faster and faster as time goes on, because you're gonna be constantly reinventing yourself, trying new things, building a new audience and keeping your followers engaged with the content that you're creating. All right, so the sun just set. It's starting to get a little dark out here. So I've got one huge hack that's gonna help you grow your following to get to that 100,000 followers. But one thing I wanna mention before we get into that is that when you're thinking about your channel and the content that you're creating, I really want you to have at most 4 topics on your channel, 4 buckets. And what I mean by that is you don't want to create like a variety channel with all these different styles of content on your channel. You want to do 4 things that make sense for your audience and then create videos within that. Because what happens is when you have kind of 4 buckets or less, your audience will know what to find on the channel and you'll get more subscribers because you're catering to a specific niche and you're creating content that people will want to watch. So for my channel, the 4 buckets that I do is I'll do adventure films, which is kind of like my vlogs, or when I go climb like a mountain or something like that, I do like a short film. Now that footage is what I then use for my filmmaking tutorials and camera tutorials. That's my second bucket. My third bucket is camera products and reviews because those are the products that I'm using for my films. And then my fourth bucket is creator training to help you guys become successful creators with the content that you're creating. So everything that I shoot fits within those 4 buckets, and I'm constantly creating content that is in one of those 4 categories. But for me, I'm constantly trying to try new things and push myself to do different things, and that's how I've been able to grow my channel and get it to where it's at today. All right, so I've got one hack for you before the sun sets, losing light here, but YouTube really only cares about watch time. So YouTube wants people to watch your videos for longer and stay on YouTube longer. That's kind of like the whole idea behind how you grow your channel and get YouTube to suggest your videos to other videos on YouTube. At this point, YouTube is suggesting like 70% of videos, so you wanna make sure that YouTube is suggesting your videos. Now, one hack as you're growing and as you're building is that when you're suggesting people to go to the next video in like a sequence, so say you want to send someone to another one of your videos, which is something that you should do at the end of all your videos. You should always be sending your viewers to another video because YouTube wants you to basically get people to binge watch content. So what you want to do is instead of sending people to another one of your videos, you want to send them to a playlist, because what will happen is if someone decides they like that video and continue watching, they're going to watch a bunch of your videos in a playlist. So a huge hack here is basically in all of your videos, instead of sending people to single videos, send them to a playlist, because that's going to drive your watch time up on your channel and it's going to get YouTube to suggest your content to more people more often, which means that your channel is going to grow.
Before we get started into these tips, there is one thing that I really want to hone in, and that is everyone's journey on YouTube is different. So with everyone that I work with all my personal coaching, the people that I help grow their channels, if something works for one channel, it doesn't mean that that's going to work for another channel. I work with different creators that are within the same niche, and things work on one channel that are not working on another channel. The idea is that you need to always look back at your data and you have to test things. So each journey through YouTube is a little bit unique, and all these things that people teach you on how to grow your channel might not necessarily work for your channel. You have to find out those specific things that trigger the algorithm to suggest your content more and to get your videos higher in the search results. Every niche is different, every creator is different. So one thing I want you to really focus on when you're trying to build your channel is that you need to focus on you personally and not everyone around you. And you need to see what works for your channel. That is the most important thing, because that's going to help you grow moving forward. So we're talking about some YouTube growth tips or ideas that you need to think about that a lot of people just aren't talking about. When you go to these YouTube growth videos, when it's like 10 ways to grow your channel, it's things like keyword research, it's things like how to build out your titles, your thumbnails, your descriptions, how to optimize your videos. There's a ton of content out there on how to practically change your video so that it gets more views and subscribers. The things that I want to talk about are more mindset and more ideas around the process of creating videos so that you don't get burned out, and also so that you continually create good content that your subscribers actually want to watch. Now, the first thing is that you need to have clear goals and clear intentions with the content that you're creating on your YouTube channel. You need to approach YouTube as if it's a business, and you need to have a clear idea of what you're doing when you're going after and building out your channel. If there's not a clear idea of what your goals are as a creator, then you're just going to be throwing videos up and wishing that they go viral. And I see this all the time in my comments. I always see people saying that they wish for that one video to go viral. The issue is if you don't have everything else set up in place, when that video is viral, you're not gonna be able to pull subscribers out of that and actually build your channel. Having a viral video or getting someone to shout you out or doing a collab with a giant creator doesn't benefit you unless you actually know what you're doing with your channel on the back end. And so a lot of new creators get sucked into this world of, I need to get a shout out from a big creator, or I need to, do this, do that to get tons of views on this one video, and then everything's gonna just go from there. It doesn't work like that. You really have to have a clear intention and a clear goal right up front. When I first started my YouTube channel, I started with no intentions. I had no goals. I just was creating content. And you know what happened? I didn't really get very many subscribers and I didn't get a whole lot of views. For me, that was all right because I was doing it for fun. I just wanted to create videos. And if you're here just to create videos and have some fun and get a few views here and there, cool, go for it. Just shoot content, put it up. But as soon as I switched my way of thinking, and as soon as I realized that there is a business on YouTube and I can actually create the videos that I want full time, then I started switching what I was doing, and then I set a goal for myself. I said that I wanted to do X, Y, and Z right up front, and then I had an intention. So what I did is I went out there and started creating videos that would put me down this path that's led me to build my channel to over 300,000 subscribers in 3 years. And it didn't happen from me just uploading videos. It happened from me actually coming up with what it is that I want to create on this channel and actually going for it and going down that path rather than just putting anything I wanted on my channel. And that comes to my second point, and that is patience. You always hear this from every YouTube training person out there. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. Yes, that analogy makes sense, but this is not just like a fun run. We're not just here producing content and in 5 years from now, you'll have a bunch of subscribers. It really doesn't work like that. So that analogy is good, and it's an easy way to just show you that you need to have patience on the platform. But in reality, that's not how YouTube works. It's not like a numbers game or a time game. Success is not just gonna happen from just being on the platform for a certain period of time. So this goes back to number one. If you have a goal, if you've set an intention for what you are doing on your channel, then you're pushing for that goal, then you're pushing for that thing that you want to get, and everything's gonna be directing in that direction. So when you put that goal in place, and you put time behind that goal, what's gonna happen is your channel will build to that goal. If there's no goal, if you don't have anywhere you're going, and you just put a bunch of time into the platform, then nothing's really gonna happen. So yes, it is a marathon, it's not a sprint, but you have to be thinking of that finish line, or you have to be thinking, what's my next race after this marathon? Because YouTube is continually moving forward and forward. Once you finish one goal, you're gonna have to reset another goal and move even further ahead. That's how you build your channel, and that's how you find success. And with all of this, you just have to trust the system. YouTube will work for you if you put the things in place to make it work for you. What do I mean by that? Well, first is making sure everything is optimized on your channel properly. So yes, keyword research, optimizing your videos, making sure that you're doing best practices for your videos. That is the kind of the first thing you need to do after the goal. And as you figure this out and as your videos start ranking, what's gonna happen is more attention is gonna be driven to your channel. And you need to make sure you're just checking all the boxes so that when you get that viral video, when YouTube starts suggesting your content, you have the backbone ready where people are gonna be like, oh, this is a great channel. I'm gonna start subscribing, or I'm gonna start watching all the other videos on this channel. Like I said, it doesn't just happen. You have to build out the base, the backbone of your channel so that when you have that opportunity for a video to go viral, or a shout out from a huge creator, or a collaboration with someone massive, that people will come to your channel and realize that you are an awesome creator and that they should come follow you, versus coming and just finding one video that has a ton of views, but then the rest of your channel is just not really anything they really care about. And so that's my third point, is that you need to have everything in place so that when your channel gets this boost, you're able to benefit from it and use that to grow your channel. And that's when you'll see those huge spikes, and your channel actually will take off from there and keep exponentially growing. It is wild how this whole thing works, and when you start seeing that snowball roll downhill and it turns into a snow boulder, it just keeps going faster and faster. I just had this discussion with my buddy last night. We were talking about my channel, and I was telling him that I just hit 300,000. And he's like, that's crazy, because when we were snowboarding a few months ago, you just hit 200,000. And so within 4 or 5 months, I got another 100,000 subscribers on my channel. And it's crazy once the ball gets rolling how fast it starts moving, and you'll start seeing your growth exponentially grow and more opportunities will start coming your way. That's when it's really beneficial to start working with other creators, collaborating, and really just embracing the community, because you have to have that base. And from there, with your base, your goals, everything in place, then when everything starts happening for you, you'll be able to benefit and just take off like a rocket. Like I said, this is kind of a mindset thinking around creating content versus just, do X, Y, and Z. Now, my next thing is something that I personally struggled with for a long time, but I've recently become more and more tuned into this aspect of creating content. And that is, people always talk about this fact that you need to hustle, you need to always be working, you always be grinding away, and that's how you find success. But it doesn't necessarily work like that. If you're pushing and going and nonstop just trying to do this and putting all your effort into it all the time, you're eventually gonna get burned out. That's a big topic that's happened on YouTube lately. A lot of these big creators are getting burned out because their attention is always here. It's always with the camera, like, what do I do next? How do I build this? How do I do this? What happens is it mentally just starts wearing on you after time. Yes, you can hustle. Yes, you can work and do it for a period of time, but you can't do that forever. You need to build in breaks. You need to give yourself a chance to step away from the camera, step away from the analytics, step away from the next video idea. You just need to do the things that you actually care about outside of this, outside of work. If you want to go hiking and not think about YouTube. Go hiking and to enjoy nature. Go hiking to be alone out by yourself or with friends or with family. Like, do the things outside of YouTube so that you come back fresh for YouTube. If we get sucked in this world of hustle and just always working, we're always focused, well, that's gonna destroy you. It's gonna completely tear you down and you're not gonna enjoy the platform anymore. You're not gonna have fun creating content because all you're doing is creating content for a number, and you kind of lose a sense of who you are as a person, and you just kind of like go down this rabbit hole. And that's what turns into burnout, and it turns into people just walking away and turning off their channel and never looking back. So I want you guys to be successful. I want you guys to understand that yes, it takes a long time, but you need to take care of yourself as a person. Now, one of the things that's really helped me lately is this idea of digital minimalism. And if you haven't heard of this concept, what it is basically becoming a minimalist, but in the digital space. You don't need all of your apps. You don't need access to everything all the time. I recently went on a yoga retreat. Yes, I went on a yoga retreat with my wife. She really enjoys yoga, so she wanted me to go on this retreat with her. And something that I personally did on this retreat was that I deleted all social media apps off my phone, so that basically my phone was only used for phone calls, text, and at the time, emails. So when I was on this yoga retreat, most of the time I just left my phone in the room. I didn't even have it on me. And it's not like I completely cut out social media from my life. I just made it a point to check it maybe once a day, look at my messages, comment back, do things like that, but then not have my attention on it the rest of the day. So there's this idea that we can multitask. We can do all these different things all the time. And I actually think that's the opposite. The people that can stay focused, the people that can really zone in on concepts and ideas and focus on something and really go after it are the ones that are more successful, because when you're multitasking, when you have all these different notifications popping up and things going on, you're actually splitting your attention between. So if I was sitting here creating a video and I had my notifications turned on my phone so that every time an email pops up, it would go bing, then I would be diverting my attention to that, responding to that email, coming back here, and I'd probably lose my train of thought and have to really get back into it. What then happens is it's taking me more time to get out this video, to shoot this video, and my attention's being diverted, so I lose focus and I'm not actually concentrating on the content that I'm creating. I'm actually splitting my attention between all these different things. So the idea of digital minimalism is basically stripping down everything that you do in the digital space to only the things that are utility. So for me, what I've found has worked best is basically I stripped every app off my phone, even my mail. At this point, I have no mail on my phone, and I only use my phone to really text, phone calls, surf the web if I need to do something quick, and I have a few social apps on there that I need to check using my phone, but I only check it once in a while, and I typically keep my phone downstairs in one spot of my house so I don't have access to it all the time. Right now I have all my show notes on this, so that's what I'm using to create this video. Now, as soon as I stripped my mail off my phone, night and day difference. Like, I just felt like my head was clear because I wasn't actually checking my phone all the time for emails. Now, another thing that you can do is turn off all notifications, and that's something that I've done. So at no point is there something popping up saying new message or new email or new any of this. The only things that pop up are the things that are important, which is texts and calls from the people that I care about and the people that I need to be attentive to. Otherwise, my phone is completely stripped. Now I can go on and on about this idea of minimalism and digital minimalism, but I just want to leave you with this. Think about the things that are diverting your attention away from you building your content or you focusing on your channel. Now, when you're here, when you're going to create your content, when you're out there doing your vlog or shooting your adventure film, or creating your tutorial, or whatever it is that you create, try not to get distracted by the other things in your life and only attend to the things that are most important or like emergencies. If you don't need to check your email, then don't be checking your email. If you don't need to be sitting there texting people, then don't sit there and text people. Especially when you get into this world of collaborations, no reason to be like on your phone. You want to hang out with the people that you're actually working with. And the same thing with like Instagram. Like I stopped checking Instagram, stopped checking stories, all of that stuff, because all you're doing is looking at the best parts of other people's lives, and it's really having a negative impact on you as a creator to actually create content and be confident in creating content. And my last tip to grow your YouTube channel is not be a perfectionist. YouTube is not a perfect place. Like, people are creating content, there's errors, there's slip-ups, there's things that happen all the time. Don't be a perfectionist with your content. If the color's not perfect, doesn't matter, publish the video, move on. And especially for smaller creators, you need to create your content, get it up there, see what works, see what doesn't work. Like I was saying, everyone's journey is different. You have to test. You have to put things online, you have to see how they perform, and then you have to say, do I need to create more of this content? Do I need to double down on this? Or should I try in a different direction? Should I take a risk? Should I do this? When you have a huge body of work on YouTube, then you can start focusing more on your craft and slowing down a little bit, because you have all this data that tells you, oh, I should go in this direction. But as newer creators, if you're so focused on your craft and not actually focused on seeing what works, then it's gonna be a much slower growth. So the idea is that don't be a perfectionist. Don't wait forever to publish your video, start publishing right now. You really need to see that data coming in to see what you should do moving forward. So this video is diving into how you basically build an email list from scratch using your YouTube channel. And it's actually pretty easy once you see all the different pieces that you need. And once it's built, you don't have to do a whole lot of maintenance because it just continually will feed people into your email list. Now, the reason that you would build an email list using your YouTube channel is that we are on borrowed real estate here on YouTube. So whether you're on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all of these social media platforms are not our platform. So if something happened in the terms of use and YouTube pulled the rug from under you and all of a sudden your channel's gone, well, your email list is actually how you can access your followers directly. So you want to build your email list so that you have this direct contact with your followers and you don't have a platform in between the two of you. Now, when it comes to YouTube growth, you can actually use your email list to get notifications out when you put out a new video. And this works in a few ways. One, it just tells your followers that you do have a new video that came out, especially if they don't have the bell icon turned on. If you go into your analytics, you can see how many people have the bell icon turned on, and it's a very small percentage of your actual following. So getting people onto your email list gives you a direct way to say, hey, there's a new video up. And when it comes to suggested video content, like I said in video 1 of this series, when you release a video, you can send out an email blast at that same point, and it will drive a lot more traffic to your video all up front, hopefully giving you that boost and enough watch time and velocity that YouTube will then start suggesting your content to more people. So it just gives you that added ability to notify more people and get your video higher in the ranking system. Now, for those of you who sell products, if you have courses, if you have a membership site, if you do affiliate marketing, your email list is also a way that you could sell those products. So there's a lot of reasons why you would want to build an email list. Now let's just get into how you actually do it. The first is you need to find a provider that you're going to use to build your email list. The one I suggest is ConvertKit. It's the one that I switched over to from MailChimp, and it is night and day difference in terms of how the functionality works. ConvertKit is an email marketing platform that was built for creators. So there's a lot of tools in there that make it super easy to use, and it makes it easy to do things like split your list, create automations, do all these different things that you'll get into as you build your list. Now, once you've picked an email list provider, what you need to do is build a freebie or a giveaway or a lead generation is what a lot of people like to call it. And what is that? So it's something that you give away for free that adds value onto the community or the people that you want to get into your email list. So this could be like a free PDF. It could be like a checklist. It could be 10 tips to do something. One of the freebies that I give away on my channel is a free 1-hour training on how to grow your YouTube channel. So you got to think of your audience, you got to think of what the people in your community would be interested in, and then create a freebie around that. So if you're doing a lot of how-tos or tutorials, there's definitely lots of room for you to create these guides, create like a PDF or a video series, something that is not available on your YouTube channel and only available to those people that actually sign up for your list. Now you might ask, well, what happens if you're a channel that doesn't have how-tos or something? Well, there's still an opportunity to create some sort of offer that your list might be interested in. You just really have to think about who your target audience is and something additional they would want from you that would add on their experience of your content. So say you're a travel vlogger. Maybe what you offer is a free private group if you sign up for an email list, and it's a place where you get to hang out with your most engaged followers. Maybe it's a PDF download of a checklist of things to think about before you go on the next trip. So you just gotta think about some different things that your audience might be interested in that you can provide as additional value onto your channel, and that's what you're gonna offer for free. Now the next step is you need to create a lead capture page. And so what is this? It's just a one page that has an email capture on it. So when someone clicks your free product in your description, it's gonna go to a single page, and this is gonna have a little bit of info of why they clicked it, the offer that you're giving them, and it's gonna ask for your name and your email. And now you have them on your list. So in ConvertKit, you can build these pages super easily. It's part of their software. If you're with another email list provider, they might provide this, or you might have to have an extension to another piece of software that would create these lead pages. So essentially, it's just a one page. It's just a way to input your name and your email. And then from there, when someone clicks sign up, they'll be sent an email with the free giveaway or whatever it is that you're giving them in that email. So it's super simple. Once you have your email list provider, you need to come up with a free giveaway, something that adds value to your community, and then you need to create your lead page, and then you just need to share that in your videos. So you need to actually talk about it. So if I was doing a video about YouTube training, I might talk about, hey, I have a free 1-hour training down in the description. Make sure you go check that out after you finish watching this video. So you need to call attention to these freebies and actually get people to go there and click on it and sign up. You don't have to have just like one of these lead generations. If you have multiple things on your channel, you can create multiple products, or you could try different ideas and create different things, like maybe a PDF versus a video versus a checklist or a private group, and then see what drives more people into that email list. I have to pinch myself sometimes because it doesn't seem real that I could be out in these epic locations shooting a video about a gimbal, and this is my job. In this video, I want to explore the different revenue streams that I've built over the last few years and how it impacts my business and gives me the freedom to make the videos that I want to make. And the cool thing about this is that anyone can build a business online using their camera and building a following. Now, before we dig into the 9 different revenue streams that I currently have as a creator, I want to talk about a few things that are important if you are trying to build a business as a creator yourself. And essentially, this business is creating video content on the web for others to enjoy. And then as an option from those videos, someone might decide to make a purchase. So all of your revenue streams that are centered around being a creator are tied to your videos. So it's very important that your videos come first, and that is the most important thing of your entire business, because if you're trying to build a business as a video creator, you need to make sure you know what you're doing with your videos, making videos that are actually going to reach the audience that you want to reach. Now, the first big thing when it comes to building your creator business is being consistent with making content for others to enjoy. You need to come up with a consistency that's going to work for you. It could be once a week, it could be once every other week, it could be 4 times a week. It all depends on what you're able to produce, how long it takes you to make a video, and what makes sense for the situation that you're in. You might have another job, and this might be something that you're doing on the side, and you can really only dedicate enough time to be able to make 1 video a month. Well, that's fine as long as all of the videos on your channel are consistent in terms of the audience that you're trying to reach, and you just do it in a way that's sustainable for you. And that's the second thing that you need to think about, which is making this sustainable. You want to be a creator 5, 10, 15 years in the future. You don't want to focus all your energy into this thing right now, but then not be able to keep doing it year after year. To build a business is to think long term. It's not to just be thinking about the immediate right now. So finding a consistent rhythm with the content that you're producing and making it sustainable so you could do this for year after year after year, those are two big key factors in being able to build this into a business and focus on long-term growth over time rather than immediate results right now. And the next part to building a creator business is having multiple revenue streams. And that's what we're talking about in this video. I'm going to talk about the 9 different revenue streams that I've built to make this a sustainable business for myself. And so as I go through this, think about different ways that you can make money off of the videos that you're producing and start building out your portfolio of revenue streams. And it's gonna change over time. I started with 1, and then over the years I've grown and now it's become 9 revenue streams. And the last part is finding ways to make money that's not tied specifically to one platform. There's a lot of ways that I can make money off of YouTube. However, I have other ways of making money, like my membership platform over on Uscreen, which is not tied to the success of YouTube. And then also I still do client work, which has nothing to do with my YouTube channel at all. So you want to figure out different ways that you're going to be able to make money that aren't tied to a platform that could change the algorithm or kick you off if you're making content that's deemed as unacceptable for the platform. Now, before we get into the 9 different income streams, well, I want to talk just a little bit about making money as a creator in general. And there's a few different ways that you can make money. The first is earned income, and that's where you're trading your time or your services for money. So this would be something like you have a client and you're making a video for them. You have to use your skills and spend your time to be able to make that money. Now, the second way I see is passive income. This is where you build something, like say it's a YouTube channel with videos, and you're able to generate revenue off of those videos even after they're done and they're uploaded and you don't have to touch them anymore. And the idea of passive income is that you're making money while you sleep. And the third type of way that I see making money is investment income. And this is where you take that money that you've made from earned income or passive income and then invest it into an asset that then can generate more income. And so you'll hear real estate and stocks, and that whole world of making money is where you're gonna be able to make an income off of your investment money. And so when I first started out my journey of building my business as a creator, I didn't have 9 income streams. I basically had 1. And over the years, I've been able to add more to this and build up this portfolio to where I have more of a sustainable business that has all of these different income streams so that if one goes down, well, I'm not completely screwed. Like one income stream might go down and another might go up, and everything fluctuates. And so when you're building a business as a creator, you have to try and create some sort of security blanket. And the way to do that is having multiple streams of income. And so the first way that I make money from being a creator is by building courses. I have my own online class platform that teaches you how to be a creator. It's called the Creator Film School. And I offer courses on there that teach you about your camera, that teach you about YouTube, that teach you about how to use your drone or your gimbal. Basically, all the skills that you need to be a creator. And I've been building this over the last few years. I started out with just a single course, and that was how to sell stock footage. And I've been slowly adding more and more courses. And digital courses are a great way to make money because you just need to be able to have a skill that others would want to learn from you. So it could be anything. I have a buddy who's thinking about doing a photography course around using your smartphone because there's so many people that want to take better smartphone photos, but they're not professional photographers. So he's a professional photographer and he's gonna build a course that's more accessible to anyone who just wants to shoot a good photo. If you're a chef, but you also like backpacking, well, there's gonna be an audience there that wants to learn how to make better food when you're outdoors. So you could build a course around how to prep delicious food when you're in the backcountry. So there's lots of opportunities to build a digital course, and it's not tied to views to be able to make money using this method. Some of the other ways that you make an income off of YouTube are really tied to the amount of views that you're getting on your videos. However, with a digital course, if you're teaching a skill that others really want to learn, Well, you might not necessarily need millions of views to be able to sell this course and be able to access your audience. And you could sell it a variety of ways. You could use organic traffic, which is things like YouTube and Instagram and TikTok, or you could do paid traffic. If you know that this is a course that others are going to want to buy, well, you could buy ads, send some traffic to it, and as long as the cost of that traffic is cheaper than the amount of money that you're making off of your course sales, well, then you can keep running ads to drive people into your courses. And so if you have a skill and you want to teach others, I highly suggest thinking about building a course around your skills, or even build a membership platform if you're going to create multiple courses or just different content that you want to produce and put behind a paywall month after month. Now, the second way that I make money off of being a creator is digital products. So personally, I sell LUTs. And LUTs are a color profile that you put over your footage so that you could have a distinct look when you're making your videos. Now, there's two ways that you could do products. You could do digital products like LUTs or presets or an ebook or something like that, or you could do physical products. And you look at some of the biggest creators on the platform and they're really diving heavy into the products. You see someone like Emma Chamberlain, she's making her own coffee, or Mr. Beast, he has his own chocolate bars. And you see some creators like Yes Theory who do a lot of clothing. They have their whole brand Seek Discomfort. Now, digital products are a lot easier to produce because you make the product and then it could sell over and over again, and you don't have to have inventory and you don't have to deal with shipping. However, if you have an audience that might be interested in a physical product that you're producing, well, it's still a good option to be able to build another revenue stream based off selling products. And all of these creators are able to sell these physical products because of the videos that they're producing. When it really comes down to it, you could have these different revenue streams, but it does come from views and building a community around the content that you're producing. And a lot of times, coming up with a good product either engages that community or it solves a problem. So if you're in a particular niche and you see a product that is needed for that niche, well, you could develop that product, and by producing videos, you have marketing to be able to sell that product. And typically, digital products are a lot easier to produce and a lot lower cost of entry than a physical product, which is going to take a lot of upfront cost and a lot of time to get it to market. Now, my third income stream is through affiliate marketing. And that's where I talk about a product, say it's a new smartphone or a new camera or the light I'm using. And then if you wanted to buy that product, you click a link down below in the description, and that link is a tracking link that tells the company that I sent that traffic, and then they give me a small commission if that person decides to purchase that product. And for this channel here, it's been a very good source of income because I talk about a lot of products. And so if you have that opportunity and you're making recommendations or you're giving reviews and you include affiliate links in your description, well, you can make some money off of those links. And if you want to see a full video where I talk about the entire process of how to do affiliate marketing, well, I'll link to that down below in the description. I did an entire 20-minute video that goes through everything you need to know about affiliate marketing, especially here on YouTube. Now, the next way that I make money off of being a creator is through brand deals and sponsorships. And as your channel grows, there's more opportunity to have a company market their products in your videos. Now, there's a few things you really have to think about when it comes to brand deals and doing sponsorships in your videos, because you could go down the rabbit hole of sponsoring products that you're not actually interested in, and there's going to be a disconnect, and it's actually going to alienate your audience. And in the past, I've gotten in some bad situations by just saying yes to brand deals and not actually thinking through everything that I was doing with that brand deal. Especially when you're a smaller channel and these first deals start popping up, you don't realize that a lot of times they're bad deals, and those companies are just taking advantage of small creators. When you take a step back and really think about it, to be able to reach an audience, especially a niche audience like the one that you're creating, a company would have to spend a lot of money in ads to be able to reach that audience. So if they're sending you a free product and expecting you to do these videos about that product and they're telling you what to do, well, they're essentially getting free marketing. A single product to them is not much money. And so you should be getting paid if a company is coming to you and asking you to use a product in your videos and actually give you talking points. Like, that's a big no-no for free products. So what I've learned over the years is that when it comes to brand deals, you don't take a number from a company. You need to set your own rates, and it's based on what you think your value is worth. Brand deals can be super lucrative, and my best performing months on this platform are from brand deals, which is wild to think that a channel that I started for free, just for fun, could get to the point where I'm making 4 or 5 figures off of talking about a product or service in a video. Pretty awesome, but also I've said no to a lot of big brand deals because they don't fit my audience. Personally, I found that if you're going to do a brand deal, one, you have to believe in the product. You just can't talk about anything, especially if it's products that you wouldn't be interested in. And two, it has to be something that your audience might be interested in. I've been approached by some companies that have huge numbers attached to the brand deal, but they have nothing to do with my channel. And so it wouldn't make sense for me to do a brand deal on this channel for a product that my audience wouldn't be interested in and something that I'm personally not interested in. And some people might think that's crazy because it's so much money, but when it comes down to it, I'm looking at YouTube for the long game. I don't want to just flood my channel with a bunch of advertisements that are just random products and random things. I pick and choose the sponsors that I want to work with now, and I'm very selective with that. With brand deals, it could be the biggest income stream for your channel, but also you have to be cautious with brand deals and actually do the things that make sense for you. Now, the next way that I make money as a creator is through client work. So as I mentioned earlier in this video, I have clients, but then I also have my YouTube channel and the videos that I'm creating. They're two completely separate worlds. I actually started out doing client work way before YouTube. I went to film school and then I started freelancing in filmmaking, eventually started my own production company, and I still run that production company to this day. Now, that production company is separate than my YouTube channel. Even though I teach about filmmaking and making videos here on this channel, I don't necessarily talk about that production company because that's its own niche, and it's actually kind of different than here. My production company is all fitness videos. We've focused in on the fitness community and built a niche production company, and what we produce is multi-camera follow-along workouts. And so my production company and my YouTube channel are basically two separate entities. And when my production company gets super busy, well, I scale back on my YouTube channel. But when my production company gets slow, then I put more videos out here on YouTube. And it just creates this balancing effect, so things go in waves. And that's one thing you're gonna learn as you're building your business around being a creator, is that it's a roller coaster. It goes up, it goes down. As you're going on this roller coaster, you're gonna find the balance and the rhythm that works for you. And you wanna find those revenue streams that are gonna be consistent over time so that you can go through the peaks and the valleys as the whole roller coaster goes up and down. Now, one of my other revenue streams as a creator is selling stock footage. And basically what I'm doing is licensing my footage for others to use in their videos. So I take some of my individual shots from the different videos that I'm creating and sell them on these agencies that are basically a library of footage that someone can go buy footage from and use in their videos. There is such a huge demand for footage, so if you're someone who's gonna be filming some really cool, unique situations, or you wanna add another revenue stream, you can think about adding stock footage as one of those things that you can do to just bring in a little extra money. It's not huge amounts of money from stock footage, but as everything that I'm talking about, it goes in waves. So I definitely have some months where I make a lot of money off stock. And then there's other months where I don't make as much, but it is something that is growing over time, the more footage that I make available to sell. And the cool thing about this revenue stream is that once it's up on these stock footage agencies, I don't have to touch it. It's done. It becomes a passive revenue stream where that footage is just living in these different libraries. And if somebody needs to use it, well, they're gonna purchase that shot, and then I get paid from every one of those purchases. But I still own my footage. They're just licensing it from me. Now, if you wanna dig deeper into stock footage, I'll include a link in the description that explains exactly how you set up your stock footage business to be able to sell on these different agencies. Now, the seventh way that I make money from being a creator is AdSense. Now, as you grow a YouTube channel, well, you're gonna make money from the views that you're getting on your videos. And it's all based around CPM, which is the amount of money you get per 1,000 views. Now, if you have an entertainment channel, your CPM is gonna be super low. Whereas if you have something like a finance channel, well, you're gonna have a really high CPM, because advertisers will pay higher rates on videos where they're gonna get more sales or higher sales. So my channel sits somewhere in the middle. On average, I get anywhere from a $10 CPM all the way up to a $30 CPM, which is really good in the YouTube world, but I've seen some of my videos get a $50 CPM. Whereas I have a buddy who has a fitness channel and his CPMs are like $4, $5, $7. So he's getting a much lower CPM, which means that he has to get 2-3 times the amount of views to make the same money that my channel can make off of the videos that I'm producing around filmmaking and education around filmmaking. And I hear a lot of creators talking about ad revenue as kind of like a tip jar. You shouldn't rely on ad revenue, but it's something that will grow over time with more views. Now for me, ad revenue has become a big revenue stream for this channel. Depending on the videos that I'm producing, the CPM could be pretty high, and if I get a lot of views on that video, well, ad revenue could do super well. And so ad revenue really comes down to the views that you're getting and the topic of your channel. And once you've established your channel and you're making videos in a niche, well, you can't really control the topic as much as you can control the views. And yeah, you can't control if someone's gonna watch your video or not, but you can focus on making videos that are getting more views for your channel, which is gonna boost your revenue. And you can actually go in the back of your analytics and see which styles of videos get higher CPMs, and you could target those topics to be able to make videos that could potentially make more money. However, if you're just consistently looking after those CPMs and trying to find those ones with the best and trying to just make videos in that path, well, it's gonna be like putting the carrot out front of the rabbit and chasing it. I don't think you wanna make all of your attention just focused on making the videos that have the highest CPM, because at the end of the day, those might not be the ones that get the most views. Now, the next way that I make money as a creator is real estate. So off of the videos that I've produced here on this channel, I've been able to buy a house. And that house is increasing in value over time. And this is where you get into the more general making money methods. My channel, my production company, those are ways that I've been able to build a little bit of savings that then I could turn into a house, and that money can now increase in value even more because the value of the home is going up. And I've seen a lot of creators really diving into real estate where they're getting Airbnbs or they're buying multiple rentals, and they're basically taking their money that they're building off the platform and investing it into real estate that then could turn into rental income and be a separate revenue source that's not tied to the performance of your videos. And you want to look for these opportunities as you're building your business to not just always be tied to the videos on your channel, because that's going to be what's driving everything and getting everything going. But as you build your business, you want to be looking for all of the different opportunities to be able to make this a sustainable career over the long term. And then after real estate, another way that I make money is off of investments. I'm looking at it for the long term. So I invest in stocks, I invest in mutual funds. I have a whole portfolio that all the extra money that I make off of my channel goes into that, and I'm looking at 20, 30 years in the future. So obviously things in the market are a roller coaster, and I treat it as excess cash goes into investments that could compound over the years and become a nest egg that then I could retire on down the road. Because as a creator, you're basically in control of your world, which means that you not only need to be thinking about right now, but you also want to be thinking about 10, 20, 30 years in the future. And you don't want to be tied to ad revenue 30 years from now, and that's your only source of income. So it's good to start with a few revenue streams and then work your way up to finding some different revenue streams that are outside of YouTube, outside of the platform, that could help turn this whole thing into a full-time career and eventually your retirement. Now I'm actually working on a 10th revenue stream, which is my second channel. So I have a second channel here on YouTube, which is almost monetized. I'm like right at the edge, but that one's gonna become a whole different revenue stream because it's different content. And on that channel, I could go after some of these same revenue streams that I have on this channel, like ad revenue, affiliates, sponsors, but it becomes a whole different entity, and there's gonna be different strategies that are going to come up with that channel because it's more of an entertainment channel. On this channel here, I have a lot more opportunities for affiliate marketing and more brands that are tied in the camera filmmaking space, whereas my entertainment channel, it's not gonna be as good at ad revenue, it's gonna be much lower CPMs, and the affiliates probably won't be that good because I'm not gonna be talking about products. However, there's gonna be more broad appeal sponsors that might be interested in that content, especially if I can get the views up, which is very different than this channel here, which has a lot more opportunity around the products that I talk about. I think a good thought exercise for you is think about 100 video ideas around the topic that you want to produce. And the reason I say that is, well, you're gonna be making videos for a long time into the future. And if you can only come up with a handful of ideas and they take you months to make, well, you're not gonna be able to build a sustainable career off of that kind of content. Whereas if you can come up with hundreds of ideas and they take you a week or 2 weeks to make a video, well, that's a much more sustainable career, especially in this world where we're making videos consistently over time for years. It's not like a one and done type of deal. You wanna think about how you can do this long term and just keep making consistent videos and something that you're actually gonna be interested in. Because if you do 5 videos and then you're bored of this content or it's not really exciting for you to make it anymore, well, you're not gonna be able to do it 500 videos later. You wanna be making the videos that you actually enjoy Because at the end of the day, you're gonna be putting all your time and effort into these videos, and if it's not something that you're particularly interested in, well, you're gonna get burned out super quick. So the key takeaway from this video is that you don't wanna just rely on one income stream, but you also don't wanna try to do 10, 15 income streams all at once. You wanna build it slowly over time. And so look at the type of content that you're producing and start thinking about the different revenue streams that you can go after and just slowly pick them up one at a time. And as you grow as a creator, everything else is gonna grow with you, so this can become a sustainable career. But we're talking about how you can grow your YouTube channel right now, and I've got some tips on how to do that. And the key behind this entire video is basically you want to join in the conversation. So there are certain topics in your niche, whatever your niche is, that people are talking about, and you want to be a part of those topics, and you want to be a contributor in those topics. Because when you join in the conversation, you find people that want to see the content that you're producing around your niche. So I have 7 tips for you on how you can join in this conversation and be a voice in your niche. Before we get into the tips, there is one thing that I want to touch on, and that is you can't just produce content that is going to get you views on your channel. You can't just focus all your time and energy just on creating content to grow, because your channel is you. So for me, I started my channel as a creative outlet. There are certain types of videos that I love producing. I love doing the adventure travel, and I like producing content around it. Now, these videos get very little views in comparison to some of my tech reviews and YouTube training videos, but I still produce them because it's the content that I want to produce, and I'll put all my effort into producing these videos even if they don't get tons of views, because it's the kind of content that I want to produce, and my channel is giving me the ability to produce this content. So this is something to think about when we start going through these tips on finding the topics that are going to get you views, which is going to help you grow your channel. So tip number 1 is identify the other creators that are in your space. And I have a pretty long list, because when you want to join in the conversation, you need to be aware of what other people are creating, not to straight copy them, but just to be aware of what conversation is even going on, because that's how you're going to identify what topics that you want to shoot for your channel. Now, this will give you an idea of the topics that you should go after, but the rest of these tips are how you're going to optimize this information that you're getting from other people's channels, and you're seeing what's being produced on YouTube. So my second tip is start looking through the comments. People comment on videos asking questions or asking for specific videos to be created. And a lot of times this is where I'll get ideas. I'll find comments on my videos of people asking for a specific review or a specific concept done in greater detail. And that's how I'll come up with some of my ideas to produce content. And you can also see what people are commenting on other people's channels. So if you see a video about the GoPro Hero 7, which is the camera I'm shooting this video on, and you go down in the comments, someone might ask, how do you vlog with a GoPro Hero 7? Well, I made a video on how to vlog with a GoPro Hero 7. Someone else might ask, what are the best settings for color in the GoPro? There you go, that's another idea for a video to be produced around this camera. So use this information of what people are asking for to help guide the videos that you want to produce. So not only pay attention to what people are asking for in the comment section, but actually ask your audience. So ask your audience what types of videos they want to see produced. And you can do this in your videos. You can say in the comments below, let me know what kind of videos you want produced. You can do this in your community tab, where you can ask directly to your audience a question and have a poll. You can do this on your Twitter, your Instagram. There are so many ways that you can actually ask your audience and engage with your audience and figure out what types of videos that they want to see produced on your channel. That is a great way to figure out topics that you should start covering. Now, when you're researching to look at topics and videos that you should produce, one of the key things you want to look for is unicorn videos. And what I call a unicorn video is basically a video that is getting more views than the rest of the views on the channel that video is on. So for example, if you look at my channel, I have one video that's got over 1 million views, and that video is a beginner's guide to the DJI Spark. So if I was to be researching my channel and figuring out videos to do around this topic, I know that a lot of people are searching for the DJI Spark. So I would want to produce videos around the same topic and join in that conversation, because it's very clear that that topic is hot. And for me, what I did is I then produced a very similar video to that. That was the beginner's guide to the DJI Mavic Air. So I took my same idea, the same concept of creating a beginner's guide for this product, and made it for the next product that came out. Now, I also created other videos around the DJI Spark, knowing that that keyword is hot.
So you want to look for unicorn videos. So the key here is basically looking at a channel, seeing what the average views are per video, and finding those videos that have way more views than that. That gives you an idea that that's a hot topic, and that is a topic that you should join in the conversation. So my next tip I've already touched on, and that is creating videos that are similar to the videos that are doing well on your channel. So for my DJI Spark example, I started creating other videos around the DJI Spark, and all of those started to do well because I had one unicorn video that was doing it very well. So now that I've started creating similar videos around the same topic, I am now becoming a stronger voice in this topic, and these videos are being pushed up higher on YouTube and being recommended by other videos of that topic. And so that's the whole idea. You want YouTube to push your videos up higher. You want to get on that first page of the search results. You want to get recommended by other videos of the same topic. So if it's a hot topic, go after it and start becoming a voice in that topic. Tip number 6 is creating loops. And what I mean by loops is that when you're in a video, you want to throw to other videos on your channel. The idea is that you want people to binge on your content. Not only will YouTube push your videos up higher in the ranking system, but also you just get people to watch more of your videos when you actually tell people that you have videos of similar topics or something specific that you talked about in a video. So for example, I have a video all about how to shoot product reviews and get paid. And you could check that out in the link down below at the description or right up here on top of the screen. So when you do that, when you say I have a video that ties into the content that you're already producing, then people are more inclined to continue watching because you're furthering this video and making more out of it. So you're basically just creating more content so people can binge on your content. So it's actually not just a loop, it's a web. You're actually creating a spider's web of all your videos. They all link together in some way, and people can move through your web however they want. And that's how you keep people engaged with your content, especially when it's all around the same topic. So if you guys want to see how you can make more money with ad revenue on YouTube, you could check out this video right here. There we go. Now I just added 2 more videos to this video, and I've added it into the web of my channel. And tip number 7 is expand what it is that you're producing. Don't get stuck in the rut of producing the same content over and over and over. So if you start doing reviews, you don't want to always do reviews. You want to keep bettering yourself. You want to keep bettering your channel. So look at what other creators are creating, see what other topics that you want to cover, and just keep expanding what it is that you're doing, and don't get stuck into one specific thing. So I've got one more bonus tip for you. I originally wasn't gonna put this in, but I think it's important, and I found that it works very well for my channel. So once you have an idea of the content that you wanna produce and you know what's doing well, and you see your channel growing from this content, you're gonna wanna just do like a blitz of content at some point within the year. So this video is part of my 30 days of filmmaking and YouTube tutorials. And so what that is I'm doing 30 videos, one every day, on filmmaking and YouTube and just other videos around these topics because I know these topics do well on my channel. And I tried this out last year. I did something very similar where I did 30 days. I didn't do a full 30 because it's a lot of work to create this much content. But what happened was I got a huge spike in views and subscribers, specifically around, December when I did this last year. So I ended up boosting my channel and taking it to a whole nother level. And that growth sustained throughout the rest of the year. So when you look at my channel and you look at everything, watch time, subscribers, all of it, everything got a major boost when I did this last year, and it stayed at a much higher level for the rest of the year. So this is why I decided to do this again and test this whole concept again. But this idea of doing like a blitz of content might work for your channel, especially if there's a time of year where more people are going to be searching for your niche of content. So for me, products, reviews, all that content gets searched a ton during the holidays. So this is a great time for me to do this blitz because a lot of people are searching for products and camera products. So you have to identify what time of year might be potential to do something like this and figure out what videos are really gonna do well at that time. So maybe try this for like 7 days, 10 days. 30 days, I know it's a little crazy, but like I said, I tried it last year. I didn't fully commit to it. I didn't get the full 30 in. And this year I'm doing the full 30. I'm gonna see what happens with my channel after I've done this. So I'll report back and probably make another video in the future about this whole blitz idea. So I have some homework for you. Right now, I want you to go identify other channels in your niche. Find 6 or more channels that are producing similar content to the content that you're producing or that you want to produce. Now look for the unicorn videos. See what videos are doing very well. And now start writing down ideas around these topics. And this is your way to jump in the conversation and start growing your channel right now.
What's your long-term plan as a creator? Have you thought about your 5-year plan, 10-year plan? Have you thought about retirement? I know this isn't the most exciting topic to talk about, but it's something that as creators, we should start discussing, because being a creator, especially here on YouTube, is a fairly new career. And with this career, there's a lot of us building businesses off our channels, off our Instagrams, off our TikToks. But what happens down the road? What happens in 10 years from now? What happens in 20 years from now? What happens when the algorithms change or the platforms change and you're no longer able to make content? Have you thought that far in advance? Well, in this video, I want to discuss this idea of creator freedom that I've been bouncing around in my head. And I want to talk about some of these long-term goals that we should establish for ourselves so that we can get to this point where we don't have to worry about what's going to happen with the platforms. To me, this concept means that you can create any type of content that you want, and you don't have to worry about the views, you don't have to worry about the watch time, the audience view duration, and you don't have to worry about the income that that video is going to build. And it's a long process to get to that point where we don't have to worry about any of this and we could just focus on creating the content that we want to make. What I've found when I'm watching videos around these topics, financials and being a creator, there's a lot discussing how we can actually make money doing this and build a business, but there's not a ton of videos that really discuss the next steps. So over the last couple of years, I've been getting more and more into investing in stocks. I've set up my SEP IRA. I've been doing all of these things, but at the same time, I never really had a clear goal of what I was trying to do. I was just playing around with different investments. There's been a lot of buzz around just investing in general, especially with the whole GameStop craze and now all this Bitcoin craze. It's just becoming more of a common thing for everyone to get their hands into investing. It's just also become so accessible because there's a lot of apps out there that make it very easy to be able to say, yeah, I want to put a little bit of money into Dogecoin and maybe I'll make some money off of that investment. Now, I think this is great because it's getting a lot of creators to start looking at things to invest in. However, there needs to be more conversation about why. And a few months ago, I took a step back and I started asking myself, why? What am I doing? What am I aiming for? I didn't really have any clear goals. I was just trying to put some money into investments and make more money off of that. But I think there needs to be clear goals, just as with everything you do in life. If you have a clear goal and a destination, then you can build a roadmap on how to get there and you'll actually have something to achieve versus just trying to go after more and more and more. Here on YouTube, everyone wants more views. They want more watch time. They want more income. But have you ever actually established what your goal is? Like, what is your monthly goal that you're trying to hit with your income? What is your subscriber count that you're trying to hit? Because once you can lay down those goals of what you're aiming towards, then you could say, okay, this month I'm gonna work on this. And if you hit those small goals, then you know you're on the right path. So I've been looking at a ton of channels on the platform and I've established this creator journey of what I see happen, and it actually ties closely with your financial journey. And you'll see that these two sections work together, and going through this journey is going to help you start establishing your goals of where you want to aim with the kind of content that you're producing on your channel. So part one in this journey is just discovering YouTube and discovering that you want to be a creator. This is when you just start making videos, but you have zero expectations. You're just putting content out on the platform. Now, step two is when you find success. So you get a video that's trending, or you get to that point where you're actually monetized and you're making money from your videos. You have just that little bit of success that gets you excited, and then you start thinking that I can do this. I can actually be a creator and start making money from this and actually establish a career doing this. Now, step three is the hustle stage. And this is where you are putting everything into this, whether you're working on it full time or you're doing it on the side, but you're just grinding it out to build that initial audience and to get yourself established to where you can actually make this a full-time career or a solid part-time career. And this is also the stage where a lot of creators end up getting burned out, because once you have that initial boost and you're getting super excited about your content and you're seeing the views and the subscribers come in, you're starting to build out more revenue streams and you have more income coming in, you get to a point where you're doing too much and you have to take a step back. And last few years, there was a lot of discussion about creator burnout, because it's a real thing when you put all your attention into trying to make this work, that you kind of shut out the rest of the world and you end up getting burned out. I know I had periods where I was feeling a little bit burned out and I had to step away, because if you want to do this long term, you have to figure out a way to make it sustainable. And so part 4 in the journey is the sustainable stage. There will definitely be periods of hustle throughout that, but once you've gotten past that initial excitement and boost, you'll figure out how to make a business out of this, and you'll be able to start doing this year after year after year. Now, this is also the stage where a lot of creators will end up building a team surrounding the content that they're producing. This is where you start realizing that you don't have to do everything yourself, and you're building a full business out of the content that you're creating. Now, this is where a lot of the conversation stops around creators. But I think there's another step beyond this, and that is the point when you step away from your channel, or you start making just the content that you like producing with no boundaries. You're not worried about the money coming in. You're not worried about how it's going to impact your subscribers. You're just making the content that you actually want to make. Ultimately, as a creator, that's where you want to get, because you don't want to be forced to make videos that you don't want to make. You want to get excited about the videos you make and only make stuff that you actually care about. But when you're focused on the finances, when you're focused on money coming in, you'll have the algorithm weighing down on you, and you'll have the pressure of having to get a new video out every week or every other day or whatever your schedule is. And it becomes this endless cycle that you feel like you can't break. So like I said earlier, this financial journey is tied very closely to the creator journey. And over the last couple months, this is where I've been kind of stuck, and I've just been thinking through, where do I want to go with my channel, and what am I actually building towards? So the first part of the financial journey is not making any money from that. And that's when you're just discovering videos. You're just getting excited about making videos. Now, the second step is earning your first dollar and moving towards getting monetized on your channel and finding sponsors and getting free products. That's where you start realizing that this can be a career. Now, step 3 in your financial journey is actually establishing this as a full-time career or as a part-time career. So on my journey, I'm actually still considered a part-time YouTuber because I also have a production company. But what this channel allowed me to do was to be able to start hiring people for my production company so that I wasn't doing all of the work. It's allowed me to focus on other things rather than just 100% into my production company. For some creators, this is that moment where you step away from your other job and you go down the path of becoming a full-time creator and just focusing all your attention on making content and building your brand. Now, what I see happening in stage 3 is that you're developing multiple revenue streams around your content. Ad revenue, affiliate marketing, sponsorships. Moving into stage 4, that's when I see creators start developing passive income revenue streams. And there's a difference. Building revenue streams that are tied to your videos directly will make you have to just keep creating content. Whereas once you can develop some passive revenue streams, those revenue streams will keep earning money even if you're not developing more videos for your channel. Now, I currently have 5 different passive revenue streams. So I could stop making videos on this channel and those revenue streams will still keep earning money for a decent period of time. Now, when it comes to building a business as a creator, I see a lot of the conversation stop right around here. You know, developing revenue streams and passive revenue streams, that's on the front of everyone's mind. They're trying to figure out how to make this a business and a career. But the next stage is getting into investing. And investing is going to lead you into what I consider creator freedom. Now, there's definitely been a lot of buzz around investing, but I don't think there's been a whole lot of conversation about what the goal is. And what I see as part 6 in the financial journey is becoming financially independent. And what that means is that you can live off your investments. Now, this isn't a new concept, but it's thinking towards retirement and potentially even making that retirement happen earlier. Because if you can build your investments up to a certain point, you can live off those for the rest of your life. Now, as I've been researching more around investing and stocks and Bitcoin and everything else, there's this whole movement that started called the FIRE movement, Financially Independent Retire Early. Now, there's a lot of good information that's come out of this movement, but ultimately the goal of the FIRE movement is to build your investments up to a point where you can become financially independent before the typical retiring age. So a lot of people are retiring at 30 or 40 when they're following the principles of FIRE. Between stages 4 and 6 is where I really think creator freedom starts to happen, and you're able to start focusing less on driving views and all of that, and you can focus more on creating content that you want to create and not just making videos that are the shiny object getting picked up by the algorithm. And if you're able to get to the point where you're financially independent, that completely frees you up where you actually don't have to make videos anymore, and you can do it because you love making videos. And there's a huge shift that happens at that stage where you don't really have to worry about bringing in income from the videos. You don't have to worry about the views, but you can focus more on making an impact, or you can focus more on chasing those ideas that you have floating around your head, but take longer to create, so they're gonna pull you away from your channel. So this is ultimately where you need to take a step back and actually start looking at your whole plan. And you need to start thinking about where you want to go. So the first part is coming up with your goals and your aim for your channel. So like, what do you want to do with your channel? Where are you headed? Do you want to get to 1 million subscribers? Do you not care about that? Do you just want to be earning a certain amount a month? Like, what is the goal of your channel? I think you really need to establish that first before you start going down this path towards creator freedom. Next, you're going to want to build multiple revenue streams. You don't want to rely on just ad revenue, or you don't want to just rely on sponsorships. You want to build out a whole range of income streams so that if one goes away, it doesn't completely tank your career as a creator. Now, once you start earning an income that's more than your monthly expenses and you start having a little bit of savings build up, well, you should start thinking long term and really think about an emergency fund. And what I mean by that is have 6 months or a year's worth of savings so that if all of social media just went offline and you aren't able to make any money from these platforms, you have some lead time to be able to figure out what's next. Having some savings is really going to help you in case anything catastrophic happens. Now, once you have that established, then you can really start looking into investing. And this is where you can pull from things like the FIRE movement, or, just the concept of financially independent, but putting your money into different investments where you can get yourself to the point where you could potentially retire early. Now, as a creator, I don't think I'm ever really going to retire from making videos, but I probably will change the way I approach my content once I get to the point where I don't have to be making an income from this channel. I'm starting to think long term, like, where am I going to be in 10, 15 years? Do I want to be putting out a video every week 20 years from now? As creators, this is a newer industry, but we do need to think long term because things could happen overnight and you could lose everything. You could lose access to YouTube. Also, when you start thinking in this way, you start realizing where your time is best well spent. Should you be sitting on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and there's a lot of platforms. And if you're just kind of putting content everywhere, but not actually having a goal with what you're doing, then you're going to be wasting a lot of time. Also, when you start thinking long term, you'll start realizing there's different areas that you could save a little bit more and start building that nest egg for your future. As you start building out your channel and you want to hire employees and you want to get a studio, all of that is great and it's going to help you move to being a successful creator. But you also have to think all of that is going to be adding overhead to what you're doing. So if you're spending all of the money that you're making every month and you keep doing that, well, in 5 years from now, you're going to be still at zero. So thinking about the future is going to help you make smart decisions right now. So here's a couple things I want you to do now that you've got to the end of this video. 1, make sure you subscribe if you're not subscribed. But 2, I want you to start thinking bigger and I want you to start thinking more long term. 3 is I want you to establish your own roadmap to your creator freedom. And 4, stop comparing yourself to other people and create your own journey. One thing that's really going to push you back is looking at everyone else and thinking about everyone else's channel without actually realizing that you're on your own journey and we're all in this together. So when it comes to YouTube, failing is kind of a big part of it, and I've talked about this before in some of my previous videos, but you have to fail to learn, and that's with anything that you do. No matter what industry, no matter what kind of content you're creating or what type of job you have in general, you need to fail somewhat to be able to create better content or to be better at what you're doing, because when you fail, you learn what you shouldn't do. If you were to go through life and never fail, then you're never going to learn how to be better, and I think that's important. So when it comes to YouTube, I'm talking about failing for a few reasons, because a lot of people just want that 1 million+ followers right out of the gate. And that is not something that I think that you should be striving for when you're first starting your channel. There are some YouTubers out there who have been getting like crazy numbers, first few videos they uploaded, and that's awesome, but honestly, that's not something that I would want starting out. And there's a reason for this.
when you're going down this YouTube journey, when you're creating content, you need to start small and you need to just start creating and learn the process of creating and learn what you want to create. If you started just going out there and putting content out and you're getting 1 million followers, tons of views, and it just exploded right out of the gate, you're gonna think that everything that you do is right and that you should just keep going down this path. But in reality, when it comes to building a brand, building a channel, building a sustainable business over time with what you're doing here on YouTube, you need to be producing a lot of content. You need to shoot a lot of videos so that you know what you want to do moving forward. Because if I exploded right out of the gate with the first few videos that I produced, I would not be where I am today, because my channel has evolved so much in 3 years that what I started with is nowhere near where I'm at now. I've produced over 500 videos on this channel, and it's, you know, not everyone's going to produce that much content to get to where I'm at. Some people are going to produce more, some people are going to produce a lot less. But I think the process of going through and creating these 500 videos that I've produced on my channel have given me guidance, and they've given me the backbone. And I think backbone is super important so that when opportunities present themselves to you as you grow, as you get bigger, you know how to deal with them and you know what to do moving forward. And this is kind of the bigger point that I'm getting down to. So recently I've been working with some bigger sponsors, and when you have those opportunities coming and knocking on your door, and if you've built your brand and shot a bunch of videos and you know what you're going after, then when that happens, you know how to deal with it. But if you had just a few videos on your channel and you didn't really understand what you wanted to do with your channel, then when that happened, you're not really going to know which direction to go down and how to even to respond to these opportunities that are coming your way. So I know it's tough, especially starting out, especially as a smaller creator. It's tough not to get tons of views, get invited to different events, get sponsors, all these different things that you see the bigger YouTubers doing, but it's important that you focus on your content when you're starting out. So when you focus on your content, you can really dive into you. You can really dive into what it is that you want to create, what it is that you are, who you are as a creator, because that's the most important aspect. Because once you've created a series of videos, let's say you have 100 videos on your channel, that is your backbone. That is like, you know what you're creating, you know how you create, so that when somebody says, hey, I want to do this project with you, or I want you to use this piece of gear, I want to sponsor you in this way, or I want you to come join us on this trip, you know how to do that, and you know how to fit it into your audience. You understand who the people are on the other side of the camera. You understand what you're creating for, why you're creating, you understand what even the purpose of all of this is, and if this is something you want to go down. So when it comes to mistakes, this is like a big roundabout thing that I've been talking about, but when it comes to mistakes, when you're starting out as a creator, it's important that you make mistakes. It's important that you just create content and put it out there and see what happens. There are so many videos on my channel specifically that I look back on and I'm like, why did I ever make that? But if I didn't make that video, then I wouldn't know that that's not the kind of video that I should make, or that's not the way I should make it, or that's not the style I should make it in. So it's important that you just focus on producing content and figuring out who you are as a creator, not worrying about numbers, not worrying about views, not worrying about how much money you're making, and all of that will come as you figure out what content you want to produce. Because as you figure out what content you want to produce, you're going to find your audience who wants to consume your content, and then it's all going to start growing together, and eventually that light switch will flip. And what happens is when that light switch flips and you have people coming and knocking on your door, you have those sponsors ready, you have those opportunities coming, you know what you're doing and you know how to deal with it, and you've made the mistakes, so you know that if I produce this video that the sponsor wants me to do, I'm gonna be able to do it in this way. It's gonna satisfy my audience, it's gonna get views, it's gonna make the sponsor happy, and it's gonna be something that you're happy about, you're passionate about, and you enjoy doing. Today we're talking about 4 reasons why your channel is not growing, and I have some tips for you that's really gonna help you get more subscribers and views and take your channel to the next level. All right, so I have a few reasons why your channel might not be growing, and then I have some awesome tips and some advice on how you can advance your channel and take it to the next level. Guys, if you're new here, my name is Jeven Dovey, and I take you behind the lens to teach you the skills that you need to become a successful creator. And if you like this video and you want to see more videos about how to grow your YouTube channel, make sure you hit that subscribe button. All right, so let's go over a few reasons why your channel might not be growing. Number 1, and this is probably the most important thing that I'm gonna tell you, you have to have good content. So one reason why your channel might not be growing is that your content is just not what your viewers expect. And so I really highly suggest you take a look at the videos that you're creating and look at the other creators in your niche and see where your videos fall in terms of quality of content. If your content is not good, then your channel is gonna fail. And that is kind of the number one thing that I could tell you. Everything else that we're gonna talk about in this video doesn't matter unless your content is good. So I highly suggest always going back to your content and making sure that you're making the best quality content that you can, and make sure it's something that your viewers are excited to watch. And if you're ever wondering if your content needs to be improved in any way, then I always suggest you go to your viewers and your audience that you have and ask them for any suggestions on things that you can improve. Communication is key, and your viewers are gonna have a lot of insight into what is gonna help you grow your channel, and your content is king. So make sure your content is the best content that you're producing. So the second reason that your channel might not be growing is that you're not getting the click. And what I mean by this is that you're not creating engaging thumbnails and titles. Now, your content is important, but the second most important thing is making sure you have good titles and good thumbnails, because you need to be able to get the click. And if your thumbnails don't stand out among the other thumbnails that are on a search page, someone's not gonna click on your thumbnail. So it's super important that you really dial in your thumbnails and you make them look good. A huge tip for this is treat your thumbnails like it's your Instagram feed. So one of the things that's always stressed on an Instagram feed is to have a consistent look and do really high quality photography. So I never pull my stills from my video. I always do separate photo shoots for each still. And this could be during the course of when I'm actually shooting my content, but this could also be an entirely different shoot. So you need to approach thumbnails as its own animal, because thumbnails are super important, and that's gonna get someone to click on it. Now the second part is your title, and your title is super important as well. It has to tell a viewer exactly what they're gonna see, and you don't wanna be clickbaity. So if you have a title that says one thing, but it's not actually what the person's gonna find in the video, then that person's gonna click off, and that's telling YouTube that you're not making the correct content for your thumbnail and your title. So it's very important that you make sure that your title and your thumbnail are true representations of what is actually in the content. You can't be doing clickbait, because if you start doing clickbait with your title and your thumbnails, then all of a sudden you're gonna stop getting views and people are not gonna be able to see your videos, because YouTube is gonna stop suggesting your videos and they're not gonna rank in the system. So this all kind of plays together, and it's all super important. Now the third reason why your channel might not be growing is that people are not staying and watching through your video. So if someone clicks on your video, watches 10 seconds, and then decides to jump off and go to some other video, then you're not gonna get a high watch time. Whereas if you have a 6-minute video and people watch through the end to 6 minutes, you're gonna have a higher watch time, and YouTube weighs that differently. So the important thing when it comes to your videos, beyond having good content, is making sure that people watch all the way to the end. And I have a few tips on how to keep people watching your videos. One, and probably one of the more important things, is give a hook right at the beginning of your video. Tells the viewer exactly what they're gonna find in the video, and it's a good representation of what they're gonna find for the rest of the content that they're about to watch. Now, number two is make sure you don't end your video early. So don't towards like the last minute of your content say, all right guys, that's it, and then do like a wrap up, because people are gonna click off. Instead, you just wanna finish the video when the video is ready to be done, but don't really announce it early. Now, this is something that I have started to do more recently. Before, I was ending my videos and actually talking about things over and over and doing like a whole long outro, but it's important that people watch as much of each of your videos as possible, because what happens is YouTube is now going to weigh your video differently, because if your video is engaging, it gets the click, and people stay for the entire video, then what it's doing is telling the artificial intelligence that this is a good video and this is something that I should suggest. So YouTube will then start suggesting your video on other people's videos of content that's similar to yours. All of a sudden, you're now getting a ton of new people watching your videos, and this is when your videos really start taking off. So one other reason why your channel might not be growing is that people are not clicking multiple of your videos. What I mean by this is once they watch one of your videos, they're moving on to someone else's channel, or they're just getting off of YouTube altogether. YouTube wants people to binge content. So you really want to get people to not only watch one of your videos, but then watch multiples of your videos. And that's the key to success. You want people to stay within your ecosystem and watch a ton of your videos. So a tip for this is use cards and use end screens. And one thing is put your cards towards the end of the video. If you put your cards at the beginning of the video, what's going to happen is it's going to knock your watch time down, because people are going to click on that card and then leave your video at like say minute 1 or minute 2. Whereas if you put your card at towards the last 30 seconds of the video, then they watched most of your video and then they're like, okay, I'll click and watch another video. So your card placement is important to make sure that you don't drop your watch time by sending people to another video. And with this, one other bonus tip is make sure you're sending people to a playlist versus a single video.
I think one of the things that's really holding a lot of creators back is this idea that you're trying to make a channel around topics that you're interested in, rather than actually thinking through what a YouTube channel actually is and building content for this brand that you're developing. You might have some success doing that, especially if you're a personality and people enjoy just hanging out with you. But for a lot of creators out there, this is not the best approach to actually making a channel and building your brand. When I was doing my vlogs, I did like 200 or something vlogs on this channel, and I got a few thousand subscribers. I think I got it up to around 5,000 before I really flipped and changed the way I approached it. And I started doing more videos around just filmmaking in general, and actually just making videos specifically targeting creators and how to use cameras and how to make better videos and do lighting and camera and audio and all the things that go into actually creating YouTube videos. And a big part of that was drones. I got into drone flying pretty early on. I made a lot of videos about drones, and they're a very popular topic on this platform. They still are a super popular topic, and I continue to make videos about drones. However, this isn't just a drone channel. I make content on this channel that's geared towards creators who want to make better videos. And I have an approach to that, which is just going out into nature and shooting more adventure style videos. However, at its core, I still make content that is education for creators. Now, for a long time, I was trying to make content that was also adventure style content, but those didn't really do that well. They would get some views and they're more personality driven, but they were on more of that vlog side where it wasn't so specific on what I was doing, and it was geared towards a different audience. Those videos weren't like, here's creator education, but I'm also gonna climb a mountain. They were, let's go climb a mountain. And so on this channel, people might watch that who are part of my community. I'm sure there's some of you out there that enjoy that style of content, but the random person who stumbled upon that video isn't gonna care about this video. They're not gonna care about a new camera that came out, or a drone, or a technique on how to use your gimbal. None of that matters. They saw an adventure video and they might have clicked subscribe from that one video, but then all the rest of the videos are no interest to them. And you'll hear from all the creators who do YouTube education, niche, or have a focus or have a direction. That's gonna really help your channel. But I want you to think about it in a different way. Take a step back from your channel and think about why you're actually creating content. Is it content that you enjoy making, or did you actually come up with an idea of what you think an audience would want and you're making videos for that audience? Now, obviously, you're gonna have to have interest in the videos that you're creating, but ultimately, when you take a step back from everything, you need to approach this like a business or like a TV show or like a movie. There's gonna be an audience for that specific style of content, and you wanna keep making content for that audience. You don't wanna make things that are all over the place unless you don't really care about growing. If you're someone who wants to make this a business, you're someone who wants a career out of this, you want to earn income off of the videos that you're creating, well, you want to see channel growth. And to see channel growth, you need to have more of this focused mindset. And this is why you've probably seen some of your favorite creators start splitting their channel into multiple channels. Someone like Peter McKinnon, he now has a vlog channel that's more on the side of like whatever he wants to create, so his main channel can focus on film and photo. And you look at someone like Mr. Beast, he has his main channel, he has reaction channels, he has different language channels, like he has a ton going on under his whole umbrella of Mr. Beast. Now, this isn't a new phenomenon. This isn't like a new thing that creators are doing, but there are more creators who are understanding this concept that one channel, one audience, and building content specifically for that audience. And if you want to do multiple things, well, you kind of have to have multiple channels. Now, let me show you one creator who's really embraced this concept, and he has a whole range of channels. Now, this is the creator Simon Whistler. Now, he doesn't just have one channel, he has a whole range of channels. And I'm sure he has a whole team doing post-work, research, and everything. But just looking at his whole brand and everything that he's doing, you really get a sense of how YouTube works and how you should approach your channel. And it might give you some clarity on why you might be approaching your channel in the wrong way. So this is one channel, this is Mega Projects. and he has 700,000 subscribers on this. And if we go to the About tab, you'll see that this is a channel about humanity's greatest achievements. So this is all about big projects that have changed humanity. When we go to his videos, you'll see that he's posted 2 hours ago, 3 days ago, 5 days ago. He posts very regularly on this channel, and they're concepts like the V-bomber, the Russians' automated nuclear submarine, NASA's incredible neutral buoyancy lab, like all these big projects. Now this is just one channel, and you can see how this is kind of all centering around one topic. But Simon has a bunch of other channels. So if we go back to his home screen, and we go down to his other channels, you'll see that there's a whole list of channels here. There's side projects, biographics, geographies, Brain Blaze, Today I Found Out, Top 10s, Highlight History, The Casual Criminalist, and Into the Shadows. And all of these channels have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of subscribers. And they're all independent and different. So if we go to Geographics, and we go to the About, you'll see that this is a channel that's all about discovering the world one place at a time. And you'll see that it's just different interesting stories about different places in the world and also the universe. There's some things about space in here as well. Now let's go back to his channels and let's check out Brain Blaze. And this is a channel about fun facts, both in history and present. So let's go to his videos. You'll see that he has like the world's most famous celebrity trials, or amazing Twitter screw-ups, or the craziest things seen on live TV. So it's completely different than his Geographics channel, and also completely different than his Mega Projects channel. And you could keep going through all of his different channels. Look at his About, you'll see exactly that it's a one-liner that tells you what the channel's about, and then all of his videos are going to reflect that. And you'll see that the content in all of these channels really focus in on one audience. And so if somebody wants to learn about mega projects, well, they're gonna keep coming back to that channel and keep learning about these different things, but they don't necessarily care about these fun facts from history. And so this is where you wanna start thinking about your channel in a different way. What is the thing that you're doing on your channel, and what is the audience gonna care about? Now, I know some of you are gonna say, well, this creator can do a bunch of different things and people will still watch him. Well, that's true. If there's a person who has built their channel around them as a person, well, they have a little bit more freedom to kind of do anything because their niche is essentially them. It's that person is the niche. It's not necessarily the topic. And whatever that person does, someone's gonna follow. And a good example of this is Casey Neistat. Watch Casey Neistat to hang out with him and to be along the journey of whatever he's doing. He could be first class on a plane, or he could be flying a new drone, or he could be surfing in LA. Like, there's just so many different topics on his channel, but it's not the topics that bring people back, it's him as a person. And so if you are a personality and you're building a channel around you, well then you could have a little bit more flexibility. But this is a conversation that you need to have with yourself. Are you the focal point of the conversation, or are you educational? Are you bringing education around a topic? And if so, well, what is that topic? Because that's what you're building your content around. You're not necessarily building your content around you. And so you need to think about, well, what is the whole point of your channel? And this could be boiled down to a value proposition, which is a 1 or 2 sentence that explains exactly what you're gonna do. And if you could boil your channel down into this one concept, well, it's gonna be much easier for an audience to understand what it is that you're doing. So one food channel that I enjoy watching is the Best Ever Food Review Show. And his value proposition is simple. I travel to unique parts of the world to hunt for the best foods that each country has to offer and share these stories with you in my videos. Super simple, but all of his videos center around this concept. Now, this doesn't mean that you can't have a personality in your channel if you are focused on one topic that's, not necessarily just you. I think personality is what sets you apart from every other creator. So if you're someone in the food niche, well, you're gonna have a certain approach and a certain way that you make your videos that's gonna attract an audience. But if you're doing unique foods when you travel, well, when you take a step back, you look at the channel, it's more about unique foods when you travel, and you are just that personality who's driving the videos. Now, there's always gonna be exceptions. You might find a channel and you'll say, oh, they did a video that's not specifically in line with their value proposition. Well, you can have flexibility with what you're doing. And especially as you get bigger, because no matter what style of content you're creating, you're gonna have a core audience who's gonna enjoy the content that you're making. So even if you're making content that you can find on other channels, well, there's gonna be viewers that just like the way that you do it. There's just something about it, and they just enjoy watching your videos and hanging out with you, even if it's not a specific personality-driven style channel. So ultimately, you need to kind of step away from your channel and look at it from a viewer's perspective. I think one thing that happens with a lot of creators is we get so wrapped up into our own channels, and it almost becomes like part of our identity. When in reality, it's a show. You're a character in your own show, and you need to look at the bigger picture of what it is that your show is about. And if you have just this general vlogs and travel and filmmaking, well, it's not gonna be that interesting for a viewer who has just stumbled upon your channel. Whereas if you're a drone specific channel, someone's like, oh, I go here for drones and I like the way that this creator has approached their content, well, you're gonna keep getting people coming back for your drone content. But if you had like a drone video one day and then the next day you're like walking through the hills doing a hiking video, well, those are like two completely different styles of content, and there's gonna be people that overlap that like both, but it's not a good approach to YouTube versus having one channel that's a drone channel and another channel that's a hiking channel. You're gonna build different audiences, and you're gonna also have the freedom to build different styles of content for each channel, and you're not trying to fit a square peg into a round hole once you have kind of set your niche and what you're doing. And this is why I've said in the past, we need to look at our channels like shows, not a channel. Like, channel is kind of a deceiving name because you think of a channel, you think of something like Discovery Channel or National Geographic. They have a lot of different shows under their umbrella, but ultimately our channels are not channels. Our channels are like a TV show. I mean, they're different than a TV show, but that is ultimately how you kind of want to approach it. You want to approach it as a show. What is the next episode in your show? And there's different approaches to this. You could have episodic where everything flows together and it's kind of the journey, or it could be more of like a magazine style show where you just open a magazine, it's different stories, but they all have the same flavor and they have the same feel to everything that you're doing, and they're all around one style of topic. Now, a creator that you should look at for this style of content is Tom Scott. He's built a very successful channel. He has multiple channels as well, but he just did an interview with MKBHD about his channel and just kind of his approach. And he takes this magazine style approach where it's just a bunch of random videos, but when you start watching them, you understand what you're gonna get episode to episode. You're gonna get the same feel, you're gonna get the same type of video, and you're gonna know Tom Scott's approach. And for people that enjoy watching his content, you're just gonna be engaged with whatever he does. However, his channel is not about him as a person, it's about the stories that he's telling about, and they have a central theme that kind of ties them all together. So I don't have all of the answers on how to be a successful YouTuber. There's tons of channels out there that break down every little aspect and a lot of YouTube educators. But ultimately, if you can find your approach to how you're gonna start your channel, you're gonna have a lot more success than if you're just putting random content and seeing what sticks. Really think about what it is that you want to make and take a step back and look and see, is there a central idea that all of your videos kind of gravitate around? And then as soon as you can identify what that is, you'll know what not to make and you'll know what videos you should make to continue going down this path that you want to follow for your channel. Now, I don't recommend new creators starting multiple channels. If you have a successful channel and you've started to grow it and you've started to see which direction you're going with that, and then you have different interests, well, then maybe start a second channel. But it is a lot of work to just do one channel. And that's also why we get so wrapped up into making it part of our identity, because we spend so much time doing this one thing. But ultimately, if you want to make this a business, you want to make this a career, and you want this to be something you want to do full time, you need to have that central focus and really just pursue that. Just follow that idea, that concept, go down that path. And as you learn how to grow this one channel, well, later on, you have opportunities to start other channels with different ideas and different concepts, but you really need to build that first channel and really get it going and understand what works and what doesn't for when you're making content around this one idea. Now, let me know down in the comments your value proposition for your channel. What is the 1 or 2 sentences that defines exactly what you're doing?
So what we're talking about today is failure. And I'm not just gonna say like, if you do X, Y, and Z, you're gonna fail, because that's not the kind of way that you're gonna learn to be able to be successful on this platform. Over time, I've asked the same question to my audience, to you guys. I've asked, what is your biggest struggle? And the reason that I do this once in a while and ask on different platforms is that I really want to gauge where all of you are at and what, is your biggest struggle, because those struggles are what are going to end up leading you down that path to failure when you decide to walk away from your channel. So my goal when I'm creating my videos is to hopefully alleviate some of those struggles, or at least point you in the right direction of things that you can start doing so that you don't go down that path of failure. Now, I've been looking at what all of you have been saying, and I've just boiled it down to a few points, and it's the same things get repeated over and over again. And so I kind of want to touch on each of these points and give you a little bit of direction or things to think about so that you don't get trapped by these different points that are going to cause you to fail. So one of the biggest struggles that I see time and time again is time. Everyone's saying that they don't have enough time to put in and make videos to be able to be successful. Well, unfortunately, that is one of the big aspects of being successful as a creator. You have to put in the time. It's not like you're going to be able to just magically find this time to make videos. It is going to take time to create a successful brand. And that's what essentially you're doing. I saw a tweet recently from Roberto Blake. If you haven't checked out his channel, I highly suggest going and checking out Roberto. He's got a ton of content around YouTube education. He's just a great guy as well. Now in this tweet, he's previewing a series that he's doing with TubeBuddy, but essentially he said the average channel with over 100K subs had 840 uploads, and the average channel over 1 million subs had 3,858 videos. That's a ton of videos, and that's a ton of time that was put in to make those videos. Now Roberto's pulling this information from TubeBuddy, and TubeBuddy has access to a ton of data across channels. So when I look at this, to me it says, hey, more uploads is probably gonna mean more subscribers at the end of the day. Now there are some channels that just take off with a few uploads, and then there's other channels where there'll be tons of uploads and no growth. But what this essentially is saying is that it's not gonna happen overnight. It's gonna take a lot of time and a lot of content to be able to grow your following. On this channel, I have over 500 videos, and I can't imagine how much time I've put into this channel already. And it wasn't growing at first. And if you've seen some of my other videos, I talk about how with my first 200 uploads, I had like no subscribers. It was a very small following, and it really took just doing it over and over and over before I could figure out what worked for me and what kind of videos I actually want to pursue on the platform. So one of the biggest struggles that creators have told me time and time again is this aspect of time. And so one of the biggest things I can say to you is really think about if this is something you want to pursue. And if it is, you need to start carving out time to make it happen. Whether that's weekends, nights, mornings, wherever you can find time to make videos, you're gonna have to do it. And you're gonna have to put a priority on finding that time. If you're doing this as like a side thing and you have a full-time job, you just got to figure out where your time is going to be more well spent. Do you want to watch that hour of TV at night, or do you want to make a video and keep going down this path of creating content? Everyone wastes time in different ways, and you just have to prioritize things, and you really have to go after it. If you say you're going to do it in the future, you're probably not going to do it. So if this is something you want to pursue, I suggest getting after it right now. Now, one of the other biggest struggles that keeps coming up is money. And time and money kind of go hand in hand, because the reason that a lot of people don't have time to make videos is because they have to work so they can make money to live. So time and money are kind of tied together. And you're not going to be making money at first on the platform. It's not going to happen. You're not going to be given tons and tons of money, but there are ways that you can start driving an income from the videos you're creating, even with a smaller following. Now I'll put a link down below in the description to a playlist that goes through all of the different ways that I make money off of the platform. But when it comes down to it, you really don't need a ton of money to make this happen. You need the time, because the equipment that you need to actually start producing videos is your phone. That's it. You only need just a camera. You don't need all of this gear. You don't need the studio. You don't need the audio, the cameras, the tripods, the monitors, everything else that I have when I'm creating my videos. You can just start with this. And I've done some videos on my channel talking about just making videos with your smartphone, because
You don't need anything fancy to start. Now, obviously it is nice once you start getting better cameras, better lighting, better audio, and you definitely want to keep progressing yourself, but you really don't need much to start. And that's one of the other biggest struggles that I keep hearing over and over, and that is, I don't have the right equipment. Look, you don't need to have anything fancy to make videos. We are self-producing here on YouTube. So if you want to do this, just find whatever camera you have access to and just use that. And use that camera until you can get your hands on something better. Now, obviously you want to be thinking, how can I progress all of what I'm doing? How can I make the lighting better? How can I make the audio better? Cameras, everything, background. How do I build my brand? But if you only have access to the smartphone that's in your pocket, just use that and start coming up with creative ways to start building your brand from what you have access to. And focus on creating videos, because like I said earlier in this video, these huge, massive YouTubers have a huge, massive library underneath their belt, because it's not just quality over quantity, and it's also not quantity over quality. It's a mix of the two, but you have to put in the time. You have to put in the work. You have to actually make the videos so that your channel can grow, and then you can actually start having more opportunities to get the better gear and get more funding so that you can have more time and be able to pull more away from your job or your part-time job or whatever it is that's sucking your time away. Everything is at your fingertips. You can make this happen, but you have to actually understand what it's going to take to make it happen. I think there's too many videos out there that are saying like, this is easy, you can do this. And I'm not saying that you can't do it, but what I'm saying is it is going to take time, and it's going to take effort, and it's going to take passion, and you have to really want it. If you're just going to put out a video once in a while just to see what happens, well, I'm going to tell you, nothing's really going to happen. If you want to grow and you want to make money, or you want to build your following, or you want to get to X, Y, or Z, you have to put in time and effort to get there. It's not going to just happen. There's over 30 million channels on this platform, and there's a very small percentage of those who actually have any sort of following. Now, the fourth thing that I've seen that's the biggest struggle for creators is just mindset. And this comes in different forms. When I see people talk about mindset, it's either the willingness to just go out there and do it, the fear of actually hitting record, the not really knowing what to shoot or how to shoot it, like all of the things that boil around just being in your head too much and not actually just going for it. Nothing's gonna happen unless you hit record and you actually just put yourself out there. When you're creating videos for YouTube, you're creating it for an audience. So you're gonna have to be ready to be judged. You're gonna have to be ready for people to watch your videos. And so if you want to YouTube and create on this platform, you have to be ready to create on this platform and put it out there to the world. So we can play games in our head. We can say that, oh, we'll do this in 2 weeks, or, you know, in a month from now, I'll get started. But if you keep playing these mind games in your head, you're never actually going to move forward. The only way to get to the other side is to just start going after it. And this is with anything. When I sit down and do like an edit of a big project. Recently, when I was in Thailand, I had this massive project. It had all these different components to it. And for me, I got in my head and I was just sitting there with all this footage, and I spent like days doing absolutely nothing. But the way I was able to get after it and actually start working on these videos was to just put 1 foot forward. So I just started laying down clips in a timeline. It really didn't make sense at first, but as I started putting elements down, the creative juices started flowing, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this section and I'm gonna do this section. And it all started building on top of each other. And before I knew it, I had like 5 or 6 videos out of that trip finished. And it really takes just actually moving forward, putting 1 foot in front of the other, because if you don't actually make the motion to go forward, you're not going to actually get anywhere. And that's just one of those things about mindset, is that there's never going to be a good time. There's never going to be the perfect time to start. You just have to go for it. And then you will figure it out over time. You'll figure out how to get the time to make things happen. You'll figure out how to get the money, how to get the equipment, how to learn the skills that you need to make the videos. All of it takes dedication. All of it takes the willingness to put yourself out there. And a note when it comes to learning the skills: if you don't know how to do something, all of the information is out there. Just go find a tutorial, go find a series, go find a creator who actually specializes in whatever topic that you're struggling in, and watch all the videos. Take time to learn the skills, because that time is going to help you actually make the videos so that you're confident, and it all plays together. Skills, time, confidence, mindset. But at its core, what it comes down to is you. It comes down to you making that choice and saying, yes, I am going to do this, and I'm going to put in the time, I'm going to put in the effort, and I'm just going to go for it. And when you're able to just make that happen, and it's not even a question, it's not even an option anymore, things will start moving. So I have a question for you right now. Are you ready to go and jump with both feet in and not look back? Because that's where you need to be if you want to find success on YouTube this year.
Now, I know that was a ton of information, and I just want to say I appreciate you getting to the end of this video. Make sure you head down in the comments and just let me know that you made it to this point. And next, if you want some more YouTube training, well, I have another masterclass right here on my channel that goes through a ton about how to grow your channel and how to monetize your channel. And also have a complete course over on the creatorfilmschool.com. So I'll see you on the next one.